Let's go, boys. Whatever enemy team pick, they can't play anything else, okay? Because they ban Juno, so it's gonna be in.
And just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer. Of course, there's absolutely not. This is my match.
From Naga. Boop. Straight in the bag.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Limp, even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final. The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. Did the fight an Easter egg again? Another big down plus him. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive. But what? How sick?
What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
Welcome, friends, family, acquaintances, enemies, perhaps. I don't know, but definitely fellow Overwatch Esports enjoyers. We kicked off Stage 2 last week, and now we're back for more. So we're here joined by my absolute favorites, Mitch and Matt. Now, after 1 week of play, people are already panicking. The tweets are already out. The Reddit threads are up and running. Can you hold our hands and tell us that everything will be A-okay?
No, VP are washed. Quick Esports are the next world champions, and Team Peps have gotten better somehow.
I was thrown off by Mitch's shirt. I was like, "Whoa, that is bright. That is
after
shiny."
all these years,
like
that still like catches your eye.
Cosplay
even
you got going on there.
Honestly, that guy is kind of swaggy. I will gladly be Prince over, and thank you, man. Yeah,
no problem.
You see my polearm moves? Watch me swing that around. Yeah, you watch out, bro. You back up.
Yeah, we shall be watching out, not just for that and all those moves to come, but also for drops. That's right, same old people here on the broadcast, but we got new shiny drops for you. And honestly, I'm here for those. These are nice. These are clean. Love the color scheme too. As a beige mom, like this really speaks to me. And this is what you can get if you connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account. Have you guys connected your accounts yet, fellas?
Yeah, I got the stream open now.
I just want to point out, the bottom one, top middle. Thoughts?
Yeah, that's me.
Pretty sick, right?
Aspirational. Yeah, that is actually. Is that even possible, humanly? But yes.
Of course, yeah. I mean, that could be filled with sand or air. Doesn't matter, right? Still, it's muscle mummy. It's muscle mummy Monday.
We're all here for muscle money arc.
Get that one.
Just flexing. I'm running my first Spartan tomorrow. I'm very excited. Although I do.
Oh, so you won't be here
on Overwatch. Well, yeah, on.
That's crazy.
Another day on a vacation.
Wow, just another day in paradise for Stoishwin, guys. Yep. Cool. Well, yeah. Guess we'll just hold the fort down here, won't we?
Yeah, you will. You know, I have so much faith in you, because even if you guys fail, the content will not. We have plenty of action ahead of us, not just this weekend, but throughout the entire season. OWCS 2025 schedule on your screens right now, and we're only halfway through, so there's still so much more to come.
My middle name is Content. Yeah,
Content Morello.
Yes.
We still got a lot of it. I mean, it's wild though how fast these seasons go. Like, you know, we throw this graphic up and it's like stage 1 through Champions Clash is just a blur. Where you know, we'll come back right after mid-season, like, oh my god, like we're so close to the finish line. But the mid-season championship will be pretty awesome at EWC, right? Like more teams will be represented there from all over the world. I was there last year. The venue is pretty awesome. You know, being able to kind of see everything that they're able to put together over there. So with more teams, always fun with more Overwatch.
It's funny. You're right. It feels like it's gone so fast, and we started earlier this year than we kind of have in the past, which is crazy. It never slows down from here on out, and of course, we're only in week number 2 here of Stage 2, but the stakes are pretty darn high. I think a lot of teams want to represent there at the mid-season tournament, of course, and I know it's going to be a hell of an event.
It will be indeed, and you can be part of it as well because the tickets are on sale right now. That's right. You can cop them at the URL you're seeing on your screen. Right there.
That one.
Waffling, that's the one. Not just that one, actually. You can also already get yourself your tickets for the end of the year World Finals at DreamHack. You know, you can really get some time to prep. So, Matt, what will we pack in our suitcases for this one? Real shoes and a jacket? Have we learned anything from last year?
It is gonna be cold. So, you know, your Crocs with the holes. Don't wear them in the snow.
Leave them home.
I have experimented for you guys at home. It was
done the math.
Yeah, not the best.
I don't know what's worse because my luggage never arrived in Stockholm, or it took like 4 days to get there.
Oh, that's right. I
And
forgot
Matt
about
arrived
that.
in Crocs.
Yeah.
I think I'd still rather be Matt in that situation because like running.
I don't know, man.
I ran
It
into
looked-
downtown
it looked
Stockholm
rough.
for like I had 3 hours to shop, and I was like, ugh, like I'm
You should have went to
terrible at
Old
shopping.
Town. You should have went to Old Town. Remember Old Town?
Oh, Old Town, bro. Did you actually go to Old Town?
No, but hilariously, Aaron Keller was like, "Oh, we went to Old Town." When I was speaking to him, I was like, "No way, it exists." He's like,
Uh,
"Yeah,
it
does."
exists.
Why? I was
Like
like,
good food in Stockholm. Actually, I'm very impressed with
Yep.
what they got
"Stay
out.
away from the kebab pizza, though." Me and Sally, we tried.
Okay, no, Matt, that was a you problem. So Matt just like causes issue.
Don't order it at
issues
4
wherever
a.m.
he
to the
goes. Just,
hotel,
like,
bro.
Don't take him as your like tour guide in any which way. We of course will once again offer Johnny up as our tour guide. If you pay some extra, you get an exclusive tour
He's not from
Jonathan, who's definitely
no
not
idea.
from Stockholm and is also not offering those tours, but I will on his behalf. Either way, it's gonna be a good time. Grab your tickets. I can't wait, but we're getting way ahead of ourselves. Let's focus in on stage 2 for now and see where we're at, because we once again have, of course, the regular season followed by the playoffs, but this time around we also gonna have the last chance qualifiers. So we're gonna see more teams taking part in the Esports World Cup in Riyadh.
You
Yeah.
do not want to end up in that LCQ, though. I'll tell
Also
you. what.
true.
If you can,
Better
get
than being
up
sat at home.
qualifying- If you can, yeah, I mean, okay, true. Better than being set at home. But if you can get your qualification done here out of the way, right? I think for EMEA it might be like 3 teams, right? For EWC for the mid-season tournament. So if you can get that qualification out of the way here, I mean, that
Dude,
is awesome because
I love
teams gotta come
LCQs.
out of the woodwork for LCQ.
The storyline's going to be sick. It's always like a crazy
Right.
underdog story in an LCQ. Like I'm very hyped for that tournament just for the drama.
Yeah, and then I mean, you also just it's another chance for teams to really show up if they didn't manage early on in the season, because sometimes, especially when you have changes in your roster, you might have a slower start. Some teams did have a slower start just a few days ago. Let's take a look at today's matches to see which of them can potentially redeem themselves as we're looking at our points right now after just 1 week of play. OWCS came out of the gates swinging. The same thing cannot be said about every team, though.
I mean, look, I thought
Mirror.
Frosttails actually looked alright, even though they got 3-0'd. Gen G, we definitely feel
Quality
like they
loss,
may have struggled to replace some of the players that departed, right? I think that, this team has Mag, but I think Exodial is an amazing hitscan player. Who are you? Came in against the Ultimates, and his Genji got banned instantly on Suravasa. So this team at the moment, pretty targetable, I think. Anyone who really knows how to play that ban pick strategy can probably go after them a little bit. So I think they'll be fine. I do expect to see them in like 4th, 5th at worst here, but they've got a bit of climbing to do.
The ban stage from them, Zoe, last week was insane. It was they just really didn't utilize it at all, which is part of the reason.
And they got
lost all 3.
crushed in the bans by their opponents. Like, it's Krusty, for God's sake. Like, the guy has been doing this for a long time. The bans that made 0 sense against the Ultimates. I
obviously did my homework, right? So I did rewatch those shows. My favorite part was literally just the beginning of the interview with Christopher, who was just like, I expected nothing less than Krusty fumbling bans.
That's actually
the
crazy,
history
bro.
of time. It was
That
so
is
funny. And then the
crazy, bro.
graphics were flipped around too, and it still didn't make sense. So it's just like, that changed nothing of my opinion of those bans. So good times. Definitely go back to watch it. But I'm sure we all learned something and took something away from that heading into this week of play. These are the matches coming our way today. I'm very excited for this first one, honestly, because while I feel like Twisted Minds got tested, I don't feel like Peps really did. I don't know how much I can actually take away from their match against Frosttails, so I'm glad to see them back in action.
I am excited for that last game of the day. I don't know, like, Gen G can't exactly fall to 0-2. I mean, that would be a pretty brutal start considering how their first series went in terms of.
They can, yeah.
But
Watch
also,
it.
Quick Esports was really good against VP last week, right? I mean, that was a really strong matchup. So it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what VP kind of has today if they can take care of business against Gen G. Would be a huge win for Gen G, right? Get back to 1-on-1, but then also get a win against VP.
Yeah, so a lot of what ifs, a lot of copium and hopium being thrown around and inhaled and ingested in some way, shapes, or forms. Also, when it comes to our fantasy teams, which apparently are sweeping the nation. That's what the production crew put in my teleprompter. I didn't even know it's a thing, but yeah, that's in the prompter, like sweeping the nation. It says so right there. So we decided, or it has been decided on our behalf, that we are getting in on the fun, right? So the three of us were drafting our own fantasy teams, which I put so much heart and soul into mine. So let's start with that one.
Yeah, let's see what you
initially thought that I played myself and took players from teams that are actually playing against each other and just negate the thing, but I did not do that. Luckily, I revisited it. I did not fumble. And so obviously, Kai and Twilight from TU. Kai, listen, he has on games and off games. Bit off last week, I believe, in an on game. Twilight is going to play Ana. I'm convinced they will sweep Quick Esports. I know you guys just praised Quick Esports and how good they look. I think that was just VP having a slow start. Okay, I'm going to bank on that. That's my that's my hope in my cup. Don't work with me here. Work with me.
I don't mind.
It's going to be beautiful.
Is Funny Ass very much of a stats player? I wonder, because obviously that.
No, but he doesn't really die much either.
Okay. All right.
I just feel like he's just doing his job. He's not gonna
we gotta get
be
you
explosive.
in our fantasy football league. I like the way
this
you're
is really good. Yeah, obviously, like this is fine. Don't worry about it. Ziad really impressed me. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, I don't mind this. I indexed a little bit more heavily on this Alcadzia team because they're playing Frost Tales this week. So I'm kind of expecting to watch them farm them a little bit.
What's
so
Zerion doing in yours?
No. Listen, Zerion is actually one of the only other flex sports in the league that will play the Ana if possible, and is pretty sick. So I'm trying to like double down on the stats plays. Zerion is very good, genuinely, especially when they're not typing in all chat. They actually can have a pretty big impact in the game. So look, that's the one where I was like a little bit sus, but everything else is like, I think Ziad's a great pick right now. I think that he's been invested in by Alcadzia and Shockwave, okay. Tougher week last week as he put it out there, but I think that guy's legit. I think he's going to turn up on the Freya.
I think what's interesting is we all went, we look at my roster, we all went with Ziad in terms of tank. I went with
bias is
Ziad
real
too, so we got a lot riding on him. And then, I went with Yubi. So hear me out. I think that them and Peps are just going to play this rush style game, and that's where the sim you actually... if you're looking for, because he's only like, I think he's only like 15. So you need somebody to kind of like round out the team if you're going like high 20s.
15 points.
Yeah. Where it feels like there's a ton of upside potentially with Yubi there. And then I went with Landon and Gal on the back line. Like they just put up, crazy numbers amongst those two. And then Exodial, I think that match could be pretty close with Genji and VP. So that's kind of the route that I went. A little bit of a wild card with Yubi, but when you're kind of trying to fit it all into a budget, you got to go there.
Or do you want a farm fest? Is the question. I guess you want max maps from these players, maybe,
but also like let's say if it works really well with the sim against Peps, like he's going to put up crazy numbers on the sim. So your team DPS, you have Cassidy and Sim as your DPS on your fantasy team. I just want to put that out there. Okay. Yep. All right.
And it works until it doesn't work. And we might actually get to see that in our very first match of the day. So, we're just about to find out how awful Matt's fantasy team
You guys are actually hating on Checkmate. You guys are crazy, bro. That guy's ghost.
I have a fantastic record when it comes
No one said a negative thing about Checkmate.
Matt is terrible at fantasy football, by the way.
Is he actually?
Well, every time I guess
I don't think I've ever lost to him when we get matched.
I pick somebody the first week, their like leg explodes, and I'm like, oh well, I guess
that's because your national sport is doo-doo, bro, and they're just out there killing each other. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Unbelievable.
I think you're just cursing. You might be the reason they're failing, Matt. It could just be all coming back to you.
I could be cursing Twisted Minds here by picking Yubi. I mean, there could be.
Also, what is happening in your background right now? Why is there like a
we're still reliving the party from
the New York
last
Knicks.
night.
New York Knicks, won last night. That's crazy.
Sports ball. Yeah,
half the other team to get hurt, but we did it.
Sorry, making jokes about sports ball. I literally saw an Insta story of her at the Lakers game like a month ago. So is she pretending to get legitimacy from the gamers to not know about sports? That's crazy.
I'm playing all the.
No, I'm exposing you, bro. That's that. No,
thanks. That's really kind of you. That's what good friends do to
literally
each other.
at a game. Like, what are you? Jeez.
Speaking of good friends, some of them stick together at Team Peps for this OWCS Stages roster. Wow, Soon is in the mix together with Ken, Tread, Zerion, and FD God. Cookie has also joined Team Peps now for this stage, so they gotta make sure that they always have a German at hand. That's the important part.
Yeah.
But yeah, what have we taken away from that first showing with them?
Well, I generally thought Cookie was very good, but Tread showed a really great level of flexibility here. Bear in mind, Tread was one of the options for our cats here and ended up, playing for them in Hangzhou, but we suspect there might have been sort of internal reasons for that. We're not sure if it was necessarily performance-based because he had seemed to fit a better fit, for that meta. But Tread played a bunch of stuff, and honestly, his diva was really good. Also, FD God's nasty. He played very, very well on the Brig as well. I couldn't really ban him out there, so I liked what this Peps team had.
And we didn't see Soon last week, which is quite interesting.
Well, I'm sure they'll bring him out for good reasons. Now, Twisted Minds, so much to unpack. I'm very excited about this one. Because when I saw that there's a KSA reunion with Quartz and Yubi, that's already like, TVNT is still on the roster as well. Basically sharing a hero pool with KSA. So that's like a double hair and eye emojis coming into play there.
You go with the vibes.
They also got the simple the vibes. The vibes were the problem, I believe, prior to this reunion. But yeah, I mean, last week they played a really, really exciting close match against Alcatia. What was the big takeaway? Because they mainly just shoehorned Symmetra. Like that was just it. It was their thing. But can they do the same thing against
this team? Is going to play Maga. They are going to play Maga. They are not going to move off of it. When you try and ban it, they'll just play another style of rush. That's what you're going to get from TM. And against most teams, they're able to make it work. I think Alcatia, though, is just really well versed in the different types of strategies they can put together. So I think, but in a game like this against Peps, I do think that they can be quite effective with playing the rush.
Well, we're about to find out as we're heading into our first match of the day. So Match and Mitch, please. Match and Mitch. I just merged
I did it too.
together.
I did
you know what? I'm being more. That's efficiency. Match. Take it away.
You're just using less words, right? Just us combined plus the word match. It's just just go.
Yeah, it's extremely efficient. I honestly, there's like a tendency to stick casters' names together, so that's fine. I just didn't expect it to be without given names. What do you hear? What do you think about this? Do you think against the Malga, this is a bit of discussion right now, do you think the Freya is as good against the Malga as the Sojourn can be? Because it feels like teams that want to play Sojourn might still have a leg up against those Malga comps.
I think the Freya is fine. Well, we've seen Freya used against some of these Malga comps, and it's looked fine. Like, I don't think there's like a huge difference in terms of damage output, right, when you're looking at the Soj versus the Freya, at least from what we saw in week 1. This is going to be a Genji ban here for Twisted Minds. They get the first one, then it'll be a Juno ban for Pep. So the Juno ban definitely attacks some of those Malga-based compositions that you would like to run. I also want to point out, Mitch, when we did our fantasy lineups, no, I didn't want to point out my dog barking, but I want to point out that our fantasy lineups, we basically only pick from EMEA because we're doing EMEA, because people were like, where's sugar-free?
You can pick from both regions.
Yeah, no, the sugar-free barely would have been in there, but we decided we're here for EMEA. We're gonna handle EMEA. We're gonna talk about EMEA. So it'll be Busan, the map pick here for TM.
Okay, so the Genji ban against Peps, we've seen Ken play it on occasion, even last week. And I don't know between Quartz and Yubi if there's necessarily a Genji aficionado on the side of Twisted Minds. Even Psycho, I don't necessarily know if they play a ton of Genji either. So that just might not be something that's in the pool. Also can function as like a protect for something like Symmetra, who will be targeted on occasion over this series, and soon is in the server. We'll see him over Cookie today.
Yeah, that was one thing that surprised me when we saw the lineup, right? It's like, Cookie and Tread are the two new additions to this roster. We saw Cookie all last week. I know fans in the chat were wondering where Soon was. We will get a look at Soon. When you think of Soon, right, you think of like Tracer play, where maybe they want to run some Tracer, but at least you're early on, it'll be Soon playing the Soj, so a little bit of a different look. Yeah, Ken on the
Widow play as well. Yeah. Obviously, seen Soon on a long-range hit scan in the days of yore. Come on, Zarian, give me them fantasy points, buddy. No slacking today, Chief. We've got the Ramatri here for Twisted Minds. So this team always really prefers that sort of less flexible front line, the Malga or the Ram, as it is.
They must feel better about running this without the Juno in the mix, right? As I know, Quartz at range actually will get that kill on this soon. Seems like maybe just like an explosion at range where, yeah, without the Juno in the mix, like that orbital ray and, you know, some of the extra healing that she can provide, maybe you feel like it's a little bit safer to run the Ramatra, where, you know, you're not going to be as aggressive, right? Because, you know, Ramatra doesn't have the ability like Maga to just run in, stomp, knock a player down, and then burst him down, where you can still play like quite aggressive, right, when Nemesis form is up, but you really kind of want to like poke and then wait for, you know, Tread to come in. Tread takes a lot of damage right away.
Sim turrets, they're all set up here in this left side of room as Tread walked on in and took a bunch of damage from them. And remember, Peps, Tread has said like he doesn't prefer to play Winston, but any other tank in the pool he feels like he can comfortably flex over to. So you might see a little bit more variety from Peps and some of these other teams. And look at Zarian pumping up the numbers. You just love to see this, Matt. Big heals. Here comes Katsuni Rush now as they try and make a play towards the point. You get down the spike guard at the start of the fight. So Twisted Minds fight back with their Kiriko ultimate after already having lost a player. But Tread doesn't feel confident coming forward. He's taking too much poke damage and a boulder shot comes in off the side, but Quartz, he's not ready for the sound barrier.
Well, I mean, it's the nice boulder shot there from Quartz, but I mean, they just chase him down there with the effects of FD God's beat, where I was actually quite worried there for Peps, Mitch, because Tread was just getting so low constantly. Like, it feels like very difficult to keep him alive, right? Like, you can, you know, block some of the damage and damage reduction, but the sim, right, starts to like charge up the slow with the turrets. Like, it can be pretty difficult, I know, for the Hazard to play into that sometimes, where it seemed like he was getting poked down constantly, but they did a nice job using some of those ultimates to keep him up.
Quartz has looked really good this game so far, and soon walks away, stuck with the bolt. Not able to be healed up. FD God also eating one there as well, and once this Freya gets a couple of shots into you, you're going to be feeling it. Zeri lucky to be alive. Quartz is basically tearing Team Peps apart from that high ground position, and he'll take an even higher ground position to compensate. Now 55% accounting for Twisted Minds. Peps don't get much time in the sun, but it's enough at least to give him a foothold.
Yeah, I mean, you see around the corner, he just fires two explosives, almost kills Soon there, gets him back to like 1 HP. When you were talking about no Soj versus the Freya, where Sojourn has like really good mobility to dodge, let's say like dives, right, that come on through. The Freya though can take so many interesting angles, right, getting some of that you know, vertical mobility, as it'll be the overclock there. It puts down a little bit of damage, really isn't the thing that kind of ends up winning the fight though.
Yubi going down though, of course, that's probably the key vulnerability for this Twisted Minds composition, Matt. Something that wasn't really exposed or exacerbated so much last week, but the fact is, you're not playing with a true shield tank, and, you know, these off-bangers can be really dangerous to those squishy DPSs that like to play in the front line like Symmetra does. So Peps here having to snowball off that one pick, but it's a big stall for Twisted Minds. It gets them to 99 at least, but Peps at least can leverage both their support ultimates here. It has to be to the tune of 55%.
Well, the Sim is a complete glass cannon, right? If the Sim can stay in the front line and kind of duel and live and get ramped up, I mean, the damage output is like unrivaled, right? As KSA will play Diva here, probably you know, trying to peel a little bit, you know, keep Ken off of the back line. But teams have realized, obviously, that, you know, if you get rid of the Sim, that's like just a large source of damage gone from the opponents. Nice TP there from Yubi, gonna get to the other side of the point.
Eventually, looks like FT got forced to part with the beat, as I sense that he probably didn't want to in this kind of fight. KSA going to avoid any potential stagger there by heading over the edge. And so Team Peps end up spending both support ultimates in that fight. Really, they're leaning on a big pulse bomb to try and secure this round.
And we'll see if they're able to put it away, right? For the Twisted Minds there, you trade your Kitsune Rush for Rush and Beat on the other side, and then Simple takes out Ken. I mean, this could be massive here for TM to be able to get back into the point.
Zerian's lucky to walk away there as Quartz didn't have a charged shot to throw into him. Funny Astra's out of the game, but losing Tread definitely is a lot worse for Peps. And so Twisted Minds now can head back towards the point. They've lost their Sojourn. Quartz, I don't know what he was looking for there. FD got and Zerian able to combine onto him. There was a point flip amidst this fight, so Peps do need to start this touch going. And Ken doesn't have a recall for about 6 seconds, so he'll drop in. Looking for that backline here, all playing pretty compact, and Yubi actually melees Ken on the way through. Legitimately clotheslines the guy. Now that speed, there's no way Trace is going to pick himself up after it. Team Peps here get pretty close, but man, a couple crucial missteps, and Matt, they're both Ken eliminations that put Peps behind.
And you can see, though, the pressure that they're trying to put on Yubi there, right? I know Ken dives in on the Tracer, they got FD God there, they have Tread, like, just trying to get rid of that Sim, right? That if the Sim falls, like you're not really worried about like Hiri, Lucio, Diva damage, right? You feel like you're going to be able to kind of survive through that pretty easily. So taking a look here at some of the stats early on, I mean, Quartz just farming. I mean, just look at the amount of damage though compared from, you know, him to Soon and Ken. I mean, he's got more than Soon and Ken combined. I mean, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some of those shots coming in early. There is obviously some travel time with those bolts. It's not as much as I guess we kind of think for that kind of projectile. So pretty consistently, we've been seeing them hit across the map. And oh yeah, we got the new Gundam win scheme for the Ramatra. I feel it. Unfortunately, Fred, it doesn't make you better at the game. Sadly, you still die to Symmetra.
This is why I selected Yubi, because I thought you would end up in a match like this where I actually would favor Twisted Minds pretty heavily, right? In terms of like playing against Peps in this rush style, where you think that eventually it kind of like devolves into this with these two teams, and then this is where, like, you know, Yubi is like kind of the player you kind of think of with Sim and EMEA, right? With like how he's able to play it pretty consistently and wants to play it. So when I was building my lineup, this is exactly kind of what I was looking for. Is you know, now it's gonna be, ooh, this is a nice TP though from Peps. They get behind them.
All right, KSA having to whip around here, but concerned about the front line. Decent vortex actually to slow Peps down. Soon he's trying to play an off angle, but is just getting owned. Frankly, just taking too many of these Freya shots, forced out of those sight lines entirely. Looking for rails. Obviously, you can farm them off that teleporter a little bit, farm them off the enemy Ramatra. But you've got to outdo Quartz's impact over the fight now, which is always a tough ask. And bowler shot now at the ready. One more charge shot in soon, and that will be the end of the veteran. Grizzled veteran that he is. Oh, the bowler shot committed to get rid of the Sojourn. Whatever it takes, says Quartz, I will commit. Peps really don't have any presence in this round so far. Kitsune Rush committed there, and it's going to be torn up instantly.
And I mean, annihilation from KSA while inside of that rush, the bola shot. I guess also you would, when you talk about like like the Sojourn versus the Freya, like how fast the Freya can build ultimate, right? Like overclock, I think you would like obviously value like way higher than like a bola shot, but the fact that the bola shot is up so constantly, right? You know, has to account for something.
Beat for Empty God, keeping Ken alive, obviously going to be important. Both Sims are pretty vulnerable, of course, when they play that low ground here, so they need to try and make use of cover on this high ground, but also find a way to get good value and good charge. So it often forces them to play in the eye of the storm. You be taken down, though. There's that more vulnerability I mentioned earlier, falling to a hit scan threat. Sound barrier now comes out from Funny Astro. It's a little awkward, man. I don't know about that one. So your fantasy team, little Southsea, just put it out there. Still trying to play forward. KSA in that Nemesis form, trying to soak some damage, but Simple's now getting looks, and that's not ideal if Ramatra was able to go after a Kiriko like that. Quartz pressured up on that high ground. Big damage coming from Ken. Yubi's able to take them down at least, but what a dirty brawl this has turned out to be. Simple able to avoid scrutiny early on the round to come back and then take Tread down. But a Kitsune Rush has to be committed to the fight for Peps to find any modicum of success without their Ramatra. And look at the bulk of KSA.
Yeah.
It's so hard to run down. You commit everything to try and to push him over, and it's not enough. Easy map one take for Twisted Minds.
No, and then they end up using a Kitsune Rush towards the end there for Twisted Minds, and that allows them to end up taking it. But man, just like an absolute slugfest there towards the end of that second round. I agree with you, that Funny Astro beat. So like when I'm watching that, I was like, oh, this is actually really good from Twisted Minds, because the sound barrier comes in from Peps and they're trying to like push into Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds, they speed out, they TP out, they kind of kite it, and they wait that sound barrier out, but then like they lose Yubi, and like players are split from the low to the high, and they're not able to get like a really good use of their beat. It's just Funny Astro and KSA, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, they're able to kind of take that fight anyway. So big first map there for TM. That kind of went a little bit like how I was expected, coming into the week.
You saw how much of that fight that KSA spent like in block mode in Nemesis form there. Didn't really have to do a whole lot damage-wise, trusting his team to do it. This first shot was great. Yeah, of course, just able to find a couple connections there on Soon that instantly won the duel for him. Sound barrier came out in response to this bowler shot. Quartz taking a big risk, and maybe they hadn't tracked that ultimate or weren't expecting them to make use of it, but a pretty competitive round. I think, unfortunately, at the end of the first round, Matt, Ken dies at the start of the fight to Kiriko and then ends up dying while trying to push a backline and get onto Yubi, and then it's just over, basically. Yeah. They're forced to play with 4 players too often. This round here felt like
also
Peps tried to emulate what Twisted Mind's doing. It wasn't great.
When Quartz by himself is doing the DPS output of both of your damage dealers, right? It's going to be very difficult to win, regardless of what else happens, right? It's like, just like the damage differential there is just so large. I mean, 10k throughout the course of 2 rounds, like that's pretty substantial, especially when you only have a 5k healing advantage, right? So that's like 5,000 effective damage that just goes, you know, into players. So pretty large advantage there for TM.
Yeah, and what do you pin that huge difference in damage dealt on that?
Well, I mean, it's pretty hard. Like the Freya is able to just like get those explosive shots and just get angles like that you're not exactly used to, right? Because like she can jump into the air and like float and like take these angles like on top of buildings, over bridges, like, and it makes it really odd for especially like a Sojourn who's trying to put down consistent damage, like farm up rail shots and then just like one. Where we see time and time again, like Quartz is able to put like an explosive, you know, arrow in like you know, 2 different players, right, and just basically take them down to 1 HP like right away. So I think it's something where, you know, we saw a lot of Freya last week. I think we probably continue to see more Freya, and I think other teams are going to have to adopt to it, right? I know some teams we didn't see kind of go to it at all last week. I think some teams are going to kind of have to go to it.
Yeah, and that's the question for me. Obviously, Soon comes in, plays the Sojourn. Do they have a Freya? Is it enough? Cookie played plenty of it last week and looked quite good there. It definitely seems to be superseded a little bit by the newest addition to our DPS line.
So Peps gets rid of the Juno in map 1. For me, that's like a target at the Maga, right? If you get rid of the Maga here, they're just going to play the Ram comp that they just beat you with. And then if you're TM, just get rid of the Soj, right? Like Soon just played Soj the entire time. Like just get rid of the Soj, like force him to play the Freya, right?
Yeah, I mean, you obviously now, because you're not first pick, you know, if Twisted Minds do well in this series, they won't have any options to like protect ban, obviously because they won't get first ban at all. And they know that there's a map where they're going to have to go without the Symmetra, but we've seen Newbie play the Tracer and look like more than serviceable there, right? There's a bunch of options still for this team. And some maps maybe don't play quite as nicely to the Sim. God, did we see these guys play Gibraltar last week and play the Sim? I want to say...
I want to say yes.
I've seen it on a lot of the maps that TM have played, so...
And for New Junk City, you can play Sim here, right? Sim, Maga, like we've seen these types of comps play pretty well here. I'm curious what Peps decides to do a first ban. Like, it feels like if they banned Freya, you would just play the Maga comps with like a Sojourn in the mix. If you're TM, it's not like they can play that. If you get rid of the Ram, they're just going to play Maga, right? So like, what's the route they want to go here? It seems like at least off of that first map, they wanted to get rid of the Maga. They targeted the Juno. The next obvious thing would be to just get rid of the Maga, right? Where potentially that kind of opens things up for a Ram matchup.
Yeah, Ramatra, I suppose, like Orisa has some play on New Junk City, especially if you pair her with something that, like, you know, maybe helps her mobility a little bit. She's definitely less preferable, I think. No subs here for Pep. So it's a Sim ban. Now, we're going to assume it's a Twisted Minds ban, but that obviously would be a little bit strange considering they've been really trying to push this. The Lucio ban here for Peps is the sort of first ban that comes out.
Yeah, it would be, I mean, a bit odd, right, for TM who has only played Sim to ban the Sim. Okay,
there we go.
Yeah, so it is flipped. Okay, so yeah, I was like, wait, hold on. So Yui has been insta-locking Sim now for 5 maps, and then we're just going to, you know, wildcard ban it here. But no, it is Peps who gets rid of the Sim, and then TM in response gets rid of the Lucio. So you can still play Maga-based compositions here if you are Twisted Minds. I don't think this is out of the equation.
Yep. Yeah, look, I mean, we've seen Lucio banned on some of these Flashpoint maps in the past, and teams just play Kiriko Juno, which is, you know, so I don't think that's going to be a huge stretch. Obviously, having the mass speed is very, very good. Juno can give you some approximation of that, and you know, also have the Kiri, which is pretty handy. Now, question for you. I haven't actually had this interaction. I think I tried it the other night, but can you cleanse a bolt off one of your teammates, an explosive bolt?
Yeah, I believe so. Well, it's like a moment of invulnerability, right? So you'd have to, like, I believe, time the explosion. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, okay.
Cleanse can just do about anything.
I chucked one. Well, yeah, it's more about I guess that's fair, and the invulnerability window is long enough to probably account for the explosion, but I tried it. I couldn't quite tell when I tried it, but there you go. I mentioned the reset.
Well,
So
I mean, you know, if it's you that was trying it, right, you actually have to hit the player with the cleanse. You can't.
No, I just hit the ground next to them. I hit the ground next to them. It was fine. It's pretty forgiving, man. Pretty forgiving. I mean, if you've never played support, you would know this, but there's actually got a bit of a radius on it, so you don't have to direct hit them.
I don't have that option in the menu.
Yeah.
Support.
Okay. Quartz backing up here a little bit. So we do have Soon still on the Sojourn. Ken's Genji was banned of the previous map, so now they've got an opportunity to show us what they're made of. The Soon, yeah. Every time I see one of those aim shots taken by the Sojourn, I start to stress. And Tread is just going to get worked out here. Yubi looks comfortable on the Tracer, doesn't really miss a beat. Soon at least is able to finally find something here, but I'm scared from Zerion, and he will be brought down.
And just look at even the ult charge, right? That Quartz is able to build here off the rip. 60%. I know Soon is going to end up getting 2 kills here, right? So he's going to get a little bit closer, but still behind.
Okay, Yubi going down. I mean,
yeah.
Again, like we now of course know the Freya does not like to be pressured up close, right? Genji can be a bit of an issue for her, as you could probably just imagine if you compare those two heroes in your head. So Ken is able to find a flank angle and actually finally put some pressure down on Quartz. Peps might have an option here to make it harder for Quartz to play as aggressively on those off angles, because that's the difference between the Soj and the Freya sometimes. That Sojourn could play in formation pretty happily, especially because Disruptor Shot gets a lot of value there, whereas Freya wants to be a little bit of a looser end.
I'd also say I like the Team Pep's backline better in terms of like Brig Juno versus like the Juno with the Kiri. Like we've seen teams try and run the Juno with the Kiri for an extended period of time, even in stage 1. It hasn't produced the best results. Bowl shot available here for Quartz. His Tread is going to get D-Mac. That is a tough loss there for Peps.
Still a pretty healthy lead on this flashpoint for now. KSA going down. This is probably going to account to a little bit more extra percentages. Twisted Minds literally had to walk up on some of these Pep players, which they now will do. Yubi cleans them up, but 84% accounting for Peps with a rally into the next fight.
Yeah, you see Quartz is able to take that perk that allows him to see critical enemies like through walls, right? So tracking Soon right around the corner, knows that he didn't pick up a health pack, knew he was going to come back out and contest. When Ken gets this blade, that'll be interesting, like how you try and fight this, right? Because no rally, no sound barrier, obviously with Lucio gone, no big support ultimate to kind of block out Ken's blade, where like if you had a rally on the other side, right? Like the bash is really strong against the blade.
Running in play, KSA, oh, with the Annihilation. Twisted Mind's really trying to get ahead of this now, but the problem is you can still fight a Ramatra in Annihilation. KSA desperately trying to defend himself now. The pumped heals onto the front line of Twisted Minds, keep him in the fight. That Annihilation lasted for an inordinate amount of time, but here comes Ken with the blade. Exactly what you want to do. Try and walk up on the Freya. He doesn't have a dash cooldown now, so he needs to respect it, and the bolt does detonate. But Yubi elsewhere is able to find a key pulse bomb onto FD God, and he's found 3 kills in this fight. You take your sim away, and he's still free to have an impact, still free to run through your back line.
And he doubles back, gets the benefits of the orbital ray there, gonna time the recall there not to get hit by that self-destruct, but still gonna end up losing to Tread anyway, as Tread will finally get demacked. As TM hold on in the end here, Mitch. Good start here for Peps, but Twisted Minds able to take this first point.
Yeah, honestly, that sequence from Yubi was about as good as it gets for a Tracer. In a situation like that. Big pulse kill on the Brig, that's always like your first intended target, and then able to clean up really beautifully. Stall out. Knight and Diva, doesn't really matter. You can see the difference in impact there. 9 eliminations, Yubi for 2 deaths. Ken is 4, 0-2.
Nobody in the chat believed. They were like, what is this team? And then some of the people in the chat were like, yo, he's kind of cooking with this. Like, if Yubi plays well, there might be something here. We're getting it here today. It's Tread, I mean, just he lands an explosive shot. I mean, there's no way he can survive there. I mean, I know they're just taking so much damage from KSA. KSA is basically at full HP and just walks him down on the bridge.
Just not the start that Peps were looking for here at all. After a pretty decent beginning, with their Genji-based composition, able to threaten Quartz's position early in that last fight in Arena. This time, though, well, Quartz has a lot more space to breathe. Peps caught unawares. Now, again, nothing exciting on the horizon for them in terms of these ultimates, whereas Twisted Minds obviously could do this. Exactly this kind of thing. FT got brought down before Yubi would be able to take yet another pulse kill on the Brig. Treader's dealt with simple, so going aggressive here, but Peps are likely very spread out after that little passage of play, and looking at the point, you can see that was in fact the case. Soon's forced to double away. Tread's able to defense matrix and keep them alive, but Yubi's there to clean up. This is, as far as Tracer play is concerned, look, it's full marks right now for Yubi.
Yeah, I mean, this has been pretty ugly from Team Peps here on their map pick, right? This is their map pick, their first ban, right? To get rid of that sim. And it has been a little bit of a mess here, where also, you know, it's quite interesting, right? We talked a little bit about it, but Twisted Minds banning Lucio when they have Funny Astro. I mean, that kind of tells you what they think in terms of the gap between Funny Astro and FD God potentially on some of these other supports. That's going to be the second point right away, as they are speed running through Team Peps here on New Junk City.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive stuff, and they walk into the next engagement with an annihilation. Unlikely KSA is going to be remotely as aggressive with that now, but the fact that they can pair that with a Kitsune Rush, you know, the Ramatra is going to be able to cycle those Nemesis forms quickly and also just have a terrifying burst of speed. He already is pretty quick once he pops that Nemesis form. A lot to be afraid of here for your Peps. A lot rests on Ken getting stuff done. Okay, Boulder Shot comes in and is eaten by Tread, but the front line collapses instantly. And what's crazy to me is that no support ult had to be used. No Kitsune Rush was required.
No.
You know, Peps is 8th in ultimate and still got ruined.
Yeah, and now you're going to get Tread demeched here, right? So he's going to have to make a swap, going to lose the ultimate charge here. As, man, this things have gone from bad to worse here for Peps. As TM to push right through the choke. Don't really need to use anything there to be able to take it, right? Bola shot used, but now Twisted Minds, you'll end up having a double support ult. It'll be actually simple kicking things off here with a Kitsune Rush.
Caught out of the game. Zarian able to find him just with some torpedoes. Shield put in the right direction there for FD God. Starting up KSA, who does have Annihilation ticking, and that shield eventually is going to crumble. FD God brought to heal as a result. And here comes KSA, just throwing an Nemesis form in to make sure he has got max uptime of these flying fists. Zarian might be able to get away here, but Ken's play's only been able to find Simple so far, and Twisted Minds may look to regroup somewhat. Ken drops down, direction of KSA, who's still healthy. Funny Astro is more than enough to keep Twisted Minds topped up under these conditions, and Peps have had a pretty quiet outing so far today, Matt.
If the idea for Peps here is to apply pressure onto courts, and maybe that's what you're able to do, like with a Sojourn Genji Diva combination, it has not worked in any aspect. As soon as able to use this overclock, take out Funny Astro, but what, are they even going to make it to the point? No, they're not, and that's going to be a 2-0 lead for Twisted Minds. I mean, when did we start these games?
25 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, this is, come on, man, we're trying to get drops here for the people, but Peps, come on, put it together. But no, I mean, just a dominant performance from Twisted Minds. And I think, though, this speaks to, this team is so good at playing this style, right? When they are not thrown off really their game and they can play this style of play, they can put results like this against a lot of different teams, right? Not just Peps, but Peps willing to kind of go in that head-to-head today. They're getting farmed.
I mean, I'm Peps in terms of their ban strategy. I can't really argue with any of it, right? The Ramatra here, I think also KSA is also demonstrating that, okay, if you do ban the Malga or if you ban the Ramatra, like I've got a ton of other options here. You grimaced a bit when I brought up the Orisa as an option pre-game. We ended up seeing it from TVNT, but that did not seem to be it at all, man.
No, I don't think it really accomplishes much against the Ram, and then it just gives another target for Quartz to just free fire on, right? I mean, they're running the Genji and maybe the Sojourn as well to try and, you know, pressure out the Freya, and Quartz is just up in the sky, just putting down explosive shots, just, you know, dominating, right? You're playing the Diva there, trying to use the DM to get people in. If you would have just played the Orisa, I mean, it could have been even faster, I think. So for me, it's also really difficult for Peps because a lot of the stuff that they probably want to ban out is also stuff they would ideally like to have at their disposal, right? Like they wouldn't want to ban, you know, obviously TM ban Lucio, right? But like Peps could obviously do that for some type of like Juno Brig type of thing, but that also puts FD God at a bit of a deficit, right? You ban the Freya, that just moves Quartz over to Sojourn, and that doesn't exactly feel like a win, right? When like Maga and Juno end up in, you get rid of Maga, right? You're not going to play it, but they've already beaten you playing Ramatra against what you would play against Ramatra, right? So you don't really have a lot of great alternatives for Peps.
Do we think that Peps even have a Kiriko Juno potential?
Probably not.
I was wondering, like, does FD play Kiri? I'm not particularly sure. Looks pretty good here. I think, like, Kitsune Rush obviously has amazing, like, inbuilt synergy with what Ramatra provides. And Brig definitely has her place, especially up against those Tracer compositions. But, you know, you are the first target for Pulse Bomb, and you are pretty easy to stick with that. So, I mean, this is pretty definitive, right? Peps are very good at, you know, having to heal. But the deficit in damage done is just completely ridiculous. Like, 12k is like, that is like 1.5. That is 1.5 DPS heroes worth of damage over the course of like a relatively medium to long length game. Like you want, what, like 6k, 8k damage, like for a DPS here, like 12k.
There's only so much healing you can do. Right? Man. Like, I mean, how much they almost double them up in healing, right? But I mean, it's still nowhere close to be able to kind of stay alive through that. So it will be Circuit, which will be the pick here for Peps. You can play like Sigma here, but this is another map where Ramatra is really good, right? Like, I don't think Ramatra's, you know, awful tank on this map. I think Ramatra's pretty high in terms of the tier list of what you would play here on Circuit. So another opportunity. Is this where you could ban the Ramatra here, and this isn't a great Malga map, right? Like, but then Ziad just plays Diva, right? Like, or you know, like you're trying to force some type of Sigma play.
I mean, they might be trying to
you would have going for.
Yeah, I think like the one thing if you're a Peps fan and you want this team to lean into is probably Tread's flexibility. But I don't think that necessarily helped them much in the previous map where Orisa just didn't look like it was the answer to those comps. Like Tread can play the Ramatra, we did see that in the second round, but it's not just about like whether he can play the hero, it's whether like Peps are like used as this version of the team to playing around those comps. Also, like they've got like Soon in this week for Cookie, who was really good. And honest, I'm sorry, like Soon is not you know, he's able to find a couple of these like railgun picks at the start of some of these fights, which is great, but he's not able to really string together like this, the level of performance that Yubi put out in the last map, for example. So,
or I mean,
Circuit Royale's a great chance for that.
Quartz is like doubling, you know, them at times, right? Where I thought Cookie last week looked pretty good, right? I know for Peps, they were able to obviously get a win. Curious on the substitution, you know, pattern here for Peps. Maybe Cookie, you know, we obviously have had players be sick, not available. Maybe that's the situation here that Peps is dealing with. We just don't know yet. But Cookie, I thought looked pretty good last week. And, you know, one of their newer pickups with Tread, I imagine that they played, you know, them a ton, right? You know, putting Cookie in a ton. So it will be Team Peps getting that first ban, and they will ban Ramatra. So that's kind of what I was talking about before, right? This is a pretty good Ramatra map, but it's one that you can get rid of the Ramatra, and then the Malga isn't really good, right? So it kind of puts you into another situation. I kind of like the Pharah ban though too. Like the Pharah ban, that is something that TM doesn't really, you know, I mean, you know, UV can play it, but it's not like, you know, how they used to have with like Lambda, right? It's something that you can definitely, you know, have an issue, you know, going up against. So that'll be a Pharah ban for TM. As man, we are really going wild with that cow today. I mean, there's a whole lot of what is that the cow, right? Busan?
Sure. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was from Busan for sure. So we have a Peps Ramatra ban, so probably more expected ban, especially based on our discussion coming in. Pharah obviously can be a real nuisance on this map. Soon has played a bunch of Pharah in his time, so I get it. FD God, I would love the EI from FD God. I'm not sure if we're going to get it though.
I mean,
the defensive Zen is interesting because I always sort of felt against like the Sigma comps, it was a little bit neither here nor there. But if the Freya's playing like away from the protective zone of the Sig, and you can stick those discords.
Yeah, I was gonna say ball sojourn Freya. We'd have to get like Isik in here to figure out what's going on with Peps. Hit Sean Garris up, see what's going on.
No, he's got his hands full, buddy. Trust me.
As they will play the Sigma. So Sigma obviously very strong on this map. Curious that we're seeing like a Freya with Sojourn, right? Typically we've seen kind of you know, one or the other. So Interesting that they actually have a, I know Ken play the Freya. If I'm trying to remember from last week, like I think we saw even Cookie play some of the Freya, so maybe just an issue with the lineup here today. As
yeah, they did.
It'll be Simple playing the Zen here. So Zen obviously provides like a really large amount of damage output. Same as kind of the Iliari in aspect, though. Zen's damage is obviously behind the Discord and some of the damage amplification for the team, where Knight's Accretion there from KSA knocks down Tread, and now of course taking out FD God.
I don't want to, repeat the meme there, but FD God is playing on top of the bridge here in a really aggressive position while Tread is knocked down by an Accretion. So there is so much room for Twisted Minds just to go look in his direction and pick him off. But there's a Sojourn pick on course. Twisted Minds are going up against a hyper poke composition. So they know that one little mistake can get exacerbated, but if they can get out of line of sight into safety, I wouldn't call that safety for Simple, they'll be okay.
I don't know if you caught that there. UB actually tried to block the Accretion by using an ice block, just jumping in front of KSA. Almost able to do it, as Tread and Co will get the cart around the corner. Funny Astro though with this orbital array, right? You're going to be able to fight this. It's a very difficult corner to get around, right? So just because Pep's got it to this position doesn't mean they're just going to kind of cruise on home as Ken takes out UB.
Okay, switch over towards the May here. It's really worked out for UB. Yeah, this is, I mean, again, you are giving a great killing field for the poke composition that, Team Peps are playing, especially if you are looking all floaty like that. Funny Astro being brought down there. Soon, this is what I was mentioning that we didn't see in the previous maps. Beautiful little sequence there from the Sojourn play. He's locked in now. It's good to see.
Yeah, this comp has definitely worked for Peps. Funny Astro uses the orbital ray there, right? You end up winning. You hold on to your orbital ray. You're going to have a captive sun here. So everything's starting to work out for Peps. You get another good fight here. You're very close to taking that second checkpoint.
Simple looking to come forward a bit. That's cute. Using the hover perk there.
Yeah.
Well, he's hovering now, isn't he? All right, Transcender's going to be popped there, though, so no issue for Twisted Minds as they come forward. Bowler shot thrown out there by Quartz, no real connection. He'll go down, but Tread has fallen. That might be the more important pick here. Ken's looking to get into the back line. It's a wayward Accretion as KSA trying to track him to some degree. And UB eventually falls. Still, backline intact here for Twisted Minds. Bowler shot almost enough to account for them. And yeah, FD God's able to clean them up. That was a beautiful bowler there from Ken. Now he'll be able to back away as, well, Kinetic Grasp has to be used by KSA to keep himself alive.
Yeah, I was going to say, they did a really nice job from Twisted Minds with like KSA and bow supports being able to stay alive, but the bolo shot from Ken changes all of that, right? Gets that high ground that Freya can really only get, and just lands that bolo shot on both supports, and then KSA gets really low. Yubi's going to go over and play Sim here, right? So it's going to allow him to TP through that really narrow choke, see if he can put some damage down.
And see how hard it gets for TM up when the Iliari turret is taken down. It got picked off right at the start of the fight, whereas, Team Peps have been abusing their positioning of that turret for quite some time here. Tread hit with an Accretion. KSA, last one to be brought down here. Peps, all things considered, pretty expeditious run through Circuit Royal so far. This mega poke composition definitely paying off for them.
Yes, KSA will play Diva now, right? So wants to play. There's really not a lot of, you have obviously the Kinetic Grasp, but there's really not a lot of protection for that backline or the DPS, right? It's just kind of closing that gap with enough HP to be able to kind of take them out. So having that Diva in the mix, being able to kind of get past that Sigma, maybe put some pressure on a Ken end soon. Also being able to use the Sim TP, right? Move around the map. Look at that. I mean, they use that Sim TP to get behind them and then just drop an orbital array. I mean, there's no way you can react fast enough there if you're Peps.
The Sim here is really good. There are so many places to get a free turret value, and also those TPs on a dime are very powerful because at some point the defenders actually get put into relatively uncomfortable part of this map where they have to give a lot of ground to still have relevant high ground control. It's just past this point, so the longer they can hold this part of the map, the better. And that's simple. Switching to the Iliari off the Zenyatta, able to find a massive pick there on Ken. Of course, chilling. He actually doesn't have anything to shoot at right now. Such is how comfortable things are for Twisted Minds, but there's still 3 minutes of clock to burn here. That's a long time in Overwatch terms.
It also puts Peps Mitch in a little bit of a bind because like, would Peps probably want to play like a diva in this type of situation? Like, possibly, right? Because what, Quartz is sitting up there on the high ground with Simple and just putting down damage on players as they walk through the choke, right? Being able to use that defense matrix, get players in. But like, then you think UB just kind of like starts farming the diva up at the door, right? It makes it very difficult for the diva to kind of get even through the choke. So like, you're playing this Sigma that can be pretty slow to get in, right? And it allows just so much space to open up here for Twisted Minds.
God, and the symbol is so good against poke comps, Matt, for obvious reasons. But the safe zone here for Twisted Minds is pretty far forward. Touch of Peps now finally have to switch over towards the diva. So make an attempt here to dive with the Genji.
Yep.
But it gets harder and harder from here on out, I feel. They've got to find a way to get to Quartz in the first place, which is easier said than done. They've got that good mobility, but UB can turn up and, at a moment's notice anywhere on the map, essentially, with the rest of Twisted Minds. So Soon's hoping for a pick off this. But there's a lot of ground that Twisted Minds took that they can now just give back in order to play in safe zones.
But this is what I was talking that Peps would have been like forced to do. It's going to be a self-destruct up in the sky, doesn't get in case they're not able to get back in the mech. And you know, they actually switch to the diva, but they also use Ken on the Genji, right? You can kind of cross that gap with the Genji, push these players that were, you know, these players that are fighting here. I mean, that's crazy. These players that are fighting here were like up on that front bridge, right? So you can just see the, you know, how much pressure they put back, made them fall all the way back to this area on the high ground. But they don't actually finish everybody, right? That allows, you know, Twisted Minds to drop down and keep the card contested.
I mean, again, we're down to a minute and 10 seconds left here. Peps still haven't really been able to unravel this setup here from Twisted Minds. Here's an orbital ray. Keep KSA in mech. No, that's not going to work. Still, he's going to go to work with the Buddy Blaster because you never know. It's going to take him a hot minute, though, to charge that up, even with the empowerment of that orbital ray. But again, that ultimate's so powerful on its own, and Quartz is having to take this mean little high ground angle. That Twisted Minds able to win the fight, even though they lost their diva mech so early. Simple also close to a captive Sun now, which last time was good for a free pick on FD God.
So, I mean, Ken getting very low there. Some nice shots from Quartz. Actually times the recall pretty well, just not able to finish the kill off. Is what I thought was huge there, Mitch, right, is KSA ends up getting D-mech. That's actually a nice, barrier and, you know, just kind of like a knockback there from FD.
Not my goat! Not my goat!
Oh, he's gonna die. Yeah, Zerion, your fantasy, he's dying with your fantasy team.
But he's done so much healing this game, Matt. He's done so much healing. Just want to point that out.
I mean, prayers to the people who had Soon, Ken, or Cookie today. But what FD God did there is like a stun up on KSA that allowed them to get that kill, but there's just not enough follow-up there, and that is where the cart will stop moving. Does it feel like to you that once, obviously Ken has to go over to like the Genji to get towards that high ground, but it just feels like their damage output was so low without the Freya in the mix, right?
Yeah. And again, like, they are playing the more mobile version of this diva composition. Like, the Genji is obviously in the mix, can sort of go dive with the diva. I think the sim is still a problem. You know, especially if you pull up on some part of the map that actually has those turrets placed defensively. Like, any Genji player knows, like, the last thing they want to walk into is those sim turrets. As soon as they would have a really good game, 14 eliminations, but, you know, crucially, it's the first two parts of the map where he is able to not only clean up the fights, but open them up with really important picks. I think that, like, you know, you really need that. You really need that from your, you know, Sojourn player. But it has to be sustained over the course of the game. Funny, Astro got targeted pretty heavily by Team Peps, and they did a good job going after the Juno here. But Twisted Minds, I like the hyper poke look, but once they switched off the Zen towards the Iliari, things started looking even better for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Twisted Minds made the right adjustments there throughout the round, and I will say for Peps, probably the best round we've seen from Soon, right? Throughout the series thus far, it's been the best look that we've gotten from him. So it'll be interesting to see here if he's able to kind of continue this strong play.
Out of the gates we go. Team Peps. Now, again, we're able to make it as far into the map as they would like to. And we have the right half of KSA. This is a little bit, I alluded to the London Spitfire way of playing. Last time we saw Twisted Minds, this is even closer to it. They still have a really strong poke-oriented setup, but obviously they've got a very a much more strong
This
shield.
feels like they're kind of stumping on at this point. I mean, yeah, this is like, see them push around the corner.
KSA walk up in a bro. Hey, you gotta respect this guy, right? Listen, that shield, look at that shield. That lasted so long. That shield is so big. Everyone tells me how big that shield is. It is the biggest shield in the game.
Yeah, it's a UB actually with a TP there. I love KSA with no fear, just running straight past the Sigma barrier and then somehow not being punished for it here. So, man, this is just, you know, clean here from TM. Playing the Rhine. I mean, you can see how unexpected it was to play the Rhine. Doesn't even have a skin on. I mean, that's
it's so cold that he actually hits the default skin. I'm not gonna lie. UB's doing it as well. Is this a movement? Is this a minimalist Overwatch movement?
Yeah, straight up Overwatch 1 skin just defaulted. I know, running it down. That's crazy. It's they'll play close the door. They're gonna have both support ultimates here, right? The Reinhardt can actually be really good inside Vorgelry, right? I think you're gonna have the Bola shot here, so see just the trickery with the TP, right? It's gonna put a UV behind him. Quartz is gonna use the Bola shot. Oh, just destroy soon at range.
I mean, I think now we have it like pretty definitively that Twisted Minds are the better team, but obviously like Sigma wants to give up space in small increments, right, while rotating his cooldowns and buying time for his poke comp to get value. Ryan wants to take that space very quickly. He wants to occupy it instantly, and it makes it a little bit hard for Sigma to play that sort of war of attrition because Ryan just says, no, you're gonna fight me now on the front line. You don't have time to think, you don't have time to react. Oh, that was a gravitic flux that never really got off. Twisted Minds here just rushing Peps down now.
It feels like to me though, if you're gonna be a team like Peps and play this style in EMEA,
what is
like you need to be truly like elite at it, right? Like where Twisted Minds,
my god!
I mean, Twisted Minds, you see just like how good they are at this style of play. Like if you can't match this, if you're a team Peps, like you got to consider like, you know, going in a completely different direction or at least having another alternative, right? Like one of the things I think that the Ultimates have, you know, obviously looked really good at, you know, working some more dive into their, you know, game plan where I think if you're Peps, you got to start thinking about another way to kind of work different comps in because it's not pretty today.
That was diabolical. No, that's war crimes. Oi, buddy, that is brutal stuff. Twisted Minds, they play fair, they play nice for the first couple of maps. So we get to Circuit Royal, they realize they've been able to hold off Peps. They play the Reinhardt. With the sim, obviously, it's a very powerful little setup, and teams have, you know, in the past, used that style to, you know, overcome some of the topographical disadvantages the less mobile Ryan comp can have. In this case, though, TM used it purely to get into Pep's head.
I mean, they just ran through them. I mean, Peps didn't really put up, like, we're kind of talking about the overall Reinhardt strategy there because, like, Peps is really not putting up any, like, there was not really a fight on defense, right? They just kind of, like, ran through the map. Look, I thought Twisted Minds would win this series. I didn't think it would look like this. I thought it would be a little bit more, you know, drag and knock back on both sides, but Twisted Minds dominated today.
Yeah, clinical, absolute clinical performance. And as you said, that we kind of thought that's how it's gonna go down, but in that dominant of a fashion, clearly Twisted Minds had some lunch plans or afternoon plans because they just kind of ran through it. It started off on Busan and like it literally just went from bad to worse as the match progressed. Like it felt like Peps never really found their footing. You guys talked about the comms they're playing. Peps trying to like kind of play what Twisted Minds are playing, but like on such a lower level that it really they did not look comfortable on it
What
at
is this
all.
sojourn? What is this sojourn Freya? Sorry, my goat soon needs to go and watch Cars 3 and then report back because I don't know what
Like
I
more
get it.
damage output.
I get it, but you know it is tough, obviously, against like you know like a pretty heavy shield setup. But Soon was also like he's pounding at some part of this map, right? We get like a legend level performance from him for a short time, but it passes so quickly, and all of a sudden, a team are playing the Diva. They've got the sim back in their mix, and again, like Peps just don't seem to know what to do.
This series, though, it like you could watch map 1 and have a really good idea of how this series was going to go the rest of it because it was clear that like Peps wanted to play a fairly similar style of play but was just getting like heavily outmatched. And then at that point you talk about like how the rest of the series goes in terms of like the ban process. and there's nothing they can really do to give themselves like swing that advantage like back in their way, right? Because they all want to play the similar types of comps. So
yeah,
that's where you need to have some variation. I think like how, you know, Christopher and other, you know, coaches, players talked about for EMEA, where you need to be able to kind of play some different type of stuff, because you can't get in a scenario like this where it's like, oh well, we just want to play Rush, they want to play Rush, but like we're way worse, right? Like there's no like, how do you win? So I mean, it's just a pretty brutal loss there for Peps. See them go back to the drawing board a little bit.
Yeah, I really feel like that was not too much which could have been done in terms of map choices or like, yeah, hero bans and whatnot. They were just like,
well,
they kind of got, it was outmatched. They got outmatched. No, even on Gibraltar.
But you don't want to play Gibraltar either. Yeah, that's the problem.
Exactly.
So we do the Ryan Sim. It's great. It works.
Does it?
Yeah.
Until it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, I mean, let's focus on the positives here. Obviously, Twisted Minds looking really clean. Juby is getting themselves the Player of the Match honors. Last week we saw lots of just Symmetra, but today we saw Juby touching some other heroes as well. And just generally, I feel like whatever Twisted Minds were playing, they looked comfortable. It didn't feel like anything threw them off their game, whereas the opposition team Peps, like, they were kind of struggling. They just started to like, almost sounded like, it seemed like a panic swap onto certain heroes to try and match, but they just couldn't. So Twisted Minds taking this one.
Yeah,
for me, Mitch, it's not even the Sim, it's the Tracer on map.
It's a Tracer play. Yeah, I think like New Giant Cities was such a blowout. It was such a non-map, and that's the thing. Like, obviously, Yubi does more than just the gimmicky Sim, and that's why he has a place on a top team in Europe. But that performance, even from my expectations, was that's probably why they get Player of the Match here. It was pretty wild.
Absolutely, and that means that Twisted Minds are now climbing up in the standings, of course, as well. Yes, they did lose their first match of Stage 2 against a very clean-looking OWCS, and that was a 5-map banger as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they shouldn't be -2. They should be +2 now with that map differential.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that should technically put them at second for now. But yeah, like, look, good showing from Twisted Minds. I think that, you know, this team, we have questions about like what's the plan with their tank line, but I don't think it really matters too much when it works so well for them. It's when things stop working for this team that you start to worry. But front to back right now, they look like they're very well prepared for like a top 3 showing in this region.
Look, if nobody is going to, if you're not going to force them off of their comfort stuff and you're going to try and play like the Rush with them, they can contend with anybody in the region, right? It's just when, you know, somebody comes in and they play like a sick Winston comp or like Hazard and they like throw off, you know, the Ram, the Maga completely, that's when things start to like spiral a little bit out of control for TM.
Well, we'll see which team is managing to push them there. Thus far, it's not happened. Up next, we do, of course, have our EMEA top dog, OWCS, going up against the newly promoted Frosttails Esports. So we're going to see you after this.
this. No, you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they probably like it.
At your service. Been a while since I had so much company. The hunt begins. Nothing personal, kid. If the bounties keep coming, I'll keep collecting. You got in my way. Outlaw country, huh? Enough bounties out here for a girl to retire on. Come on! I'm notorious for a reason. I never get tired of this.
I'm no scared of nothing.
I'll get quite the payout for you. You wanted the best, and you got it?
It's time for Stadium 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the games begin. Coming out of the gates with some new tricks. What a game changer! The dragon becomes me. Bounty eliminated. That's a massive score for Genji.
I've got you in my sights.
Talk about a fresh perspective. It's a close round, folks. We're coming down to the wire. Anna's taking matters into her own hands. Looks like Moira's got a few tricks up her sleeve.
A taste of poison.
It's a multi-ball! Oh, massive play! Massive! Close one! Let's see if they can come back next round.
Summon's not right here.
What's going on out there, guys?
We just gave them that one. It was pity.
What can we do better?
Okay, the Zarya is frying us.
I could build beam flexion for Zarya. Let me sell something real quick and buy that one.
Good idea. I'm basically just spec'd into Nano Boost. If we group as 5, I hit somebody and it hits everybody around us, and then everybody gets a taste.
I'm just going to heavily invest all into my weaponry. Every single power-up, I'm just going to be a DPS machine.
I think what we need is more orbs.
Make sure they're healing orbs, though.
Definitely not.
All right, let's do it.
Match point!
That's what I'm talking about!
Push fast right side. Push fast right side.
I'm on Zarya.
Get Zarya! Go! Me and you all.
I've got you in my sights.
Big flash!
I got the point.
Right side. Kill Juno. Nice. Good stuff. Oh, Reaper behind. Box out.
We died by mini-bomb.
Okay, reset.
We have Nanoblade for next fight. 3, 2, 1, go!
There we go.
We all got it.
Walk forward. I'm ulting.
Let's go!
This fun's on land.
The acting performances. It never gets tired. Yeah, next level.
You can tell Johnny's been
Who
hanging out
needs
with the
union
DiCaprio.
actors when you've got Jack and Johnny? Get him
Right?
in there. SAG be damned.
Absolutely love it. Oh man, and you'll see both of these incredible actors on our broadcast one day or another. Are they on actually today?
Johnny's on today.
NA.
Yeah,
Okay.
Johnny's on today.
Jack is on.
Well
tomorrow.
informed. All right, Johnny will be on this broadcast, on this very broadcast, a little later today. So stick around for that. It's going to be another good performance from him.
We have
for
more
now,
matches
though,
like that first one. They might be on here pretty quick.
yeah, right. It's just around the corner because clearly Twisted Minds, they got some plans in the afternoon. They kept that first match short and sweet. A very dominant showcase of skill. Now, another team that has been extremely dominant in the first week was OWCS. They're currently at the top of the standings in the EMEA region, and they won over Twisted Minds and the Ultimates last week. Twisted Minds, that was a 5-map banger of the series. The Ultimates was actually quite a one-sided affair, and OWCS looked extremely dominant. Obviously, a big standout has been Ziad. We're calling him Ziad or Ziad?
Ziad, yeah.
Ziad. Ziad, it was his debut last week with the team, and he looked really, really clean. Like it looked like a really good fit for that team. One thing that stood out to me is that they kind of seem to stray away from that Freya. You guys don't feel like Freya is a must pick right now?
I mean, Labda, I think, has, obviously been incredible on the Sojourn, but I just don't think that they had picked up the Freya yet. Bit of a pep situation there, I think. And they haven't really had to. I want to say, Junkbuck learned a lot of things from Krusty, and thank God he didn't learn about pick ban strategy because he absolutely rolled the Ultimates with it. Basically, like every part of the ideal comp that Ultimates wanted to play, like he was able to target through that ban phase. So they never really got to play their, exactly their style. I'm curious if Labda's been working on the Freya. I have to imagine that he is. And God, if he can turn from a Pharah one trick into a disgusting hit scan player, I'm sure he can get the Freya going too.
I think he'd be able to figure it out. I also think adding Kellex to this team adds like a level of stability to the backline, right? Like I know Haku, pretty good player, but Kellex has been around, stable, consistent, experienced player for a really long time. So I think he adds a lot to this team.
And Ziad should have been, I feel like, in Hangzhou with this team. I think he was probably the better option between him and Tread. It just didn't really pan out. So I think OWCS are now realizing that, they're committing to the single tank strategy, not going to rotate that anymore. And we'll see what Ziad's hero pool starts to look out as maybe that, is something Junkbuck wants to develop, because he publicly said we're a bit easy to ban out right now, he feels. So that's something I'm sure he's looking to try and fix.
We still got to see different looks from Ziad already last week, so let's see if they expand on that. Today they're going to go up against Frosthill's Esports squad, the newly promoted, freshly minted, with a few familiar faces though.
Yeah, we've seen Shine in the past. What are you going to say, Mitch?
No, quite a few. I mean, we've seen like Pac, Kyo, Margin, Gogo. We've seen a bunch of these guys on like that New Age team, if you remember. Like a lot of like those French players from last year OWCS. And I'm sorry, but like these guys, I do think that they have the potential to be quite decent. I mean, a lot of them have played at this level before, but losing in the way they did to Peps does not fill me with confidence.
It was a 3-0. Was it one of those quality losses for those who have not watched the game? Was it one of those like, no? Okay, never mind. No hope for them. OWCS got this.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I do feel like Frosthill's are going to take a little bit of time to develop a little bit, but I think Peps looked horrific today, I think is like the nicest way to put it, and Frosthill's were never going to map against them, so there's levels to this, and I think OWCS are definitely favored.
Well, let's see what they can get done against OWCS in their first match of week 2. So guys, please take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, tough for Frosthill's because they obviously ascend up to OWCS alongside Quick Esports, who actually looks really good. So they definitely have like quite a bar to try and meet here, Matt.
Yeah, I think Frosthill's has like potential, right? I think just well, we'll see what happens with Quick Esports, right? You had that really good game in week 1, and we started to say how awesome you are. Let's see kind of what happens the rest of the way for Quick. So it'll be an OWCS map selection here to kick things off. They will take us to Busan, pretty similar to how we saw our last series kick off with TM taking us there.
Yeah, and obviously OWCS can quite easily play the D.Va style, right? I feel like that's probably where Ziad looks at his best. They play Tracer, Sojourn. We're off to the races. Checkmate obviously is able to play that Genji. That has been, looked at and banned away from him from time to time. We even saw like a Baptiste composition with the Diva setup on Gibraltar from these guys last week. Was weird, but Landon is that good. He can obviously sort of play like any of those flex supports at like such a high level. So I think is going to be one to watch here. They did lose Gibraltar, but it ended up being a pretty close game. So it is what it is. So Lucio banned out here by Alcadzia, whereas the Freya is taken away. I like would have expected this to be the other way around, but again, like it might just be Frosttails. Don't feel like they want to try and bring that hero in. Whereas Alcadzia also haven't really tried to do it themselves. Like they've been playing the Sojourn.
I guess the threat of it potentially, right? I do think though it speaks to a little bit about how strong Freya is here early on in the meta, right? Where you're worried about Freya being selected by the other team, right? Players are gonna have to start picking up this new hero because quite effective. I mean, you saw in the last series, right? In that Sojourn versus the Freya matchup. I think obviously a lot of other things going right for Twisted Minds, but I think that was one of the bigger things.
Yeah, so, I mean, Calyx is obviously able to play the Lucio at a great level, shows us good Brig play, and Juno is something that you can mix in here quite happily. Frost, as we've seen Margin, we sort of expected to see like more Diva from them. That actually wasn't so much the case. The Orisa actually was something they tried for quite a lot. Cassidy for Keo here, having banned out the Frez. That might be why they wanted to sort of go for this. Will not be favored against Soj at that sort of longer range game. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, exactly. Like you think obviously getting rid of the Freya puts Cassidy in a little bit better spot, but like it's not like Sojourn is terrible into the Cassidy, but it will be Keo getting that first pick.
And I guess the Sojourn of all things. So we kind of cursed that one. I don't know what it is about. These European hitscan players wanted to go over to the Cassidy when they can, but losing Margin is a big problem for Frosttails. Point can be capped at any point now, but Alcadzia hoping just to take a bit more advantage and force Keo out of the game a little further. They'll send Leather down to cap, and pretty uneventful first fight despite that early pickoff for Frosttails that needed more.
Who do you think this comp favors? Like, I would say it definitely favors Alcadzia, right? Like, you're mirroring the tanks. I think Landon on the Illari, it's like an interesting look here for a little bit of extra damage. And I think the Sim Sojourn is obviously a little bit better, more versatile than playing like Tracer Cassidy. Like, look at this range that Keo's in here. Like, what is he going to get done?
I mean, his damage fall off is pretty severe at this range. He's better at shooting people down on the point. Like, Calyx has enough time to react, respond, and drop down. And once the Orisa pulls up on you, like, you're basically cooked. Margin able to save up most of the Terror Surge. A nice little TP back there for Ziad. Able to get out of harm's reach, get healed. Go! No, man, you can't afford that. And that's, again, something you've got to respect. The Javelin can be devastating in these Sojourn comps, and Ziad is hitting them.
I mean, dude, he was like, when you kind of look at like all the fantasy stuff from last week, obviously a smaller sample size, right? But he was like the #1 player. Like, Ziad is so talented in terms of the tanks in the meta right now. As you see, they just locked Frosttails at the door.
Van Hammer here for Keo, just trying to bust his way through. Deadeye, he's taking the perk that gives him a refund if he cancels it, but he doesn't. Now forced back, Landon's pylon been doing a lot of work here. That's the only casualty the Cadsy have suffered in this fight so far. Pretty good, I think. Here comes Frosttails, though, with their orbital ray. Oh, Calyx goes low. Labda not quite able to slip away there as Pac cleans him up. And off the back of that ultimate, Frosttails should be at least able to get some capture percentage going.
Yeah, but I mean, you're going to keep up, above 80% here. So Alcadzia get off to a fantastic start. That time, though, Frosttails, they just had some ultimates, right? And there was no way that Alcadzia was going to be able to fight through that. They tried to kite it a little bit, but obviously you don't have like a Lucio with the Lucio ban coming in. You don't have that like group speed to get everybody away. Maybe it's like a TP in response, but man, just a really nice fight there from Frosttails. Pushes them back, ends up getting them, and then getting the point.
Big shout out to Martin here with the homage to Roar with his Gladiator's tank skin. Big fan of that.
The big Roar fan.
Yeah, big Roar fan. Labda on the hunt, already found Keo there. So Cassidy out of the game. Quick flip back, I think, will be the order of the day for Alcadzia here. His pack is not even able to get rid of that healing pylon, which is a big problem. We'll get a healing pack of his own. Flip now, Alcadzia in control. Calyx has gone down. Margin falls though, try to go for a Terror Surge, and that's a trade. If you're Alcadzia, you take every day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely, right? As Puck tried to make it back towards the point, but it is flipped, and with Ziad taking out Kiwi, I mean, what do you have here to be able to do? It's going to be just Pac being able to kind of get a touch here, sending it into OT, but he is so low, doesn't have a recall. It'll be a dead eye from the high ground. You can see where the captive son takes out Landon, but this is all Alcatia.
Yeah, nothing makes you feel the power creep more than Minkasti trying to fight Iliari. She can handle you quite easily. Alcatia take that round away as Landon goes for the captive sun connection onto the enemy hit scan DPS and is able to complete the kill. Frostales are losing margin a little bit early in some of these scenarios. Even after taking an early pick, we saw it in the very first fight of the round where Kyo actually shoots Labda in the head, gets rid of the Sojourn, and then Margin dies. And it happens a couple of times throughout the round. And Margin does very early on in the fight, and like it's a trade up for Alcatia, giving up like a support or one of their DPS for it.
When you see the Orisa just lose the armor, right? She just topples over. And just think about the difference in terms of damage here for Alcatia, especially at range, right? With Labda being able to just kind of farm the enemy Orisa at range. It's just a pretty sizable advantage. Like the Tracer for Pac can get up close to the Orisa and put some damage down, but you're not worried as much as like the Alari, the Sojourn, putting down some big burst damage at range. I mean, look at Majin already, basically dead.
And Kiwi has actually taken the perk that gives you healing when you do right-click damage, right? So in some situations, maybe if your tank's getting folded like this, you want to take the faster, opener travel time for the target below 50% health, or I think at critical health. But yeah, they've taken a more aggressive slant here with their perks, which is fine. But it might be harder in a pinch to get Margin topped up if Gogo has eyes elsewhere, and this is not where Ziad wants to be. In a lot of trouble, being forced down to the low ground, but doesn't actually have to overcommit for this, right? In the meantime, Labda's able to tear strips off Frosttails. So while he doesn't want to be there, the rest of his team is just doing the job for him. He can trust them to go to work on Frosttails.
No, it was not a great spot for Ziad to be in, but with the overextension there from Frosttails, and they're not able to get rid of him, it's just so much damage going down onto Majin Kyo, and you're not able to get those players out alive. So although it gets off to a pretty decent start for Frosttails, it is not going to result in substantial point progress, right? They get up to 12%, and then the point flips immediately.
Okay, Alcatia want to try and push as far forward as they can here. Just not give Frosttails any good sight lines for Kyo. They'll even bring him down early. Terra Surge, not necessary there. Pac still crumbles anyway. Rebozo. The look over towards Margin. Now, this is pretty elementary stuff here for Alcatia, and there's no incentive to sort of give Frosttails any room to fan out here.
No, I mean, they get right up to the spawn door, right? Just make it as costly as possible for Frosttails to get out as see Ziad charging up those spears, trying to connect with maybe somebody back in the spawn as Captive Sun is going to be shot right at the TP. Nice cleanse though there from Kiwi.
Landed though, such is the mobility that he has, and that ultimate can sort of get out of line of sight, fold away, and let Labda step up in his stead. Gogo flatten instantly. Terra Surge here being utterly disrespected by Labda because he knows he's got plenty of healing from that orbital ray. Another one-sided fight here for Alcatia. They are farming Frosttails one after another. Last chance for this upcoming team.
Who is that?
Make something happen.
Is that Pac on the other? So we're in the spawn here at Frosttails. I believe Pac is on the other side of the map. Like he just kept chaining his sim TPs. Yeah, so he's like all the way over here. So he's trying to be the one that maybe gets a touch. He's going to use the sim barrier, basically trying to keep himself up.
Inspirational. Inspirational.
I love it.
Well, sim barriers are going to be reciprocated here. Checkmate throws one down on the point that cuts it in half, allows Checkmate to dance it, put constant pressure down on Margin. Actually be able to return to the fight with enough time to be relevant, and Kellex almost takes far too much damage there. Slowly, he gets topped back up, but he's fighting fit now, and Margin falls first. This time, not his fault. He's got no choice but to step up and contest, but it has been a bit of a worrying trend over the course of this series so far, where the Orisa is getting dominated on the Frosttail side of things. This is just clean up here, folks, or mere formality, as Alcatia are vastly the better team on Busan.
And I mean, that's without the Lucio in the mix, right? Where Kellex is fantastic on the Lucio. So a really good start for Alcatia, who I think after Champions Clash, they're really trying to prove a point that they are the second best team in this region. Potentially can even kind of go toe-to-toe with teams like VP.
Yeah, honestly, I think that makes perfect sense. They already, showed us a pretty ridiculous run at those Stage 1 playoffs, and it would deserve to be in Hangzhou. I just don't think they had the best lineup for that event. You know, it was definitely a meta game where I think someone like, you know, Ziad probably would have been able to find a little bit more action there. Trent had to play heroes he didn't want to play. And that was obviously, he had to play Winston at that tournament. It just didn't look very good. So
not great.
This team are legit. They've got a pretty star-studded lineup at this point. I think we've sort of come to expect a pretty high level from them. And Kellex has only seemed to bolster their consistency.
Without a doubt. I mean, I don't think you're going to add a player like Alex. And potentially, I mean, this is chaos. I mean, the second round was basically Frosttail's entire existence in their spawn after the first fight. But I don't think you're going to like get worse adding a player like Helix, right? He just brings a level of experience, you know, calmness in big moments, right? He's played in huge games before. Somebody who has obviously, you know, played through multiple different metas and kind of seen success. So I don't think you're going to get worse in that type of department, right? I think can only add more to this team.
Yeah. And this is just a great showing. I think, like we talked about, Ziad, who, you know, was able to find some brilliant connections with these energy javelins to set up some kills, especially on mecha base. Here, I really feel like they just did their job. So I think the stats speak for themselves here.
Pretty, that's pretty crazy. 8.8 is one of the higher ones we've seen. I mean, that is up there.
North of 3 is very good.
Yeah, I mean, north of 5 is crazy. You know, north of 8 is, you know, that's a new realm, a new territory there. But Frosttails, this is another series, kind of like our first one, Mitch, right? Where these EMEA teams, they really like to play this aggressive style of play, you know, more brawly, more rush style. But when you get up against a team who seems to be much better at it than you are, what is the other alternative, right? Like, what does Frosttails have that they can pull out?
I mean, you go and you play these games and you use them as opportunities to just sort of strengthen your cohesion and chemistry as a team. I don't think that like playing Orisa at every turn is going to serve Frosttails particularly well. I want to see a little bit more, you know, of what Margin is capable of. I want to also point out that Frosttails probably suspected they wouldn't have to face the Freya down, but they do ban her on that first map. It means that neither team really might be wanting to go in that direction. Yep. New Junk City is the pick, a very reasonable map for Brawl.
But this is what we just, is literally what we just saw. Like, what are they going to do? They're going to ban Orisa, and then we're going to get like Ramatra head-to-head. So curious to see where Frosttails goes in terms of the bans, right? See if they can kind of turn the tides, you know, in this series. I'm trying to look back as, you know, the bans for, you know, Peps in that match, right? This was like where they banned the Lucio in this one.
You really want to play Cassidy
here, but
just ban Sojourn against this team. Like, I don't think Alcadia, yes. I mean, we have not seen any reason to expect the Freya. Just ban Sojourn. You want to play Cass.
If you ban the Sojourn, they probably play Tracer Sim, right?
Yep.
That's probably what they go to. Is there a threat of a little Lambda Pharah?
You can mix it. Yeah, obviously there are some parts of this map where it's pretty atrocious.
Like Tracer Venture potentially, right off the rip. We see that on first point sometimes.
It's good with them. It's better with the Malga comps, I think. I don't know if you.
It needs the stomp. It needs the stomp. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I think like if you're, are you worried about the sim here? If you're Frosttails, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think so. I think the sim obviously is an enabler of a lot of these different brawl styles of play, right? So getting rid of the sim, I think would be pretty good, pretty viable option. Just it does leave open the tank and the support pool though for you know, Alcatia, which is obviously can have a huge impact on the game.
Alcatia might try and force brawl here on this map. Yeah, okay. So this is not. As far as we understand, it's actually Frosttails ban.
Yeah, the Frosttails ban is the sim. So the Frosttails ban is the one on the left here. It's the sim. They get rid of it here first, so clearly they are worried about it. And then for Alcatia, you just get rid of Diva, right? Opens up Orisa, opens up Ramatra. So we'll see that come into play.
Okay, so yeah, we have Alcatia forcing brawl on this kind of map, and the sim taken away, which is probably not the end of the world as far as Alcatia are concerned. We're having that updated for you right about now. It does mean that, like, you know, I still want to see if Alcatia have been working on Freya. Like, if your coach is Junkbuck, he's probably telling his players, guys, you need to, like, continue to broaden your hero pools. Like, I just don't think he's going to be satisfied when his whole message coming into this stage was like, we don't want to be that team that is so easy to target, ban out, and sort of punish for maybe lack of flexibility. So I do wonder about the Freya. Might still see, Labda playing in the comfort zone of the Sojourn, which is very reasonable here. It's quite strong. I mean, you play like Sojourn Genji here more than happily, right? You just go to work with that comp. You can mix the Tracer in if you want to, but I don't think this hampers Alcatia whatsoever.
No, I would agree with you. I think you can still play Sojourn, right? Ziad might have gone to like Diva, right? If they felt like a threat in like the brawl, but I think after that map 1, is there any reason to feel like there's any threat? I would say no, right? So not surprised to see Alcatia go this direction.
All right, folks, New Junk City on the docket next. I mean, I'd love the Reinhardt, Margie. Honestly, if you could skew that up for me, I will be very happy. Katsia have actually worked in this Iliari a bit more, right? We just saw it on the previous map, but it's kind of fun. Juna Iliari on like a map that features less of those straightaways is really interesting. But on this map, I do think in Arena, you've got decent places to put those pylons where they're hard to take down. And obviously, like if we go to ducts or something like that, then it's actually pretty sick. Like there's a pretty sick setup if you can take the point first. What do you think about the Sombra here?
Sombra is an interesting one because like Sombra you would play against like a Diva, for instance, right? I would have thought potentially you see like Checkmate play Tracer, but the Sombra, definitely a little bit of an interesting combination, and Labda will end up playing the Freya. So we talked about we didn't really see it last week. We've only seen play the Soj. Maybe it's something that teams obviously have scrimmed, have some opportunity in the last week or so. It's been known in EMEA he's been able to pick up.
But Labda, though, has done it. This is the junk buck effect. Like, there's no way he's going to let his boys slack, you know what I'm saying? So, get to see what Labda's been cooking up on this hero. Keo taken down already. Ziad able to get close enough. My fantasy team carry. Thank you. After Zerian let me down. Love to see that. Martin falling. It's usually in that order. Keo, then Martin, and Frosttails have got nothing to say.
Yes, it'll be Alcatia pushing up straight into the base here. Frosttails yet again. Will Pack be able to... Oh, that's brutal, right? I mean, now you're going to end up having Pack just get a little bit of an extended respawn. Now Keo will actually play the Freya as well. So Freya May combination here. They'll actually match with a Sombra. So really interesting here. Playing a lot of Sombra. It's something I would not have expected. And then Landon playing the Alari.
Okay. Pack over towards the Sombra now. I guess Frosttail's hoping to, have that same level of disruption towards Ziad as Martin suffered, and he really wasn't able to control that space with that constant Sombra pressure coming on in.
What do you think?
His backline is low throughput, man. Okay. I mean, the Iliari here is like very reasonable once you have point control map because they cannot take the healing pylons down. Look where it is. Like, you're never getting rid of that. So now, Atlanta can just hold M1 for the boys and go to town.
In the combination of like Bola Shot with the Captive Sun, we've seen that, Captive Sun plus Terror Surge, right? Some really good combinations for Alcatia to potentially use with that, Captive Sun that Landon will have, as that is a first point for Alcatia with minimal resistance there from Frosttails.
All right, it's about getting control early. I think Frosttails realized it's really tough to play into chokes against this Alcatia comp if they have the advantage, but there's Margin dying first for Frosttails, but Gogo joins him. So he's not lonely on his way to the 7th circle, apparently. Yeah, tough business here for Frosttails now. Once again, Alcatia can set up, and this was the flashpoint that I've referenced as being really hard to play into this quasi-like poker composition against Matt. You've got such good high ground control, so many ways to punish attackers for not meeting you up on that bridge itself, and easy pylon locations for good heals.
And for Alcatia, you did need to use either your support ultimates coming into this. Frosttails, right? You don't have your Kitsune Rush, you don't have your Bola Shot, right? Keo tries to go towards the side there as it's a hack, but doesn't get anything.
I mean, March can't do what you might. I mean, just anything. It forced Margin to run away. Like, he had nothing to do there. Suzu already had to be used, but just there, by the way. Okay, Captive Sun eaten up. Landon fires it straight into a Javelin spin. Margin on the Terror Surge here on the high ground, trying to force them down. Here's a sound barrier now for Frosttails. Alcatia have to play around this orbital ray. Higher impact, but more localized, you could say. Margin wants to shove in here, but here it is. Labda and Landon get onto that kill feed. And they're taking both DPS down for the Frosttail side of things. A rare occasion where Margin is alive at the end of the fight still doesn't serve Frosttails any better.
but you see how deep he has to push in to try and get Kellex, right? You're pushing past the orbital ray, you're taking damage from the Freya, the Orisa, the Alari there. I mean, the damage output's so high here for Alcatia. It's really difficult for Frosttails to play into, and they're already going to be down here potentially 0-2 in terms of flashpoints. It's going to be an EMP. It's just going to connect with checkpate, so you do get
wow. What? There's some spite in that one, man. I'm certain of it. EMP, virus the enemy Sombra. Just get checkmate off the field. Try and free up Margin a little bit more to be able to do what he does best. Much better looking fighting for Frosttails. Yeah, it's a big spend. It's about as big a spend as you could expect, but it keeps him alive on this flashpoint.
Yeah, I mean, you end up giving it up here at Alcatia, right? They end up getting a solo EMP and take out your Sombra right away. You're already kind of lacking in terms of ultimates. It's a Kitsune Rush used there and a Sound Barrier 2 for Frosttails. And okay, so now you get labbed off the rip here. So this is pretty good. Gonna get yourself probably up to about 50% here. How do you deal with, though, this like EMP that's going to come through, right? EMP plus Terror Surge options here for Alcatia. Checkmate, get back into stealth. Looks like just trying to set up a big EMP.
Already selling that off angle. Remember, one take back here for Alcatia means it's 2-0 in flashpoints. Oh god, Martin. Oh, he's in trouble. Okay, Suzu came in. Now you would think it'd be a good time for a checkmate to go for an EMP, but not needed in the end. Martin eventually gets toppled anyway. He'll hold on to that for the next fight potentially, as a flip back midway through the fight does not bode well for Frosttails. Now they've got to throw themselves at the point, which is tough when they're also trying to fight on even footing. It's not to be. 2-0 here for Alcatia.
Checkmate was gonna go for an EMP there, Mitch, but Majin was so low that he actually decided, like, if I just get hacked in a virus, like, he has like no armor, he's basically like, you know, 100 HP, he was gonna be able to finish him off. Actually whiffs on the virus, so it gets a little bit dicey, but it gets to the high ground, and I believe Ziad ends up finishing him off. And now you actually hold on to this EMP again here for Alcatia. So to be able to get in here, right? You know, Frosttail's going to have to walk into the potential EMP. You have Bola Shot, Captive Sun, right? A few different options here. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush show to kick things off.
Kellex staying alive through this, by the way. Still on the battlefield. Captive Sun came out there from Landon. Laptor's Bola Shot again eaten up by Margin. He's yeeted that once more into the blender, I guess. Has to take it away. No supports here for Alcatia. Tough fight to win on any day. And Landor eventually will have to capitulate now, giving Frosttails, for the first time this map, priority on a flashpoint.
Yeah, they'll get control first, right? The Captive Sun used there doesn't really get much there from Landon, and then also, like you mentioned, you know, Lambda throwing that Bola Shot into the spear spin of Majin yet again. So not really getting much value out of those Bola Shots. Still holding on to this EMP, right? I know at this point, Checkmate could have gotten two. Where let's see how he decides to do it. Maybe they can dodge Pax EMP, get an orbital ray off. It looks like potentially that's what they're trying to bait.
Ziad just shoves Margin out to the open there, and it's an EMP. Now Alcatia are subject to. But Pack and Checkmate quickly are traded out, and Gogo is looking for a decent beat timing. That's not a bad one, but Orbital Ray comes in and heals up Ziad. He's actually in the right place to get best benefit from it. It trends in his direction while he stops still and goes for a Terror Surge. Nice looks there for Alcatia. Kellex finds the correct trajectory for that Orbital Ray, and it plays out beautifully.
Dude, Ziad is sick, man. He ends up using Fortify to be able to live through, obviously, some of the damage coming through and the sound barrier on the other side. Then gets the Orbital Ray, kind of like moves his way back with a Sphere Spin into the Orbital Ray, and then uses the Terror Surge to basically get another Fortify, right? To just make sure he's extra sturdy and healed up pretty much to full there by that Orbital Ray. Sick rotation of cooldowns from Ziad, being able to help himself stay alive.
How does Checkmate set this EMP up now? Usually, he'd be looking towards Margin first and foremost. Bola Shot comes in. Kitsune Rush to response here. Captive Sun, again, eaten up by Margin. Landon is 0 for 3 on those, if I'm not mistaken. That's tough.
That's a nice EMP, though. Connects with 3.
Yeah, Gogo out of the game as well. So no Lucio to work with now. Still a full backline for Alcatia. But Ziad's gone down. It's just support to the left for them. And Kyo hits a beautiful little Bola Shot to make sure that they are short-lived. Frosttails might have themselves a flashpoint here. Alcatia only have the speed ring, and Kellex is the last to spawn in.
Yeah, you're going to get one more fight here, I think, though, for Alcatia. Checkmate's going to go over to the Tracer, so they definitely feel like it's one, potentially, if he gets there, that they were able to win, because you imagine you end up building up towards this orbital ray as Checkmate trying to figure out his way. He will end up getting a touch. Trigger an OT.
Drops down, though. Ziad a little low. Hacked at the moment. War margin on the low ground. I don't know if this is where he wants to be. Easy pickings there for Labda. Ziad now able to pull back over towards the point, and Checkmate is a little low, seeing better days, and Ziad can only guess where that EMP could come from. It's Pack brought down midway through it. Javelin catches there on towards Kiwi. Far from done here. Frosttails have the numbers, and they have themselves a flashpoint. They look much better since sort of adapting to the way Alcatia are looking to play, and they're going to stay alive in New Junk City.
Yeah, it does not look like anybody's going to be able to get a touch. Checkmate was kind of like lingering at the door, but Kiwi will deal with Checkmate, and Frosttails get on the board. So showing some signs of life here. So we take a look at some of the stats where, Ziad, I mean, look at the amount of damage he's putting down. It's compared to Majin on the other side. I mean, just unreal in terms of the tank play, up above, 3,000 more damage there.
Down here just obviously will always be harried from like an off angle. That's Sombra. Labda and Kyo traded out here. Kyo has to spend a bowl shot in order to do it though. Labda holding onto his ult. Gogo being looked at in the distance. Remember, Lucio does not want to get Javelin. It's pretty bad for him. Kitsune Rush comes in. Ziad wants to get a instant sound barrier drawn out. So Frosttails have made use of both of their support ultimates, but that window allows them to pluck Checkmate away, and Labda might only be returning to the fray now-ish to really not able to be a factor in this fight. Pretty efficient for Frosttails. But they spend both support ultimates to sort of get on this flashpoint first.
Yeah, they're doing a much better job, though, I would say, from Frosttails of, like, putting pressure and getting onto Landon. They're able to get Landon second in that fight, right? Both Freyas just trade each other out, where I think this backline is obviously pretty susceptible to being collapsed on here for Alcatia. Provide a lot of damage, but not a lot of personal survivability amongst the two, where I think Frosttails starting to take advantage of it.
Brandon, I'm looking at this captive sun, brother. Are we tracking the cooldown of Javelin Spin? Is my question.
Just eat it.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out for him so far.
This time, I know it will.
Watch okay.
Oh.
God damn it! Come on, Landon, please! Oh. Okay, dude. Well, pretty easy fight win there for Frosttails.
Maybe he's using it to get out Spear Spin.
Yeah, honestly, I think that using an ultimate to draw out like a 6-second cooldown is great. I'm here for that. Really trading up there, Landon. Get him on Wall Street. All right, 98 and counting for Frosttails. Alcatia no business losing this map if they do. There's no excuse for dropping it considering how they looked at the game so far. But conversely, the Frosttails have really adapted to this Sombra style.
No,
they look like they're happy enough with this, like a Risa kind of setup. They will be caught here though, a little slow to rotate off this flashpoint.
Frosttails has definitely stepped up though in the second half of this game, right? They go down 0-2 in terms of flashpoints. They win our last two, and then now they are in a very good spot in terms of ultimates here to potentially take this flashpoint, as it will probably be Alcatia in control for first, or at least they're in control of the area of the point. Oh, nice shot there from Lambda. I believe they actually connect on a player in the sky. That'll be Checkmate getting solo EMP'd yet again.
Yep. Pack is really, wanting to try and take down a Sombra or the Tracer first and foremost in these fights. Good captive sun hit there. Okay.
Lambda's bowler shot gets nothing. It actually clips like one of the kind of piles of cars over by the point. Yeah, it clips onto the piles of cars over by the point and doesn't go anywhere.
Doesn't look very icy when they are in orange, I will say that much. Alcatia are struggling now. This is looking extremely difficult for them. You've been referring to the stats over the course of the game here. Definitely, overall, Frosttails playing some really good Overwatch. Kyo, 14k damage, leading the lobby in that regard. Checkmate had a pulse bomb there, but opts not to make use of it now. It gives us a window for a sound barrier to use here for Frosttails. 51% encounter is going to be a recall. Checkmate still caught inside the Terror Surge. He wasn't able to get far enough away. Gogo is down, but all this time, Frosttails are getting capture percentage. Landon deals with Kyo. That was an outburst elimination. Rare to see those. And margin has been pretty hard to shift so far. Kiwi making sure he remains fighting fit. The Javelin Charge perk is always a fun one to watch. Pretty devastating to connect those. And here come Alcancia. Pulling onto the point. Pack goes down after he tried to stop Margin. Still a pretty good percentage here for Frosttails now.
Yeah.
Alcancia's going to win every fight.
I mean, they're in a great spot here for Frosttails, right? Just one more fight. You're the team with a huge support ultimate, like one of Sustain is. Landon wanted that kill on Nikio so bad. If you're able to get him, you could have gotten, you're going to get everybody back in the fight, but it's going to be a little bit rushed here.
5 ults for Alcancia. 5. They've got everything to work with now. Captive Sun for Landon, stepping up to the plate.
Here it is.
Can he get it in? Can he connect it? Maybe? Not sure. Hard to say. He goes down. Keo picks him up and it's a trade. Kellex at least able to get something there. All reactive. Martin trying to benefit from it now. Coming forward. Alcancia. Surely 5 ultimates. Kishu in control of this point. Ziad upstairs now. Hacked briefly, but Pack staved off for the time being. Is now built up an EMP. Alcancia. Yeah, they're going to try and regroup for a moment, but Ziad and Martin are both pulled down at the same time. Ball shot from Keo. Surely that turns into elimination. Pack under pressure from Checkmate, who can double back and get the health pack, but it's really tough to deal with this trio here of Frosttails players. They still have point control though. Gogo eventually falls. Lana gets back where he's needed. And now Alcancia gets to 95, but they spent all their ultimates, Matt.
Yeah, it's going to be Landon coming back on the Kiri, though, right? He's going to use that TP to get back to the point fast. They still have not dealt with Checkmate. Checkmate just kind of like underneath the point, just constantly juggling as Landon gets 2.
That is dirty stuff, and a headshot on Akio, by the way. He's popping off, baby. Martin on the point there, not favored in a sort of drawn out engagement, I think, against Ziad, and he likely knows it, but he's lost too many teammates. Oh, buddy. Frosttails are going to be frustrated with that one. They got very, very close, but they at least feel like they've got a bit of a measure of Alcancia so far, pushing him to the brink in our second match.
But if you're Frosttails and you play that good, like that is one you gotta win, right? It's really odd to say like Alcacia obviously wins the map, but for most of it, I felt like Frosttails was, arguably the better team there. Is Alcacia just clutches up in the end. I mean, Landon gets back on the Kiri. They're never able to get rid of Ziad, right? Once they kind of like have to play the Hazard to get back and go Hazard into the Orisa, it's really hard to kind of go after Ziad in that type of scenario.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a tough game for Keo and Gogo there, getting picked off like 12 times, I think, each, which is definitely on the sort of higher side of the spectrum. Ziad is still able to, I think, express a lot of dominance in that sort of 1 versus 1, but you can see how polarizing that Iari composition can sort of be when the flashpoint changes, right? The enclosed flashpoints where you can abuse choke, she's amazing if you have control of it. When it's more open though, it's a little less guaranteed. I'm very glad Landon tried to avoid shooting the Orisa with Captive Sun for that last one, but I don't know if I can count that as a Captive Sun hit because I think his intended target died to pulsar torpedoes anyway. So sorry, Chief, that's a big goose egg for you.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough go. I would also give some credit to Majin being able to constantly get those on the Orisa, right? Can be difficult to do at times, especially with the Illari floating up above. So Frosttails puts together a pretty good game. Still not good enough, though.
No, and I mean, I think they adapted pretty well moving over towards a Sombra game. Obviously, the idea is just to really hamper the Orisa, who is so cooldown reliant when it comes to taking that level of space. All of her kit sort of really depends on it. Martin, honestly, shutting down a lot of ultimates with that Javelin Spinner. Bowler there gets sort of eaten up, which is pretty impressive.
I thought Keo was pretty good on the Freya as well. Curious what your thoughts, Keo, was on the Freya.
Yeah, look, got punished a lot. Checkmate was able to sort of eventually start to dive them pretty frequently.
Was he bad enough to ban it out though? Like they banned it on map 1, right?
Yeah, no, I think that these guys are a very reasonable Freya team. I thought Keo's play was quite good. I don't have an issue with that.
I agree.
I think a lot of it was, to do with just how well Alcancia were able to play towards those last couple of flashpoints. So, no, keep it in. Both teams have shown they've been able to integrate that over the course of a week, which I think is really important. And it's something that we need to see more from Europe, who are a region that were really hampered by a lack of flexibility when they played in Hangzhou. So this region, there are a lot of top coaches in this region. Like, Europe has incredible coaches, who some know like the pick ban strategy like pretty well. So
some are figuring it out.
But that's fine because NA has Hunter, who has admitted that it's not it's not what he necessarily brings to his team in that form. His draft documents are just stage props, and that's okay. But You know, I think this region obviously wants to get whipped into shape coming into that, you know, that mid-season tournament, Matt, and this is a great time to get cracking.
There's a lot of talent amongst this region. Like, I think NA is obviously very strong at like the top, like pretty top heavy, but like EMEA throughout, you know, every team in OWCS here is capable of having games and beating other opponents, right? We just see it with Quick coming out of relegation and, you know, having a 5 mapper, where, you know, maybe EMEA, like the high end isn't like maybe can reach the ceiling as like NA, but I think they can with a little bit more variation in terms of their comps, because these teams are actually really competitive with each other top to bottom.
Absolutely. And I think like Runasapi is a decent map to select for both these sides. I do think that it's like obviously an Orisa map. Margin has shown a real preference to go that way, and I think Siad is really happy to take the mirror, you know, when they can. It does also mean,
is there any chance you'd ban it?
Why do I feel like it's more likely you try and ban Sombra here? So
yeah,
like Frosthouse could try and protect ban the tank. Clearly Alcatia don't want to play Malga against the Orisa, right? Which can be difficult, of course. It's harder for Malga to take the space he wants to against Energy Javelin, for example, and just being farmed by Freya. But I wonder if just like Sombra gets looked at here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is a Frost Tails ban of the of Juno. I have here. So we'll get a confirmation on whether it's the Juno or the Diva. But
it's a Juno.
Yeah, it'll be yeah, okay, so Frosttails gets rid of Juno first, and then Alcatia does get rid of the Sombra. So Sombra does exit the game. I like that ban for Alcatia. Even if you weren't going to play it here, the threat that they play it, just adding that like variance and, you know, at times Sombra adds a little bit of randomness, right? Getting that out, I think, is totally fine if you're Alcatia.
Yeah, I think it actually might sneakily make it harder for Alcatia to play like this Iliari comp. I think it can be okay on some parts of this map, honestly, because you have like it's pretty choky. But when you don't have the Juno, like just the really raw high throughput of the Juno to sort of take the pressure off the Iliari from having to sort of, you know, do that sort of high level of healing without a pylon in play, might have to see like another combo. I think like Frosttails probably would play like Lucio Kiri. Yep. And Alcatia still want to play the Iliari. Okay, I respect it.
Yeah, putting a lot of value on the Iliari, which is a little bit of an interesting setup, right? Although I will say Iliari has a lot of good combinations with this lineup of heroes, right? Obviously the pylon does pretty good in terms of healing, and the damage output's pretty strong, right? So you're going to have a sizable damage output advantage for Alcatia. And then as we talked about, if you can land the Captive Sun, right, really good with Terror Surge, really good even if they're going like with a Kitsune Rush, right, being able to kind of fire it into the Kitsune Rush, right? So a lot of different options there with that Iliari ultimate.
Alcatia have the stronger position though. They actually like move to take this outside part of the map, which again is really good for Iliari's pylons. It's just, if Frosttails aren't contesting it, then like, yeah, it's very strong. Seattle wants to move up here. Takes a couple of those explosive bolts. Again, his team is slightly lower healing throughput. Kellex probably takes the extra healing perk here if they can. Kyo has managed to wend his way into the backline, and well, that is a symbol served up piping hot for you, sir.
Yes, this will be Alcatia, you know, behind that sim, right? The sim is going to put even... Dude, this thing about the damage output here for Alcatia, for Frosttails dealing with this, right? Like, how are you keeping Machin alive where, like, really a pack can't deal with checkmate? You are just... there's no way you're keeping the Orisa alive with the armor, right? You know, the other team's Orisa, the Freya, the Iliari, just so many... good options here to put down damage.
And already this is a pretty hot start for Alcatia now. Margin getting really punched in the mouth as soon as he pops his head up anywhere. Wants to try and come forward now. That was the boulder shot there from Kyo, but nothing really to write home about there. And so Labda has one of his own. Checkmate goes down. So Kyo finally gets the value he was looking for on that corner. Kitsune Rush is still going to be committed. They are still trying to win this fight. Margin caught inside the bowler, and that's a trade I think you can take any day of the week. Stunning stuff. Captive Sun also deployed there for Landon, and it didn't get eaten up this time, so everything's coming up Millhouse. for the Alcatia crew. Pylon thrown out in the open because obviously there's no bandwidth for Frosttails to clear that right now.
And that, I mean, that is a sick fight there for Alcatia, right? You lose checkmate first. You connect with your Bola, the captive son actually, make an impact there. And that's a sound barrier as well there from Frosttails. First checkpoint already here for Alcatia. As this could get even uglier here for Frosttails, Mitch. Checkmate's going to have this barrier. You're going to have Terror Surge able to use as well. Frosttails in a really dangerous scenario.
Yeah, Awkward Time to be playing sort of like double range pressure, marching down early. I think the wall just makes this even worse. That's triple digits.
The damage output's too high. There's no way you're... Because also the damage output's too high, but then you're also playing Lucio, right? So there's no way you have the healing resources to be able to keep him alive.
No, you don't. You have the throughput.
Yeah.
That is the issue. Whereas Alcatia can still pump decent heals to that pylon. It's like very powerful when it's uncontested. And for right now, it probably is going to be. Look where it is. Like, you have to push up and basically have already won the fight before you can clear it out. That means Landon can, again, just focus on that damage output that's been so impressive. 120 and counting. Frosttails in deep trouble. Martin with the Terror Surge now. Here comes the wall. Oh, I like that one a lot. That is dirty stuff. Martin obviously playing on the wrong side of it. He's got no choice but to be there. Terror Surge, TP, looks like it got clear, but does he just dance it? Step onto the safe side of the wall. Shut that down. Beautiful javelin there. Forces a Suzu out from Kiwin. Look how low Frosttails are, and they're going to stay that low because they do not have burst healing to get them back into the game. This has been utterly devastating for Frosttails now as Keo goes for the classic Widow switch in spawn. Nice little shot there on Landon, actually. Pretty clean stuff. And of course, Pack will attempt to contest this for a time, but the numbers favoring Alcatia so heavily now, they likely, though, will have to give it up from here.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to actually kind of get this one across the line, right? You just have Ziad here. It's going to be a TP from Kellex as they continue to try and fight this, but now that Lab falls, maybe you have to back up, but that is as close to a map completion as you can get. Also, quite brutal here, Mitch. When Checkmate uses that, like, sim wall, I don't know if you caught it, Pack conveniently decided to swap over from the Tracer to the Sojourn there. So you just basically had two like hit scan characters who were completely blocked off on one side of the map. Unfortunate stuff.
Okay, well, Frosttails still have over half of the map to work with, I suppose. Decent amount of time.
Dude, that's a like he's TPing back into that checkmate there. That would be sick to catch on replay.
It just seems like was Pack anticipating that? It's unclear. Still a fight with it for Frosttails with a sound barrier at their disposal in the next. It should be decent here if they can start to get the bot back to neutral. Margin will double back for it. Oops. That's okay. It's easy to get a little bit eager when you start to win a fight like that. See an opportunity to come forward further. Margin, though, just lost 200 HP in the blink of an eye, so he is going to back up here. Geo's down. Not good. Freya out of the mix. Frosttails still have Pack to lean on here. Checkmate's come off the sim entirely. He says, nah, Tracer, it is for me. Now I can really pressure these backlines. It's pretty dangerous, especially against this sort of Lucio Kiriko setup.
Well, I think versus Lucio Kiri, but then also with having the Freya and Sojourn on the other side, right? I think the Tracer obviously closing the gap much better.
Terror Surge. Draw everybody in. Okay, I don't know if Landon got big purchase off that captive son. So it looks like we might just have Alcatia just play from the middle of the map here. They obviously got that front spawn picked up. I have to maybe linger a little bit long there. The fight was definitely over. So, away we go.
How many fights is Frosttails going to have to win? I mean, I think you're probably like, okay, if we can chain enough fights together to get a point, and then get, like, I mean, at this point, you think like, okay, let's get the checkpoint, and then hope we just have like a crazy OT run, right? Like, is that like, I mean, obviously best case scenario is just continuously steamroll, but best case realistic scenario, like that might be it.
Continue rushing for both sides. I like the placement of Alcatia's there. Checkmate's pulse. No result from that one. Does run headlong there into Keo. Terror Surge, decent catch, but everybody able to slip away for the most part, although Labta is low, and Martin makes sure he does not pick himself back up. Now, operate on the outside ring here. This will be another consecutive fight win for Frosttails. So now we're starting to talk about first checkpoint here.
A checkpoint would be huge. Checkpoint starts, you know, making this a little bit more of a reality, right? Where if Frosttails can get this, there's nothing really to work with on the Alcatia side of pretty much a dry fight overclock available for Pack. But I mean, checkmate. Just getting like an assassination kill here on like the back line or one of these DPS would be massive.
Checkmate knows he can be more of a nuisance without having to fully commit here, but just has to keep track of those health pack locations because he's not going to get much help in this position. All right, here's an overclock from Pack. It's a bit claustrophobic right now for Frosttails, though, and Ziad's going to give them a bit of room now. Back away to the long straightaway. Has to play from behind that kiosk, otherwise he'll be picked off. Damage on Gogo was decent, but Lavta can't find a second explosive bolt connection. Alcazi not in a great position to contest this right now. Sort of charged Javelin, yeah, just shoves Ziad away. Pack, though, goes down. Alcazi now know there's only sort of under 2.5 minutes left to play. Pack is missing, and I don't know if Kio's going to survive this. Somehow able to drop back down, get back to life. Sound barrier committed here for Frosttails. They want to get back into the map. Throw in, okay. Nice little bowler prediction there. Checkmate is taken down, and Ziad is likely going to fall here. Kellex is doing his best to keep him topped. Still going to fall. Both Kellex and Landon out of the game, and now Alcazi just giving up more and more ground.
I mean, Ziad ends up actually like staying alive through most of this here, right? He's actually just going to kind of contest the bot. Stagger himself a little bit, right? But I think for Alcatia, they're just trying to burn clock, as that's both support ults used there by Frosttails. So do you have a window here for Alcatia? Frosttails needs to be perfect from here on out, right? They have to win every single fight. This is going to be their best chance they have.
You're dead right. One slip and Frosttails are out of the series, and it's a 3-0. It really doesn't encapsulate the moments, at least, where they were able to start to take advantage and look to be the better team. As they pile on, pretty uncontested in that spot. Landon just going to refresh it so it can heal people further around the corner. Just have to move that one up. Martin low to this poke, really low. This is going to basically force all of Frosttails off that line. That's the turret for Landon that gets put in a position to be picked up. Captive Sun, Terra Surge. Tries to predict a dash away from Kiwi, but still catches onto the Kiriko with that one, and that is good enough. Alcazi now able to push up even further.
And that's a combo that Frosttails has absolutely no answer for on the other side. No cleanse, no sound barrier, no opportunity to counter that, as he knows that checkmate playing around that corner. He gets quite low. Bola shot here, Bola shot plus Terror Surge possible combo here.
Oh, that's so nice.
For Frosttails. He is
checkmate knows the rhythm that those like take aim shots come out in. Yeah. Yep, that bowler never had a chance to be used there. I don't know if you necessarily even want to. But Checkmate just dashes. He knows the timing, the rhythm of those charge shots, man. Yeah, I mean, that's true. You've got to go for it. They can't be saving that one for the next series. Ziad, run down eventually, but the damage is already done here for Frosttails. They've got nothing to work with. Kia off, spawn. Now it should be 3 at least plays here for Alcatia. Getting the bot far forward for Frosttails' last-ditch effort on the map. They're basically going to finish it. They do have to finish it at this point. They've got both their DPS ultimates, but Gogo had to contest, had to touch, had to push it forward, and ends up going down for it.
Yes, we'll see it be an overclock here for Pack. Everybody for Alcatia just kind of kiting it as it'll be around the corner, tries to connect with the Bola, does not get anything though. It's going to get the TP out of Kiwi.
Very low is Pack. He's very far forward. There's no choice but to be at that point, and I don't know if there's anywhere left to run there for Kiwi. This is going to be Frosttails conceding the series as Alcatia, with a bit of a messy new New Junk City, still look pretty darn good, all things considered. A 3-0 win. Stacking them up, Alcatia, dominant.
Look, this is the team that we expect to be one of the best in the region. You're expected to take care of business in these types of games. And, New Junk City, pretty competitive, start to finish for Frosttail and Alcatia. But Alcatia proves to be the dominant team here today, right? Taking this one 3-0, not playing around with Frosttail at all.
The Juno ban, for me, is so critical in terms of that Renaissance map, because time and time again, we're looking at a team in Frosttail that just does not have the healing to deal with all the poke damage coming in.
I still have to give a lot of credit to Frosttail. I feel like there were plenty of opportunities where they started to claw themselves back into the game, especially, of course, in that second map. I think they really made some good cases, some strong cases for them, showed adaptability in their approach against Alcatia, and they kind of threw them off there for a little bit. I feel like Frosttail's probably going to kick themselves a little bit in the buttocks here, because, quite frankly, map 2 could have been theirs. Like, landing, getting a clutch 2K at the very end, like, that's gonna hurt.
I think somebody else would give you the kick in the butt. So maybe it's like the coach would give you the kick in the butt.
Gotcha. It's just like a conga line of butt kicking,
up,
right?
Yeah, it's like
it's
human centipede of butt kicks.
Yeah, I was going to go there. I didn't want to.
I knew you were.
I liked the Sombra play from them in map 2.
Yeah.
I thought that was actually quite effective. And then I don't think Keo was bad enough like on Freya that you would like ban it, right? You know, from what we saw from him, he was coming up with some, I know, pretty big shots at times. But then I know Lab, I think, really impressive, him able to pick that up.
I was just about to allude to that. Lapta, we talked about it heading into this game. We haven't seen Freya coming out of his pockets last week. And then they're heading into this match, map 1. Freya is banned against OWCS, and I'm like, why would you ban a hero he's not really playing anyway? Turns out he is playing it, so they knew more than us, as per usual. Lapta's Freya, yay, nay, where are we at? We have to see more.
It was good. Yeah, I think like it's not a disgusting pop-off game from Labda at all on the Freya, but he looks good there. I think this is a fine week to bust it out if you've been working on it on scrims, and he's only going to get better. Just look what he did with the Sojourn. Like, I've full faith in the guy.
Yeah.
Right on. And I believe we have our player of the match ready for this one, and to absolutely no one's surprise, it is going to be Ziad. We hyped Ziad up already as a newest addition to this squad, or one of the 2 new additions to this squad heading into this match, and did not disappoint. Again, really strong showing on that Orisa. Quite frankly, using her kit to such a high level, like getting so much value out of it.
I mean, he's played so good here early in stage 2. Like, obviously you want to see him continue to play this well, but there will be real discussion about like where he ranks in terms of like the tanks in EMEA, like if he continues to play like this, because he's been lights out. I mean, the first 2 weeks he's been unreal here for OWCS. So if you're OWCS, if he can continue to play some of these tanks and keep this level of play, you got to feel really good about your chances here in stage 2.
He's got a sick backline too. I mean, it's like pretty hard to imagine. Like, he has 2 of the most consistent sort of EMEA support players we've ever seen sort of behind him, and he's looking really good. We didn't have to see the Diva play even from Ziad. In fact, it's clear OWCS at one point we're like, no, we're gonna force you guys into sort of playing this style against us. They banned Diva on New Junk City, so they said, okay, you want to brawl? Let's do it.
Let's do it indeed, and that's what they do best, and that is why they're currently at the top of our standings. Can they continue that? We'll find out soon enough, as other teams obviously take notes on seeing that clear preference, and will be trying to kind of get them off of their comfort picks. I mean, how often can you get away with focusing on that Illari on your back lane, or having him on that Orisa? Surely with bans and map picks, you can maybe throw something into the wrench. No, gears. You're throwing gears into. No, weird.
You throw gears into gears. You throw a wrench or a spanner into the gears.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
The point is, people are throwing things.
Whose loss was more disappointing here, Peps or Frosttails? Like,
Peps by far.
I think there's an argument that Frosttails was more competitive than Peps.
Yeah, no, Peps were atrocious. It was awful. It was awful.
Peps also didn't really try to switch anything up, but they didn't have a plan B. It was just they ran with that one comp and one style, and they didn't really know where to go from there if it doesn't work out. Whereas I do feel like the Frosttails, they made different adaptations. They changed their approach based on what they saw coming out of OWCS. So they definitely had more than just one moment where they had the upper hand. Not could have had the upper hand, but had the upper hand. And it came down to the wire here on map 2, and then on the 3rd they started clawing their way back into it again. So unfortunately at that point a little bit too far behind. Anyway, OWCS got the dub, and that's what matters in the very end here. We have one more match to play in our EMEA region for the day, and all of that is going to go down after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Okay, so here, joined by Mitch and Matt for all things EMEA. But before we're diving into the action once again, we have a special guest joining us because we just can't get enough of this man. So we keep on bringing him back. I don't know why he keeps on agreeing, but please, everyone, welcome to the show once more. It's Rakitak, everyone's favorite. How are you doing? Great to have you back.
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for asking.
Bro, what you got in the back? You got a... what are you doing? Are you carrying all of Overwatch in your backpack, or...?
Yeah, no, I just got this for like sitting down. I don't know, it's like a little back brace.
Oh, is it like a posture thing?
Of course, I got the gen ring back here too.
That's right.
Always tucked into bed.
So I assume absolutely no bias when I'm asking you about our upcoming match then. Give us your thoughts here on both of the teams, because quite frankly, I mean, VP, they somehow managed to get the victory, but they played it close and not the start that they hoped to have in stage 2. And then Gen.G, yeah, I leave that one up to you. Not great. We wanted to have a little disappointed, perhaps. What are your thoughts?
So my thoughts with like Gen.G, I know that there was external circumstances that we actually didn't like have Who Are You for the first round, and then I think that kind of just like spiraled down for the first thing. Not to full cope or anything, but that's one thing. But I do think like VP is a very strong roster. I put Shockwave on my fantasy team. Maybe he disappointed me a little bit with the points, but they ended up still getting a win. So yeah. I took him out, so I put Who Are You on for him, so hopefully we get a win.
It does hit a little diff when you can't play the first map, you get subbed in for the second, and your Genji gets instantly banned. It's like, oh,
yeah, no, that's
not ideal.
We were wondering about it because we didn't expect him for the second one either, right? Since he was not on for the first one, then he came in and was like, wait, what is happening? Anyway, that match in itself was a whole thing with the bans, etc. So it's new week, new me. They can redeem themselves. Both of these teams can show up and pop off in week 2. But before we let them have that opportunity, we want to play a little game with you, Mr. Rakitak. We're going to call it Duo, Draft, or Drop. So we're going to show you 3 players on your screen, and you have to decide which player you would like to duo with for life. So it's a bit of a commitment. Which one you would draft to play just a single match with, and which one you would just drop off your roster, off of your friends.
You'd avoid,
You just avoid, just straight up avoid them.
All right.
That's right. Okay, let's get started with this first group. We have 4 groups overall. Okay, Funny Astro, Kai, Kevster. Who you duo, who you draft, who you drop.
Oh, I'd say... Oh, this is a hard one. I like all of them, but as I've played with 2 of them, I would drop Astro due to like similar hero pools.
Yeah,
I'd
very diplomatic.
That's good.
I'd draft Kai. He's a lot of fun. And then I'd duo Kev because I had a lot of fun with him and he taught me a lot when I played with Ents.
Okay, so Kevster is your long-term commitment. That's good. I can get on board with that. Next group, who we got to duo, draft, and drop. Seeker, Sugar Free, and Zero.
My hero pool overlap now, buddy.
Yeah, no more excuses.
Okay.
You just gotta be mean.
I'd duo with Zero because he goes to the same school. We played with each other a little bit. Between the other 2, maybe I'd duo Seeker then drop, or I'd draft Seeker then drop Sugar Free, I think.
Sheesh.
Maybe a hot take.
Why are we dropping Sugar Free? What's going
I don't know. I mean, I've just
start some beef.
I feel like no beef at all. I think I've played with Seeker more, or just no beef at all. I think they're really great. This is a really hard choice for me.
I mean,
I'm glad we don't have to answer
Mr. Worldwide. He may not even be available.
He might be in Tokyo when you need him to climb rank.
He wasn't even available to do a draft. Okay, way too busy. All right, next slide. Who we got for you? Lip, Proper, or Stalker?
I think I'd draft Lip, duo Proper, and then drop Stalker. I hung out with Proper a little bit, so he was a fun guy over in Sheffield for our boot camps for Stockholm. It was a lot of fun. We were just like walking around.
you
why
guys
can't you
shared the
co-
facility, right?
Yeah, we shared. So it was NRG and Falcons. We were both in like the same facility. It was
yeah.
really fun because like
That's cool.
some of the, you know, I think we had Madgen, and it was like his first time seeing snow in like Sheffield. And it was like,
That's
it was,
crazy.
like PG.
Sheffield. Love that. Northern England. Pop off.
That's right.
Oh, what is this?
Oh, what?
Who's watching, bro?
Yeah, bro. You know the
They
vibes,
are
bro.
wrong
You know the vibes.
answers here.
There's wrong. Oh, this is a tough one. Oh.
Should I make it easier for you? Guess who's in charge whether or not you're
Sure.
coming back on the show?
We have so
I'll
much good
go-
times on Plot Chat. Think about Mitch. He doesn't talk to you at all.
That's not true.
Actually, true. Mitch is not really a homie, is he?
He's too elitist.
I'll
I don't
go.
know the people.
I'll go with duo Matt. Sorry, Mitch. I'm gonna drop you, and then I'll draft Sobe. I'm sorry,
Buddy, the mountains have long memories, buddy. That's all I'll tell you.
Community pick as well.
No,
This is
don't
what
hold it
community
against me,
would decide on.
please.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. That's fine, bro.
That's the hottest take I've had.
That's
Heard
crazy,
on,
bro.
That's
Yeah.
actually a
The
crazy move.
content. It's all about content.
It is. It's not
Yeah,
about
I guess that is
consistency or reliability or trust or even being able to
That was-
understand what you're saying. All right.
It's smart. It's smart. You went for the content pick, and you know what? It makes sense since you are streaming a lot. So if you're streaming next, where can people find you? Time to plug your stream, even though Mitch and I are not really part of it.
Just Rack Attack on everything. Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. I'll be live all the time. Playing in the Pacific OWCS as well. So if you're a really early schedule or you like watching that over there, you can
Well,
see
for
it.
you, we get up early. That's right. Also, on top, of course, of your co-streaming, you will also be in the Stadium Showdown next Saturday at DreamHack Dallas. So good luck with that. Make sure to catch him there if you're heading over to Dallas. Tickets are available right now, so make sure to pick yours up before they're sold out. Ragadak, thank you so much for joining us for yet another fun little chat. Now, coming up next is, of course, our last EMEA match of the day. Genji versus VP. Will Who Are You be in the starting five for Genji? How to make bans work in your favor? Have VP woken up after barely getting the dub last week? Well, we'll find out all this and more in another episode of Good Teams Doing Bad Things featuring Mitch and Match. Match again. Really, twice in a row.
You know, I was gonna tell Rack that you're gonna be there in Dallas, and there's that nice steakhouse. I think you should treat him too.
Yeah. I think I will. And then I'm going to leave without paying. I'm going to jump through the toilet window.
You can't do that.
Hey, drop me.
It's on
I don't know. What do you want to tell me? I mean, he's got to make it up to me. You know what I'm saying? Look, honestly, I wouldn't it be nearly as offended if he hadn't duoed you. That's crazy talk. Because you're not reliable.
I know it's content.
It's
it would
content.
just be
Is that what
content.
that is what people basically say as an excuse for being either throwing the game or just being a bad human.
Yeah.
Content.
Yeah.
That's
Everything's
cool.
content now.
Whatever works for you guys. Busan are going to be first up in this series. Again, third series in a row. We're going to have Busan to start the day.
Yeah.
Now, Genji, I think it was definitely fair to say that, Who Are You coming late into that series for Genji didn't sort of help them. Like, Zox is playing, I think, DPS in that first map, and it's very, very difficult. Then comes in and has the Genji band out pretty much straight away, which is fine, but, Who You can obviously play. A couple of other things. We've seen the main from him. The Tracer is also an option. This team, has to sort of bounce back from, kind of losing some, fairly key players, right? Like, they lose Sauna. I think they got Top Dragon, of course, to pass from this team.
But would you say that you lose Sauna and Top Dragon, but you get Exodial and Who Are You? Like, that should be. Look, I think last week, I think they just obviously I think the Ultimates was fantastic in that series, but I also think though that you have that happen in map number 1, then everybody's on nerves and the match is delayed and then you're freaking out. It can, how Rack said, that can kind of snowball pretty quickly, right?
And it does. It does with regularity, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly pin that one on, this is gonna be the Genji we're gonna see the entire time, right? I think it would be a little bit different. Vestola in here to kick things off for VP, so that's kind of what we've talked about with them so far is like their big addition in terms of adding another tank to the roster and how we're going to see them kind of play around that flexibility now. And then for Gen G, we're going to see the Who Are You Exodial tank line right away.
Okay, this should be a good game. I'm really upbeat about it. Who Are You starts in the lineup, which is obviously a great sign. Ana banned here by Virtus Pro to kick things off, which I think is really interesting. Jay-Wu, of course, going to be on the Genji. Definitely someone worth keeping an eye on, and Shockwave will continue to show us, obviously, that Freya gameplay. And see what we get from him now. We'll have Virtus Pro try and take that high ground first, try and wrap around the side. Pistola is going to be hard to shoot, of course, on that Malga. In the Malga versus Ramatra matchup, Pistola is going to get pummeled from that high ground as time goes on, and VP have got to get him in position early. Otherwise, they're going to struggle.
I'm glad you brought that up because like the sight lines here, obviously when you're fighting at these chokes, again, be very effective for the Malga. But if you're going to have Vistola be on the point where you saw him there, use the cardiac overdrive, he's just taking damage from every direction, right? And especially with the Alari, which we've seen a lot here in EMEA today, thrown into the mix. Going to be very difficult to keep him alive. They lose Jay-Wu at the start here to Canale, so pretty bad start here for VP.
Okay, so what is the game plan here? Maybe the Anaban was also like a protective, the other supports that they wanted to play here. Either way, they need to find a way to get into the map. Who Are You in the sim? I feel like the sim is really been quite ubiquitous from top teams right now, and it's very punishing, especially with teams that know how to make use of just the ability to on and die and make the big reposition and catch people by surprise. Canale's also got pretty safe sidelines here. Doling out the healing, though, is a different story. There's no pylon active, so I guess much of that was up to Zox, who died first. So an unfortunate sequence of events there for Gen G.
Yeah, the issue was his sightline was too safe. There was nobody in his sightline on a friend or foe, as Gen G just kind of gets bullied out there on the high ground. So we'll see now that Gen G has to be the team that kind of attacks into this. How it works. Also something interesting, Mitch, we see a Tracer here with Malga setups. We've talked a little bit about how like Tracer doesn't exactly synergize with some of these Malga compositions. It's a little bit better to play like the Genji, obviously, to stomp, dash, get on in, get these kills quite quickly. But with how spread Gen G is, you can play that Tracer a little bit more, put pressure on the backline.
Bowler shot there from Shockwave straight at Zox first and foremost. Both these teams trying to focus down the opposing Junos as quickly as humanly possible. Now, how do you feel about the Malga here, Matt? Where Vistola doesn't have to like awkwardly play out on the point or like weirdly like rotate the high ground.
This is where it's better, right? You control the pace of play here, right? You're able to see where they're coming from. Maybe they TP. You can actually get the stomp right onto it. You definitely control more of the flow of action in this position. As
what is Canale doing?
Going on a little bit of a lurking captive son here, but they already lose. Who Are You?
He's such a solo player, dies for that, so ultimately goes 1 for 1. I respect it, but I don't know. Almost like a flanking threat he's really trying to be. Definitely expecting Zox to just do the healing for the rest of VP, for the rest again, Gen G, excuse me. There's a Bowler ready for Exodial, so good for a free pick. Probably looking at Gala, who has an orbital right here in this fight. Would want to make use of that pretty early. Comes out, Exodial though falls to the Bowler of Shockwave. It ends up being a trade. There was Who You at least can extract his value from that exchange. And here's a cage fight thrown down. Pistola giving a respectful distance from Mag, also preventing him from contesting the point. Virtus Pro now have to deal with this annihilation though, Matt.
Yeah, Mag holds... Okay, I'm a little bit confused there because Mag ends up holding on to the annihilation.
Then using it when he's solo?
Well, I mean, he had Zox using the orbital ray inside of the cage, and then he also had the annihilation available to use at the time. Like, you would think he'd rather use it there than use it solo when everybody else is dead. Maybe he thought there was a chance they get another fight, but I think that's a little bit of a miss there for Gen G and Mag specifically.
I'm gonna look at the scoreboard here. It's Shockwave, who's definitely had quite an impression so far this game. Only the one death here. Jay-Wu getting amidst it. Playing the Genji first, realizing that maybe going to the Tracer was important. And I see Virtus Pro do have a sort of Freya Symmetra look. It does require Jay-Wu, though, to pick up the Freya. Gala. Gala now obviously can go over to the EDR. Remember, Gala going up against his old teammate in Canale, who used to like to play these greedier backlines that featured Iari. Now gets to pick it up for himself with the Baptiste. This is classic, like, VP hyperpoke.
Yeah, VP gonna actually play a soldier with this, right? So you're not gonna play that Simic just to get the TP out of the spawn. And they probably have an idea, potentially, like maybe through some scouting, that there's going to be like ball comp on the other side with a Tracer, because you can play very stationary here around the Sigma. Although Exodial finds Shockwave first, and look at that, I mean, knocked right out of that immortality field. So VP going with a very stable like poke style comp, and Genji just kind of run through it.
So I don't typically think that the Sigma poke is good against the ball at all, and Virtus.pro agree. You either have to sort of outspeed it with a dive of your own. I think a Diva comp can work. You get the break to farm the ball here for a bit of that extra healing. But these are wholesale changes early that are really going to give up a lot of tempo here for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and it's really kind of how you deal with Mag now, right? You know, and just causing chaos on this ball time and time again, gets to the point. Get it contested here. It's Pistola trying to control some of this you know, high ground on that point.
Exodial force back. This could be a threat of a flip here. It could be tough for the ball comp to actually contest the point for extended periods of time. They actually prefer not to, you know, to have that priority. Yeah, there's no real touch there. There's a bowler shot. Good one on Shockwave. It's an easy kill for Exodial. More where that came from might be required though, and if that turns into a trade where Genji have actually offered up an ultimate to really just reinforce the status quo now after VP have managed to flip back. So Mag can be a nuisance, but once again, Virtus.pro are playing a composition that is much more favored when they have point under their control.
It feels like a bit of a miss though there, Midge. Like, if you have ball and Tracer, like the other team shouldn't just be able to get on the point and take it, right? There wasn't like a long contest there. It wasn't like back and forth. You ended up just kind of having the ball moving off of it and then nobody else getting in position to keep it contested. So feels like a little bit of a miss there for Genji, that they're not able to keep that one going, I know, at least for a little bit longer.
Who are you on that Tracer? Genji available, but not the preference here for the superstar of yore. Zox falling note to those torpedoes. Pistola doubles back to the point, but has to self-destruct, so much of Who Are You's work here is sort of going to be unraveled. Let's see, he gets a free remech, and it's back to business now. 63% and counting for Virtus.pro, and 4 ultimates to spend. Jehu able to bring down Who Are You. It's like the future versus the past, superstars. Jehu wins out on that little exchange here, and Pistola has just been very, very difficult to shift in general. Soaks up a lot of attention from Who Are You, gets the remech. Now it's back to work, and Genji have to make a pretty big gambit for the point now, but they're not necessarily even overly advantaged in terms of these ultimates. The balance of them, Shockwave has the ability to get an insta-pick off here with this bowler once he decides where he'd make use of it. And there's Kanale's Kitsune Rush. Here's a minefield. Shockwave has the mobility to stay clear of that and get good damage down onto the ball. Very speculative bowler shot there. Tickles onto Mag. Does force a lot of resources to be expended in keeping him alive, but elsewhere, no one's looking at Zox. Shockwave. Okay, well, Genji don't want to contest the point on 2 occasions that round. That's fine too.
What is in the water in EMEA this morning? I mean, what kind of round was that? That is one where you figure with Ball Tracer, you're able to kind of keep these fights rolling. And like, they use Kitsune Rush, they come down the stairs. I mean, Mag is like, he is just permanently attached to Shockwave. Like, for like 30 seconds there, he's like trying to pile drive in minefield, chasing him around. They have to use a Suzu there to be able to kind of keep Mag alive. He's still chasing him, and then nobody's near a point. Just a really bizarre round there from Genji.
Well, unfortunately, their coordination just isn't there to be playing this comp. It's one of the hardest compositions in Overwatch to play, especially on a control map like this, where you need to have 1 foot on the point sort of at all times. And it's always transient. It's like Tracer blinking through, or ball that, you know, drops back, gets healed up, and then sort of goes, because it's hard to do both. It's hard to hold the point and dive with this comp that really only has 1 gear. You see the 1 gear at the start of the round. So you win this fight, you gain like 20 to 30 capture percentage, and then you actually end up giving the point up for free. There is like no resistance really at 33%. Allows the point to get taken away. And then we had VP switch into a really durable comp that's hard to shift and hard to dive. You got Juno Brick there, so that'll always challenge you. Then VP just walk away with the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, just a really odd start here for Genji. Yet again, you know, obviously the rough start last week kind of explained, right? And like, I know where Who Are You didn't come in till map 2. Yep. This week you get the full team in there off the rip, right? You figure you get off to a little bit better start. I'm fascinated on like what Gen G will do now in terms of like the ban phase throughout the rest of the game, because I think that was also a big question last week of like what is going on here with Gen G. And hey, look, they get this pick in rather quickly. It will be Runasapi. So I wonder here, you're Gen G, right? This is a pretty easy read, I think, for VP. Like if they don't ban a DPS, like do you just get rid of Genji here? I mean, it's like hey, were you that scared of the Who Are You Tracer that you don't want to see it again? I mean, I'd probably get rid of Genji here and try and go up 2-0.
I mean, again, I wonder if Gen G are like trying to play, this is a bit crazy, if they're trying to play like Ana Genji comps to really superpower Who Are You, because I don't think that they need to ban Genji if it's not going to be Ana empowered. As good as Who Are You is, Jaewoo's also, people have like heralded him as like the next big thing. Like youngster Korean playing on a foreign team, really starting to turn up. I don't think that VP probably wants to let Who Are You influence their ban strategy all that much.
I mean, yeah and no. I don't know who you even potentially target there though. Like if you're Gen G, we've seen so many like bizarre, not really bizarre, but like so many very different compositions from them. It's tough to kind of like own in on like what they want to do as a team, right?
I'd go after the backline of Gen G.
Huh? You'd go after the backline? Okay.
I think I'd go after their backline a little bit. Obviously, that's where I think you can look at, like we saw, like was it Juno target in the previous game? Or was it, like you can look at like the Kiriko as well. Like, do you want to deal with that? Normally, Kiri bans only pop up when you're trying to play like Ana or anything with like those really powerful effects. But
I guess here's my thing, right? Like when you watch the ultimates, there's a clear direction they're trying to go, right? When you watch Alcatia, right? Twisted Minds, right? No, maybe Twisted Minds, you don't love their style of play as some of the other teams, but there's a clear direction what they want to try and do each game.
Yeah, you're talking about identity.
What you would say was the identity of like Gen G. Like
I don't have one yet.
It still seems like they're trying to figure it out a bit.
I think a lot of this has also to do with the fact that like Mag is playing a really wide range of different tanks, right?
Yes.
This tells me all I need to know though about what the plan is going to be here for Virtus Pro. Icenom subs in for Vistola, so we are looking at like Icenom maybe looking to play some more like dive style. The Winston is obviously an option. Curious to see what else like the hero pool might sort of imply. We've seen on Runasapi, we even saw a period of time where people were playing Reinhardt unironically on this kind of map with the Symmetra. So, to be fair, like that was like teams that featured Hardy, but not limited only to them. We actually we saw it just now, like earlier today. Obviously, we saw a Reinhardt on this map, but we weren't sure of just how serious that sort of was. But remember, bans come in and then sort of after substitutions. Always remember that. So target the backline, I think, here. I would actually honestly expect VP to sort of look to target the backline, but you can take out the... I guess you can deny the poke comp a bit. Try and get rid of the Iliari, potentially.
Gen G, that'll be the first ban.
These are flipped. So Gen G actually banned the Iliari, their first pick, and then the Orisa ban comes the way of Virtus Pro.
So you were mentioning VP targeting the backline, but Gen G. So this is swapped. Yep, we're gonna get this switch. No. We're close. Gen G, they get rid of the Alari first, and then VP gets rid of the Orisa.
Yeah.
You were kind of looking at VP maybe targeting the backline, but I guess Gen G maybe wants to get rid of like some of the potential of like, Bapalari style comps, I guess.
I didn't really think that Kanail would even be the focus, because I think Gala can play what Kanail does. I thought they might go after Crispy and like start thinking about like looking at like the Lucio or the Juno. It was actually an Ana ban in the first map there, which is, probably just to protect for Iliari. Maybe they're expecting Gen G to go after Gala at one point, so they sort of protect it by taking Ana out of the mix. Now though, like most teams, as we know, are trying to play like Orisa, or they're trying to play like Ramat. They're trying to play these brawl style compositions. But what we know is Icenom is, someone that isn't so limited in terms of their hero pool, and maybe we thought that VP might be looking to actually play some dive, right? To play some Winston. I don't think we've uttered his name in this pre-map here, but
yeah.
I don't know how you feel about it here on Renasapi. It's not a common approach.
No, and one of the more interesting things as well is that like Gen G actually bans the Orisa in map 1, and then VP turns around and bans it here in map number 2. So potentially both teams kind of figuring that Orisa could be pretty prominent if that comes to be today. But curious what they're bringing in Icenome to play. They definitely have an idea here potentially. Is it some type of dive type of style?
I mean, Mag has played since 2018 competitively, and he's played so many different tanks, but I do feel like he's known for like the Winstons and the Balls and the Reinhardts of the world, right? In the past, especially when like he was able to play with an actual off-tank player. Of course, that was a completely different story, but you know, he kind of flies under the radar in our whole discussion of Europe starting to pick up more of these Winston comps. But he definitely can sort of do that. I feel like Mag has always kind of played everything. The problem is that he never really lived up to the hype that came along with him. And that sounds really harsh, right? But Mag always played well, but the expectations for him was so ridiculous after coming off that runaway team. Remember, he joined the Washington Justice, but he, you know, I don't know if he ever reached those heights.
I mean, sometimes coming out of contenders, Korean contenders at the time, like the hype was insanely high for some of these players that look obviously very talented, but you know, expecting a player to come in from contenders at that time and just kind of dominate, right? Like it's
happened before.
Not many though. Yep. Right? It did happen, not as frequent as some would like to believe, but
it came along with that idea that like Korean contenders was like a higher level of play in general than what we saw in the Overwatch League, and like it didn't really always hold up that way. No. Even though it looked, to the eye test, obviously it looked quite good. Here though, pretty messy start to the fight. Virtus.pro are going to be on the Hazard composition, so we're going to play that against the Malga.
And this is something that we've seen like the old Nightmare team do, right? Where they're able to play this Hazard into the Malga and be very effective. Hazard pretty tanky when going into these Malga compositions, where you mentioned a bunch of the tanks that you thought Mag was great at. I wouldn't say like Maga's like up there in terms of like the tanks that he like would ideally want to play, right? Where you figure that he would much rather prefer to play some of these dive tanks. As this next fight very important for Gen G to win, Mitch, because you're getting very close to this checkpoint.
Yeah, this is, oh my goodness, what a leap from Icenome. Looks like Izodi will get stuck there with a bolt from Shockwave, and so that burst combo is something you just can't answer that. They are so clean, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, this is VP just kind of running through Gen G here at the moment, so Mag will end up falling. No ultimates even needed to be used here, so now we're going to see Mag end up playing the Diva here.
I mean,
into the Hazard. Would you say that, like this is good against that? Like, I mean, I think Diva obviously probably a little bit better than the Malga here, but I wouldn't say this is like a awesome comp to play against Hazard. I think Hazard's like pretty effective at comps. Like,
I don't think it's intended to fight Hazard necessarily, Matt. I really think it's probably about trying to control Shockwave's impact on the game. Look at a bowler shot there, apparently. But Mag was subject to it. It wasn't eaten, otherwise we would know. Jaeger with the blade here, won't have a chance to use it. The torpedoes come in from Zox, clean them up, and this will be Virtus.pro trying to get out of this fight without staggering themselves too heavily.
I think you can play over here by this corner, though, if you're VP. I think you can play for potentially another pick. Jaeger's going to get back off the spawn pretty fast. Is Icenome is going to have the downpour in a second. He's trying to jump away here. As he gets, they actually end up using the orbital ray. Not able to keep
Oh my god. Blade. This is getting ugly here. Virtus.pro can't decide if they're committing or not. Canal goes down to the blade from Jaewoo. But everything else looks pretty awful there from Virtus.pro, committing 2 ultimates in a fight that they didn't want. They did not want that fight, folks. You can see Icenome sort of trying to back up, buy some time. But they figured at that point, if they're able to draw ultimates out of Gen G, it might have been worthwhile for them to do it too.
And you mentioned Shockwave's impact on the game thus far. 3,800 damage. To kick things off here, just basically after 2 fights. So really strong stuff. And I think there they actually wanted to use the downpour with that orbital ray, but they end up losing Icenome. But he gets right back in the fight behind this sound barrier from Fixa. You get a little bit of a trade here.
Just the damage from Hazard is insane sometimes. He can play without much more reckless abandon in situations such as that. So bot's already back to parity. This will get VP on the move once more. They've got a bowler here. Mag's able to get a remech, so this means that it's not too huge a loss of tempo for Gen G. But they're going to be fighting again to try and stave off that triple-digit total here for VP. And they're a bit split right now.
We also saw it onto Exodio. When Shockwave lands like one of those explosive shots, and then the Ice Gnome jumps in with like a slash, it basically kills like hundreds to zeros the Freya in that type of situation. So pretty nasty combo.
That's not going to catch anyone on the downpour. Odd to use it so out in the open there, but again, if you get someone, it's a free kill. So I understand. Bowler came out for Shockwave again. No result from it. Looks like it took Kanail pretty low. Shockwave able to avoid most of the blast from the bowler coming his way, and there goes Jaywu. Short work of Exodial. It's a problem. The Genji for Freya. A little bit of an issue at times, we've noticed. Here comes Ice Knob, very healthy. In a great position to clean up this fight, but the bot's being snuck away from him, and I think he realizes that he better double back and prevent this.
Yeah, it's going to be Ice Gnome here with Jaywu go back to contest this. So now we're going to go back to the Maga again. So I guess Gen G feels like maybe there's a better opportunity here playing this Maga. I almost think there's a better opportunity playing the Diva, to be honest. I think VP looks so well oiled on this type of comp, especially playing it like you probably practice this comp to play it into Maga, right? So it's something that they definitely have thought about how to play against.
It is harder to outmaneuver Maga in this tighter part of the map, but out here in the open, I think, yeah, Diva is the better option.
Right use here by Gen G, and VP just runs away.
Okay. And they get Gala at least. But honestly, there could be a half of a fight here to fight for VP. Or to draw, yeah, they draw the rally out. So Gen G have to use both their support ultimates here. Virtus Pro are pretty happy with what they've been able to ask from their opponents in that fight.
It's about as good of a fight loss as you can get, right? I mean, they end up using Orbital Right and Rally. You invest nothing, and they're going to get back to, what, 25, 30 meters to your 90 plus? I mean, I think VP probably takes that trade every single day, right? You come back, you win, a fight here with one of your support ultimates. You have an opportunity to take the lead and have a support ultimate left on top.
94 meters, that's the total. VP been able to get. There's the bowler shot there. Who are you low? Pulse bomb drops, no catch. Zodial down, and here's Jaywu with the blade. Zox out on the open, an easy pick off a Shockwave as he just floated in the air. And this has been the issue for Gen G. They have had to put themselves at a disadvantage in the fights that matter because they've had to use support ultimates to get out into the map at all.
And now you're set up for VP, right? They're going to get back to basically where the checkpoint is. And then you end up having your downpour plus rally, right? So like what? Mag wants to obviously be the initiator, start the fight. If he goes in and uses his stomp, that rally is going to come down. And you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Another chance for Ice to find a nice little downpour. Better, I think, when Gen G push into VP territory and there's that longer straightaway. Out here in the open, it's much more speculative. They're not in a hurry. Virtus Pro bleed the clock here.
Why would they? Yeah.
Meter lead. Have Ice just trade out here with Mag. It's fine. Duck in and around the corner. Gen G also trying to build those support ultimates up again because they are behind on the rally as that was spent 2 fights ago.
I mean, that would be the downside, right, of just this tank trading back and forth here for VPs. You're allowing them to build back to these support ults. You just saw them dump into that previous fight.
You see they're getting flanked here now by Gen G. They're really trying to start the fight. Bowler shot, though, no connect. Exodial, unclear of that. I think they were actually caught in place there by the downpour. It caught onto the Freya of all things. Ice Gnome eventually falls because of the cage fight, but Gen G are missing most of their healing and most of their damage.
So they sacrifice Ice Gnome pretty much. Even though they got the rally going from Fixa inside of the cage, really difficult to keep Ice Gnome alive in that 1v1 there against Mag. So they end up losing out in the long run there. Does Gen G as VP will try and gain a little bit more progress. Actually, they're going to back up. They're going to let Ice Gnome get back in the fight. They're probably going to try and take a fight around that same corner. As now Mag wants to match. So they want to end up matching the Hazard versus Hazard here.
All right, Shockwave just loses that fight out. Big risk there taken, but Fixers have at least turned it into a trade. The tempo stays neutral. Kanail, again, has to rally to sort of get his team out into the killing field, so to speak. Jaywu says, I got a blade here. And he can just descend on Kanail. Mag with Spike Guard active. Jaywu needed to go upstairs there, and he knows it. But again, this is just making it muddier for Gen G, making it less clear how they might find their way back into the map. Zox is down. Jaywee's looking clean with it. Nice little dash to finish off Exodial. And that bot's not going anywhere. Virtus Pro have been able to maintain a deadlock.
No, who are you is trying to actually get the bot moving. But actually at the time, it is Shockwave who's on the bot. Battling him, forces out recall, and then who are you doesn't feel comfortable going back to fight it. So even with that fight going probably in favor of Gen G overall, they get nothing. They get absolutely nothing for it.
Still that 94 meters. Virtus Pro actually haven't added to their total since the first couple of minutes of the game. They've just not had to. Okay, Orbital Ray for Virtus Pro, much needed there. Looks like Shockwave again went for a bowler shot. Looked like it was long range, didn't really find anything. Pulse here for Who Are You could be good. He's got a recall though out of that downpour. Canale apparently unaffected by it as well, but he will go down to the torpedoes. The brig comes for all of us in the end. Fixer knocks him up against the wall with the perk. Gets that extra effect. And Who Are You? Yeah, welcome to 2025 Overwatch, buddy.
Yeah, this is not what you wanted to see if you're a Gen G fan after last week. It's, the Ultimates, they definitely performed quite well as, okay, as Exodial gets in, assassinates Gala, but I know you're going to need a huge comeback here.
Big commitment for Exodial. He like flanked them solo by the looks of things. Mag, downpour, attempt. Unclear. If someone was caught, there wasn't an opportunity to follow up on it, that's for sure. Fix it off towards the side. Does hit the stun. Really causing problems for Who Are You, who can't get in right now. And VP maintain control of the bot. This is where they want to be. It's how they in the map. And I don't know where Canal's supposed to go. They are completely surrounded. Icedom doubling back here. Quick little regroup now for Virtus Pro as they allow Gen G to take possession of the bot, but it is just Zox for the time being. One last pitch battle to end it potentially here on Runasapi. Icedom are going to dive in. Jaywe with a blade. Looking to get that altitude, and he has it. But took him a while to get Zox. Enough time that Zox is able to find Shockwave across the map with those torpedoes, and Jaywe dived into a rallying brig, which I think is a very interesting decision to make.
That is risky there, to say the least.
Okay, Exodial down though. Fixer getting value, staying alive. Their pulse for Who Are You doesn't find connection, so they turn around and say, can we just get rid of Icedom here? Well, his supports are on the way. Icedom now is able to move out into the open and get topped up, and he's got a downpour just around the corner. The window was there to get rid of him, but now it's gone. Gala, though, was picked up at least. So Virtus Pro, not in a favored position in this fight. There goes Mag, spike guard, extra damage. Yep, Fixer can't block it out.
I was going to say, this is a fight that Gen G absolutely must win. I mean, it is just like Ice Gnome in Fixer alive. It's actually Shockwave coming in, getting a kill. It's going to be a downpour. Is everything falling apart now for Gen G.
Not coming back from this one. Mag deals with Icedom up close there. But that's it. Virtus Pro take away Runasafi, doing most of the legwork in the first 2 to 3 minutes of the game, and then holding Gen G in place, making him suffer through every second of those 10 minutes.
Well, once VP got the lead, there was no... Gen G basically got it like 40 meters into VP territory, and that was it. And it basically happened in one fight. So VP bring in Ice Gnome, play Hazard. They completely control every part of the game there.
Let me ask you a question.
Yep.
What is Mag's best hero?
Is it Ball?
What is, like, he plays everything, which is the problem. But like, it's not a problem. It's only an issue, I think, when like the tank really dictates the style of what you're trying to play as a team, and they all have to sort of adapt to the tempo that Mag is playing with. That's got to be sort of communicated, and that's got to be a protocol that's like already drilled down. The Malgar is easy to exploit on this map because he can be ignored. You just work around him a lot of the time. This dive is so sick from Icedom though.
Yeah, I also think though, like, you're not really putting, you know, Who Are You is like tremendous on Genji, right? You can play Genji in these comps. The other side is doing it, right?
Yep.
So why not, right? You know, the Who Are You Tracer's fine, but like, I wouldn't say it was making like a, you know, a huge impact on the game. And then I wouldn't exactly like, you know, Canale can play Brig, right? But there's a lot of other supports he can play that I know is a really dynamic player. So I think the pushback I would have against like you know, maybe it's like, okay, like, you know, can they figure out the tank thing? Is I'm not really sure really the roster as a whole like is being put on heroes to set up for success.
No, absolutely. I mean, look at those numbers. I mean, Virtus Pro are out damaging Gen G by a factor of like 33%. That is like an extra third of their damage, which is, you know, It's like 1.5 heroes. It's a huge difference maker here. Virtus Pro, pretty confident showing there. And frankly, my issue with Gen G is just like they've got the quality players, but their cohesion, it just isn't there. They are all over the place.
Yeah, it seems like the strategy is a little bit all over the place. It seems like coordination's a little bit rough. And this is a team that was actually quite good in EMEA in stage 1, right? And I think all things considered, we thought they probably made some improvements on the roster overall coming in here to stage 2. We just haven't seen it pay off yet.
Yeah, 100%. Suravasa going to be the pick here for Gen G. Their last chance in this year is yes, you can. I'm curious to see, like, remember the subs locked in first, so like if VP opts not to make a substitution here, Gen G know that Icenom's staying in. They might try and influence things such that the hero pool gets stretched. We're still wondering like exactly what Icenom has up his sleeve, but the Hazard looked like really good there, and crucially really locked in with Shockwave, the little 1-2 punch between the exploding shot and of course the feral leap there from Hazard on multiple occasions seemed to take Gen G by surprise. And this is just VP looking like a well-oiled machine, and frankly, Matt, it feels like they've sort of tightened up a lot since last week.
Yes. Vistola comes in here for Icenom, and I was actually just thinking that as well, right? When we speaking to Shockwave, right? Last week it was like trying to figure out like, okay, like how do we kind of get everybody on the same page, right? Huh?
He was not happy with their performance. He's yeah, this is not. And I was like, honestly, I thought they did fine, but he was like, no, this is.
They got a 5 against Quickies. I mean, I wouldn't exactly say fine, right? I mean, this is a team that expects to win EMEA and then go on to compete at internationals, right? If that's their goal, there shouldn't be many close games in this region for them, right?
Yeah, in theory. I mean, think of the team of last stage, what Virtus Pro were able to do. They've looked significantly more shaky than that this time around, but I thought Jay had a pretty great Genji game. I just think that Genji is so good to pressure Freya. She obviously has a ton of mobility, right? Like a lot more than you sort of come to expect from sort of DPS here. But so Genji first ban, Lucio taken out of the game. We often see this, right? What do you think the theory is behind banning Lucio on Flashpoint? Because it often happens here.
So, I mean, you can ban I mean, Juno obviously has speed capabilities. They've added speed coming out of the spawn. Doesn't exactly, I think, make up for Lucio, so to speak. But I think teams have obviously gone over towards Juno a lot, and I think getting rid of Lucio here also probably has the highest value of getting rid of Lucio, like in any game mode or map, right? Like if you can get rid of Lucio on Flashpoint, it kind of has like a double effect, right? You want the hero gone, but then also the ability that like basically Lucio gets you like multiple like extra fights on certain points with just the team speed. So I think that's probably the logic there. The Winston ban is really good though from VP, right? It's like I do think there's a world in which like do they play like Ball Kiri, like we've seen teams go to that. I mean,
they dare play Iliari here.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's a possibility. We've seen more Iliari today than we've seen really throughout what I can remember.
Do we? Yeah, dude. I honestly, I F-dubbed this. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we've seen this in the past, like the Sigma comps. It's definitely more uncommon to see them on Suravasa, but they've definitely found a lot of success in the past. It's for me, it feels so quintessentially European. This style of play, and it's going to be the TC Iliari setup now. So big poke vibes from this Virtus Pro setup. Who are you, Genji?
I mean, this is his like best look, obviously, right? Seeing him play the Genji, it's kind of like a historical pick for Who Are You? But I mean, dude, look at the comp on the other side and like how different it is from Gen G, right? Like the Sigma is really good into the Diva, right? You know, constantly being able to land those accretions. One of the only opportunity like times in EMEA we've actually seen Ashe, right? Throughout this stage thus far, we've seen a lot of the Freya, we've seen some Sojourn, but not a lot of Ashe in EMEA, but Shockwave will end up playing it here off the rip as Fixa doing all he can to try and keep Vistola up, not able to do so.
I don't think he can play this comp, especially when you've lost point control. It's extra bad here.
Yeah.
But you saw the pressure. Like the fact that Fixer can only sort of exo boot up to try and heal Vistola and can't even get like a lamp on him properly, just like forced out of that line of sight entirely. So similar setups if we go to the Orisa, someone who can manhandle the Diva a little bit more. And Shockwave on the Ashe, rare sight at the moment here in stage 2. He's able to just deal with Exodial pretty early. Sometimes that Freya does suspend herself in midair and make herself an easier target for some of those harder hitting hit scans.
A nice immortality field here from Fixa. There are a few players that were getting dangerously low, and then he's able to use that Amp Matrix. When he drops that Amp Matrix, notice he's got that perk that the little cannon pops up from the Baptiste and does some extra healing, right? Allows him to be pretty free with damage, so that allows VP to flip the point. Is a big play there from Fixa.
Back we go now for Gen G. Really like a healthy lead they were able to take, and they've honestly got such nice ultimate economy here. It should be quite a competitive fight. Captive Sun and Bowler combo, though, is ready. And Mag would have to D-Matrix one or both of those things to really shut it down. How does that work? Blade for Who Are You? Obviously a little bit tough against the Immortality field to get your big value off of it. But sometimes the Iari can actually outburst yourself out of the Immortality field. Exodial. Oh, I didn't see it. Did not see it. Gala holding this, sending it to the low ground. All right. So, none of those ultimates sort of make the big connection here. Jaywu, though, does have a bowler of his own. There's Bob that comes in. Canal dealt with Who Are You? Drew his blade and very quickly stowed it, or had it stowed for him. Either way, he gets ruined.
It's so the Captive Sun doesn't get anything there, right, from Gala. But what it does do is force Mag to end up using like most of his defense matrix, right? And then they end up getting the Bola, they get the Bob on the point, right? And he's got no defense matrix left, just gets D-Mech straight away, has to use a self-destruct. So first point goes in favor of Virtus Pro. They are trying to complete the fastest day in EMEA Overwatch's history.
Genji got no kills that last fight. The only third kill they got was Vistola on the Sig right at the start of this map, and since then, Goose Egg. Fixer, I'm going to give him credit for that a lot of the time. And now, of course, like you can set up a relatively safe pylon here. It should be cleared by Who Are You in a few moments. Not so easy as like one of those tighter chokes. Zodial stuck with the bolt there, takes note, of course, of Jay will cross the map, and Fixer on the wrong end of one of those javelins. Who Are You still down there with Vistola again? On Orisa, you have these opportunities sometimes to go for these solo kills just because you have such a great kit for, chasing people down. Terra Surge there, Canale blown up though before it could really come through. It was really just the initial CC of Terra Surge that set that elimination up for Jaywu. Eyes to the skies, Exodial is forced away, and Virtus Pro now over a third of the way to a second flashpoint.
And Fix is back in the fight, right? So you get him back, everybody here for Virtus Pro, back at full strength. Mag gets quite low. Exodial going on a flank here. Oh, a nice connection with Gala.
Uh-oh. Bowler missed there. Exodial still taken down. Big investment, though, to get rid of Gala. My goodness, he took everything. Vistola low, though. Fixer really has to go to work with the Medi Blaster here, but he's backing up now. Terra Surge from Mag catches Jaywu. Genji get a flip. Virtus Pro at 70, though. VP come back with only the Captive Sun.
Yeah, so we'll see now how they're... Okay, so they're actually going to switch off of Freya and go to Genji. I wonder, do you think Shockwave decides to... Maybe Shockwave actually stays on this and gets like the Bob, right? He's so close, just a little bit more damage. And he gets that ultimate, and then maybe he plays the Freya. As we've obviously seen that Freya is much more effective than Ashe at the moment.
Here's that orbital, right? Good time to make use of it as Pistola's already in the back full. We are Captive Sunning this! That's a decision. Gala wants to go aggressive into the orbital ray. Virtus Pro still have a chance here if they can sort of regroup quickly enough. Bob might give them an opening. Gala on the Moira. Okay. All right. On the Kiri. More expected.
Yeah, it is just to get a little dash out of the spawn and then being able to kind of go forward there from there. But Genji, they desperately needed this, Mitch. A bounce back point for them as getting very close. Jaywu will get it contested, so not completely over just yet, but nobody else will be able to make it there from VP. That will be a Genji point. I feel like they desperately needed that. If they would have went down 0-2 here, it's tough to see a path to them getting back into it.
Absolutely. Honestly, I think they look really solid on this point so far. The Mag Orisa, pretty damn good. And I think also like Gala, having to switch off the Iliari there. Like, it doesn't get him a lot of value when they lose control of the point. Yeah, Mag up there with Exodial. Good output in general. Exodial will be sort of looked at here by Jwoo quite often. 4 deaths already here for this Freya, so it's definitely the soft, squishy underbelly of the Gen G composition as far as VP are concerned. They want to go for that first. What is this blade from who are you? Buddy! Okay! To the rescue comes Gala and ends up taking Who Are You down. Oh, my goodness, that is literally Lightning McQueen crashing in that third movie.
I mean,
that is what it is.
No support ults need to be used there as well. I mean, that is pretty brutal. I mean, you expect that blade to be something that can completely open things up. They're not playing a Brig on the other side, right? Playing a little bit more of a greedier backline. Not able to punish them for it. The Bob comes out, and then Shockwave goes right back and plays the Freya. So that's kind of what we were talking about. He was very close in that previous point. We were wondering if he would go back and swap. He ends up doing that.
Canale here just eyes for the back line just in case. So like Jwoo comes to call. Rally here, they're already pretty big. Good blade answer as well, but not if you're already dead. No chance to use Rally. Shockwave just destroyed him. And that is the worst case scenario here for Gen G. That rally could have been so big. Now, Virtus Pro push up with impunity. Gen G got one last chance, but it's not a good one. Exodial doesn't catch the same spawn wave, I think. Oh, no, he does. Okay. So still have everyone ready to go here, but it would just push up. He'll be denied a chance to touch potentially.
I think they're even thinking about, it looked like some of the players from Gen G went back into the spawn potentially, with the point moves, right? You can use that spawn.
You just go to the other
feature, right?
point.
Yeah. So looks like they obviously did not want to go back and contest that. His first fight's huge for Gen G. If you end up investing both Orbital Ray and Rally, it is a must-win scenario, especially being down 2-1. You do not have a lot of time after that. Like, let's say you end up using those to, build up towards them, to have them yet again in the game. It might be your only opportunity.
These Gen G have got a decent bit to work with. Canale's Rally that was forced to hold on to is going to be available, and you can use it pretty quickly. Start on the Gala, so it allows them just to blow the Kiriko up instantly. VP safe. Okay, understood. You got it, guys.
All right, so just Rally used there by Gen G. Probably best case scenario, right? You only have to use one of those ultimates to end up taking the points. So VP, I think you would have held on. I think that was a fight that Gen G would have won anyway. Now you hold on to some stuff. Now it's go time though for VP. Orbital Ray plus Blade.
Zox traded for Shockwave, but then the Exodal pick up there is big for Jwoo. Blade there just put a lot of pressure on the Juno, who's already like floating in a pretty vulnerable spot anyway. Even worse when they're at 20% health. Should be a decent cleanup here for VP, even holding on to a boulder shot in for that next engagement, but all eyes are going to be on a Blade here from Who Are You. The last one, he pulled out and basically got goon squatted by 2 supports. Wasn't able to find anything. Now that we pulls it straight away, Gala's down, looking for a bit of extra value here. He'll settle for the 1 kill. Canale goes down ultra early though. VP probably happy to take a step off the point, just keep it contested with Jwoo there, and then step up when they actually have to fight for it properly.
Yeah, nobody else from Gen G really able to get here and contest. I mean, Mag is just getting back here now, right?
Like, why Blade there then?
To get all healed up. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, right? You get
so
Gala,
disjointed.
You get Gala who had a rush there, but you're in no position to push up and really capitalize on it. So you use that Blade, and you've given up even more percentage on the point. That's huge there.
Jwoo knocked down. Gala here going to go for a rush to try and set Pistola up to go forward with. And he really wants to make some value, or at least just generate a ton of threat and get a lot of extra percentage going. Canale spotted there in the corner, got nowhere to go. Somebody save the Brig. The healing is enough for now, but Who Are You does go down. Pistola gives up his life. Canale is the ultimate decoy in that situation. But VP get close now to taking the map away. It's going to have to be Gen G to flip here as a fight that heavily favors them, should break their way.
Bola.
And now they're going to hold on.
Yeah, Bola used here for Shockwave. Doesn't connect anything. Canale's actually using Rally here, Mitch. So they're not going to have Rally for this next fight. You're going to have Orbital Ray here to use here for VP on a little bit of a comeback.
These ult timings are hard for me to follow sometimes. Here's Orbital Ray. That's a good one. Great placement of it. Shockwave just has to respect to back away. Can they keep the Stoller alive? Here's the Terror Surge. Exodial slides on out, but Canale's not so lucky. Could have used that Rally, buddy. All right, both support ultimates now down for Gen G. Exodial, though, can hunt Shockwave down and win a very important fight, but Mag is so exposed there in the middle of the point, and Jaywoo's able to deal with him. Who are you now suffer some pressure? The deflect, though, I think that was of torpedoes onto Jaywoo, able to pick him off, but Vastola is in control. The healing, good enough for the time being. Who are you out of the picture? Now it's about chasing the Juno down. Exodial has to go next level with this one. And it's going to be difficult to get in at all. Vastola, of course, gets extra overshield now, and he goes for that fortify, and Mag is on the ball. Stunned up initially. Long stall, but Gala now has a Kitsune rush. He built that second one pretty bloody fast. And that means there's too much healing. How have you seen again? The ball comp for Gen G. They just forget where the point is.
Come on, man. No, that is tough. I mean, so we talked about Canale used that rally really early. They didn't really get anything for it. And then they kind of like double down and they end up trying to use the orbital ray to push in to VP.
They push off the point, yeah.
And well, no, this is a little bit earlier. Yeah, they push off the point. And then VP just takes like 2 steps back and then just uses their own orbital ray, which now lasts longer. And they just run in and just kill them.
Look at my hair. I've been pulling it out. I'm actually tilted. Gen G, they are a really good team, but they're making some decisions on the fly that are really hard to understand what the impetus is. And like, you know, using ults out of turn, like, who are you thinks his team is there?
Honestly,
that Blade, he gets a kill and it doesn't actually get anything. Like, it's worthless.
They're disconnected. It looks disconnected. They're clearly not gelling. Like, it feels like everyone's... It kind of feels like solo ranked games, honestly. Like, that's the impression I'm
like
seeing there.
Pugs.
Which is... Kinda. Also sign up for those. They're fun, but just a sneaky little plug there. It's baffling because it's such high caliber players and such high caliber coaching for that team that you can't help but be disappointed. You have to be disappointed. Like, this is not what you would expect, rightfully so, from a Gen G.
The first game, you can get a little bit of a pass, right? You know, the who are you thing, a little bit all over the place,
it
right?
Snowballed, got out of hand.
Yeah, you want to, okay, fine.
No, I'm not buying into the who are you.
If you're selling it, I'll buy a little. I'm not buying a lot. But
don't buy it.
I mean, I'd ask for a refund now. I mean, I want to give that back. I mean, that one was.
I don't get it because their team is really good. Like, everyone on that team is
right.
good. And I don't think that like Exodial is a step down for them at all. They have a crazy roster, and I think like who are you for Top Dragon is reasonable enough. But like, I'm worried about my GOAT, honestly.
If anything, they made upgrades heading into stage 2. So like this performance, it's just like it doesn't. No.
If you're who are you? It might be time.
Acceptable.
It might be time to let Cruz Ramirez wear the number for you and run that race. You know what I'm saying? Because
on the other side, though, if we want to, focus a little bit on something positive, as the three of us are known to do, VP, I think they more than redeemed themselves in today's showing.
Yes, I would say so. They looked like the VP we know and love as a team. I think the way that they're working in Ice Gnome, knowing that he's going to have to play a really important role on this team, knowing that kind of like what Vistola's limitations are in terms of his hero pool, but I mean, they seem to have everything covered, and kind of unlike Gen G, just seem just so coordinated. Like, there's never a moment with VP that you're ever kind of like confused on what they're trying to accomplish, right? On the map, like it's very clear the direction where they want to go, and I think that's like one of the better things about them is they're so confident in their decisions and working together as a team. There's never a play really that comes out of them that you're just kind of left like scratching your head about. Everything seems to make a little bit of sense.
Yeah, they're on the same page, or at the very least, they're reading the same book, same copy saying about Gen G. Like, they're in different parts of the library right now. They got to get their act together because this is week 2, right? We have, what is it, 6 weeks overall? 6 weeks. 6 weeks. Is it 6 weeks? It's 6 weeks.
We have 6 weeks of play, yeah.
Yes. Right. So, like, those early losses can really come to haunt you at the very end. If you're ending up in, like, some tiebreaker scenarios, which, quite frankly, we did in stage 1, then you might find yourself in the last chance qualifiers.
You just got to be in the top 6, right, in stage 2. Look at what, like, the Ultimates were almost able to do, and, like, Alcatia made a pretty big run. They were 4th, right? So, like, just give yourself a seat at the table in the playoffs, and sort of work on things until then.
Does this team look like a top 6 team?
but at least they lost against two teams that we would consider the very top teams. If this performance would have happened against
top three
like,
teams
that were must-wins,
at this rate, Alcatia is going to wear them like a sock. Like, it is going to be that bad.
Yeah.
So that's one
100%.
team that's you're worried about, I think. But like, you've just got to be better than Quick Esports here. I think you can. Yeah, I mean, we don't know what Quick Esports, where they're going to actually settle, where they're going to actually land up.
I just want to see this team pick a direction, what they want to do stylistically, right? Like we're playing Orisa, we're playing Malga, we're playing Hazard, now we're playing Ball. I mean, it just seemed wild.
Yeah, wild indeed. Alas, let's once again shift our focus to the winning team because they had a clear direction and they followed through with a really great performance. We do have Vistola standing by for an interview now. So Vistola, thank you so much for joining us, you and your monitor. What is this camera shot, my mans?
I don't know how to set up the new webcam. I've never used it, so it's just kind of hanging
It's
there.
all right.
I'll try to
we'll figure it out together.
You're good, man.
She's like out there judging the setup.
Yeah,
Vistola, what I will not judge though is the performance. You guys more than redeemed yourselves from your opening match last week. What were the big takeaways from that? Do you feel like Quick Esports taking you to map 5 kind of lit a fire under you and the team?
Not really. Like, I think we just lost a couple of maps because we weren't trying enough, and we had like no preparation. Like, I didn't even know what's their roster probably like before the game. So didn't expect them to play that good. So we kind of got caught off guard. Wasn't worried.
Okay, coming to this game, obviously you knew that like Genji kind of faltered in week number 1 and looked a little bit questionable. When you come into a game against this team, is there any part of like their strategy or their team that you're trying to target? Like, what do you like, especially when it comes to like the ban strategy? Who are you going after?
Not really anything specific. We kind of just want to play our comps that we know we are strong at, and we're not worrying too much about their comps. Usually our bans are to like save supports or save tank.
Set you up.
And I guess Mag wants to play dive heroes mostly, but we know we can match him easily, so we're not worried about that.
Yeah, you targeted him twice with a Orisa and Winston bans. So that makes sense.
Vistola, great game today. We talked to Shockwave a little bit last week about just kind of how you guys are working Ice Gnome into the team. Obviously, much better play this week from you guys overall. How do you feel like that's improving week to week? Do you feel like it's kind of building towards your guys' goals to, I guess, be a little bit more of a well-rounded team?
Yeah, right now, Ice is like filling the dive role. He's playing a lot of Monkey and Hazard, and he's doing really well on that. And I'm playing the ground tanks on ground maps. It's kind of boring to be benched in scrims especially, but I think it's gonna make us a stronger team overall. Be able to play more styles.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that already at the end of stage 1. Like, flexibility is really, really key when you're heading towards those tougher matchups. Vistola, we're going to let you go now. Once again, congratulations on the dub, and we can't wait to see more of you in the team. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Vistola from VP joining us for a quick chat. Love to hear that the Quick Esports, they flew under the radar there and just kind of like surprised them.
It's hard.
Yeah,
you're the first opponent. There's like no tape really on them, and you know you can't like you can watch what they did in promo relegation, but they're also playing against lower tier teams there than you expect.
Yeah.
So it's like how much of that is valuable to take away? I don't know.
I did find it really interesting, like the note he just made about like scrim time and how he's got to sit a bunch, where it's probably like really different for him, right? Being the only tank for this team who would literally just play 24/7 and play every single scrim, to now probably split time with Ice, maybe even give Ice some extra time to get into the team. But then he's also still expected to play at the level that they played at, you know, where he was like an undefeated mainstay player for them. So I think a lot of interesting pressure on Vistola that people may not realize. Cool they brought it up.
That is difficult, honestly. Like I think there's a lot you can like talk about there about and words. How do I get paid to talk? It's beyond me. But yeah, because most of the teams, they focus on just having one tank who's just very well rounded, because the tanks want that scrim time, they want that play time, right? So like coming in cold from map to map, that can be a detriment to the team as well. So far, obviously, like now it's been working out. Let's see how the team will get on later on in this stage. As you just saw on your screens already, Fixa is our player of the match. We have plenty of tape to prove why that is. But first, we want to show you our standings, because Virtus Pro is now getting further onto the top. Yes, they had a bit of a shaky start, as we just heard from Vistola himself. Yeah, they just kind of got surprised by Quick Esports playing it really close, but they still edged out the victory then and also today. A very dominant showing.
Yeah, sorry, this isn't fully accurate because Twisted Minds are actually +2, not -2. So that obviously changed where they stand in the grand scheme of things. But what's important is that Genji are down there at -6. So 0. This is pretty tough. Like that map differential is really hard to claw your way back from.
Tomorrow, we got a Genji versus Frost Tales match.
Okay.
On it, no shot.
Their season, their stage could be decided there. I'm just saying that could be a very illuminating matchup.
The alarm bells would be going off if
they would be klaxoning. The alarm bells would be klaxoning.
Don't know what that word means.
That is what they do.
Yes.
The nerves on the map 1 would be crazy. Like if you lose map 1, you're just like, you were just molding to another level. I mean,
yeah, but that's the thing. My saving, my saving thought for Genji is that they did lose against 2 formidable teams that we expect to be within the top 3, 4, 5.
Is it a quality loss?
These are still no. It's not a quality loss. It was hot garbo, but I cannot see them losing in such a fashion against teams that are or should be considered at the very lower end of our standings. Alas, it is Overwatch. Everything is possible. So we'll see. We'll find out soon enough. For now, though, we are wrapped with EMEA, and that also means we say goodbye to Mitch and Matt. The very end of the day, I do get the names right, although I have been working with you guys so much. I don't know what's going on today. Yeah, it's a good name. It's a good name. It's been a pleasure having you guys on. You guys will be back for more tomorrow, I presume.
Yeah,
we'll be back.
This is a question, but
they gotta unless something changes.
Third for tomorrow. That's just one big bar. That's
just a match. That's right. They're bringing in the big guns for those. But yeah, gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing all your insight. More of them tomorrow. For now, we're heading into a quick break, and then afterwards, we are diving into all things NA. You don't want to miss it.
And just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer. Of course, there's absolutely not. This is my match.
From Naga. Boop, straight in the bag.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Limp, even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final. The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch in the fight, and he's going to get another big down blossom. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what? How sick?
What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
Hello and welcome back. We just wrapped our EMEA portion of the day, so it's time to move on to all things NA. And to ensure that we're not running out of steam, we went for a pit stop, added a set of brand new fresh casters into the mix. Our paid actor, Johnny.
Hi, I'm
Yep.
a paid
Hi,
actor.
it's him.
Happy to be here. If you need me for anything, just hit me up.
That's right. He does ads, he does casting, he does it all. What a guy. Also,
I feel like a guest honestly. It's great.
It's beautiful. Also, I love your shirt.
Yeah, I saw your shirt and I was like, I got a match.
Yeah, no, we're doing the
I
thing.
did not get the memo, guys.
That's okay,
Can you
though.
tell me next
I'm
time?
glad that you're here to begin with, because EMEA was speedrunning it, which means that you had to sprint across the University of Kentucky campus to somehow make it to our show, and you did it. So you probably are out of breath, sweaty, feeling a certain way.
So tired. It is so humid here, but I'm so grateful. Yeah, I'm at the University of Kentucky campus. I was here for a Gen G Marginalized Genders and Women Summit, and so I'm really excited that I get to be here.
Awesome.
Unfortunately, Gen G just lost, so like that's
Listen,
not great. But
Fine.
you know, next week
they're winning the guest list for their activation there in Kentucky, but they're losing on the service. You can't get the dub everywhere. That's okay. You, dear viewers who are watching, can get it up by connecting your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, because you can get our brand new drops. That's right, new stage, new drops. Here is what we got in store for you over the next couple of weeks, and honestly, I'm feeling these. These are beautiful. Also, Necra came in with the matching hair color for it as well.
So true. I have all of these. Where y'all at on your drops? I just got my mandala icon.
I'm gonna be honest. I watch on YouTube, so I kind of forgot about the drops. So maybe I need to open both
Is your
tabs. I need to be on
YouTube-
YouTube and Twitch at the same time.
Wait, are you not connected on your YouTube account?
You can be connected.
Surely,
Oh my God,
surely you are.
I can connect on YouTube as well. I thought it was just Twitch drops.
Yes. No, I don't think so.
Sorry, I live on the
Stream
rock most of the
drops? I
time,
think-
so I appear for my rock like every 3 weeks, and then I show up on the breakfast. So
Oh, no, actually, I just heard it. You are, in fact, having to be connected on your
okay,
Twitch.
there we go.
That's for
There we
nothing.
go.
So you're good.
I was like, am I just going crazy?
That also means that I should be connecting my Twitch account. I don't even know if I've ever done that.
There we go.
Anyway, I still have a little bit of time, because we're just halfway through our 2025 schedule. Let's visualize that very quickly to see where we're at. Stage 2 just kicked off last week, so we still have weeks of regular season play, a whole playoff to play, and then last chance qualifiers until we finally reach the mid-season championship in Riyadh.
This is gonna be the big one as well. Like if you just compare as well, like the prize pools from stage 1 to, you know, like mid-season championship here now, it's massive. Like this is a huge deal. This is the most important stage, you know, prior to the world finals, right? Like this is going to be a massive deal. So a lot of stakes on the line here for stage 2, and we've already seen some teams, you know, make some transfers, some roster changes going into this stage, because this is the one you really got to start performing at.
Absolutely. As I said, Necra, we do have last chance qualifiers, so we're going to have more teams in Riyadh than we previously had in our Champions Clash in China.
Which is going to be such an amazing opportunity for all of these teams and players, a chance to be able to play in front of a crowd, get a piece of that prize pool, and also just show up on the big stage. I feel like the Champions Clash was such a fun international event. I can't wait to see what stage 2 is going to offer at the end of it all.
Neither can I. And I also can't wait to see who of you watching is joining us live and in the flesh. The tickets for our mid-season championship are on sale right now, so grab your tickets. Also, if you want to look further ahead and really plan out the rest of your year, make sure to also grab yourself the tickets for our World Finals at DreamHack in Sweden. Once again, of course, I'm also selling out private tours with Johnny, as he's the local. Where are you taking out people if they show up?
We're going to Uppsala this time. Based on popular demand, we're going to Uppsala. I don't know if there's a big correlation between people watching Overwatch and then also really into like Norse mythology and Viking stuff like that. But we'll go to Uppsala, big city, very important in Swedish history. It's just north of Stockholm.
Sounds like
it's like a train ride away.
Place.
So, bring like a lunch sandwich, a nice little backpack, and we'll go for a bit of a trip on one of those days for sure.
Wait, I want to go to the Viking Museum, like where you can actually see the big Viking ships. I missed doing that last time.
Yeah. I went to the Vasa Museum instead, but that's not quite Vikings. That was a bit later on. It was a big ship. If you like big ships,
Johnny, you failed us, is what I'm hearing, because you didn't take any of us on a tour. Yeah, we want to see big ships. We want to see all the things that Sweden has to offer.
That's true. We went to get Swedish food instead, and some beverages.
We went for Japanese food.
Cuisine,
we didn't go for Swedish
cuisine
food.
The first time.
Italian, actually.
Yeah, we had Italian food and Japanese food, but we were in Sweden. Hey, next time, right?
A lot of
At the end, like this November, we're gonna Sweden it up. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be great. Another thing that is great is some of the teams who are excelling in week 1. Let's see if they can keep up the performance in week 2 as we take a look at our standings to see where we are currently at. Nightmare at the very top of it. And of course, we do have some rebranded teams there as well with familiar faces.
All right, we got to talk about Space Station Gaming though. 0-2 in the first week, which really I think open things up in this region as well, because I think we would all have been like, Liquid, Space Station Gaming, they get top 2 probably, and then we'll figure out, in GK without Zero, can they claw themselves into a top 3 spot? But Space Station going 0-2, I think that's really messed up the region, and now we're just waiting to see who can capitalize on Space Station looking a bit rough in week 1.
Yeah, let's take a look at today's schedule. We have 2 matches coming your way, and a chance, of course, as every day, for some of the teams to redeem themselves. Sakura and Dill Ducks, the Aura team, will go at it first, and then we have Extinction and Team Liquid to close out our day. Which of the 2 are you more excited about, Necro?
Oh, it's going to be that last match of the day. But I feel like both of these matches have something to offer. I think for Sakura and Diltux, they're really excited to get like their first win on the board. But then when it comes to Extinction and Team Liquid, those are 2 teams that really did come out on top last week. So how can they start to separate themselves?
Well, very soon we'll be finding out. Our first match in this region is going to be Sakura going up against Dill Ducks. So let's discuss the 2 rosters and also what we've seen so far from them. As you said, they're both coming off of a loss, so this is an opportunity for both of them to show us what they got and redeem themselves. And now, of course, the Stage 2 Sakura roster is sporting 4 players from the now disbanded Rad Esports, and we also have Clear joining that roster from Nightmare. So we do know what to expect from those individual players. They did get 3-0'd last week by his former team, Nightmare. It was a rough showing.
It was a bit of a rough showing. It was indeed. But I feel like this is a pretty fun team still. Good to see Clear getting some playtime, of course, after pretty much riding the bench on Nightmare. But Clear's hero pool is like pretty interesting, right? Because, you can play the Diva, play the Junker Queen as well, one of Clear's go-to heroes, and then we also get to see the Hazard. So they enabled that with a lot of speed. Juno and Lucio being played for that team, of course. Right there as well, we're seeing some, Hitori as well is going to show up in this series as well. Or later on today, I should say, rather. So this Sakura roster, I'm really excited to see how they performed today. It was dominant against Steel Ducks last week. But, it's a new day today. So see what they can bring to the table.
That's right. That's how days work.
Old footage also, I think, by the way, like of the old Sakura. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see any of those
they changed regions. They went so bad in Stage 1, they were like, we're going to try NA instead. And they picked up a great roster here.
No one knows us here. It's a new start, truly. Well, Dill Ducks, Johnny, you call them the Aura team. I'm not entirely sure why you call them the Aura team, but quite frankly,
just
if
look
you
at
watch
the
them
Zoe.
Okay, it's a duck.
All
and
about
it's a
the
crown
duck.
and a jersey. It's got all the right ingredients for a good time. And quite frankly, they did impress during the relegation and promotion matches. They clawed their way through the lower bracket. They were knocked down by Shikigami and then took them down 3-0 again in order to qualify. So, you know, the drama is on point. But what can we expect for them in this stage?
Okay, first of all, Zoe, the Dildogs are taking over, okay? They have like 3 rosters. They picked up Apply to be their co-streamer. Dildogs is aiming for world domination, okay? They're gradually, stage by stage, they're just gonna gain influence in this scene. So they got tons of aura. We can question, you know, the play. Are they gonna survive this stage or have to fight in promotion and relegation again? It's looking quite likely, but watch out for the Dildogs. They're taking over in the Overwatch scene.
Well. Okay, listen, their first match was against Extinction, which is formerly known as Avidity, so there's very high quality players obviously in there. Maybe Sakura, maybe this is going to be more evenly matched. We're about to find out as you guys are going to take this one away, please.
All right, thank you so much, Zoe. Johnny, excited to be able to cast with you, especially looking at these two teams. I know you also had a chance to look at Dildogs during that promotion relegation. Last week was maybe not the greatest start for them, but I still feel like they had bright spots. PDK really showing up on the Sojourn. I feel like that was where we really started to see them come into true form looking at that last Saravasa map.
Yeah, I don't think Dildogs is going to bring too many surprises to the table here. I doubt we'll see the Alori coming out like it did in EMEA. I think it'll be pretty straightforward, right? We're going to see hit scan being played by PDK, and they combine for some kind of hit scan and tracer kind of lineup as well. So it's going to be pretty straightforward from this team. I think the big player to watch out for on Dildogs is going to be Baz, in my opinion. I think Baz did a great job on the Hazard to set up some of those team fights last week as well, and can flex over to the Winston. So heading to Ilios here, we'll have to see how they perform, but look out for PDK and Baz.
Yeah, I love that you brought up that point about Baz, because I feel like those hazard walls specifically and the use of that cooldown was what stuck out to me about how Baz was really able to help initiate a lot of those engagements. And so I don't think it's too much of a surprise as we take a look at the spawns to see Baz and even Clear hover over that pick.
Yeah, Hazard has been really potent in these kind of compositions. You know, we're really kind of in a pick-oriented meta now, Rose, where Freya is able to secure so much burst damage onto these targets that you're kind of looking for your tanks or flex damage players to follow up on that damage. I mean, we even saw Ilari, like I mentioned in the EMEA as well, to try and follow up on that Freya damage, right? In this case, Razor is going over to the Reaper here, so it's going to be pretty aggressive. You can see Dildogs pushing the pace almost immediately.
Yeah, both the Reaper as well as this Kiriko are going to be great ways to follow up on that hazard damage. You can see right away that Baz is able to get that first draw onto Peace. And so now with the Genji out of the way, it gives a lot more clear space for Baz and the rest of the team to start to push a little bit more forward. Now that the point is unlocked, they're going to be able to grab that pretty easily, but not before we see these Freyas start to get set up on the high ground.
Yeah, and this is kind of neutral where you're really looking for your Freya players to have a lot of impact that you can engage on the back of Baz. Just trading for a little bit while Nabok gets stuck behind this jagged wall. This would be a lot of momentum here, actually. You gotta be careful.
Oh, you got the Violent Leap away, and you also had that Suzu on top, but it's just not enough to be able to keep Baz sustained and in the rest of this fight. So a really great pick and a great start here as we see the rest of this team be able to follow it up. I mean, X10 with these big picks, Clear as well, and that's going to be another point flip.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for those hazard walls because you can get punished so easily in these kind of compositions now. So it's going to be up to the Freyas here once more. X10 now built up that Bola shot. You build up these Freya ultimates so fast. So now with some high ground positioning available, so you can get some good burst damage in and then capitalize on that for the engage.
Ooh, you see Razor go ahead and teleport in, jump down from the tightrope, but there isn't a Bola shot that ends up connecting, coming through from Dildogs. In fact, it's going to be Sakura with X10 being able to get that elimination onto Baz, but the fight's not over yet. X10 with this Kitsune rush in tow is also going to be able to get in so deep to the back line, being able to get that access to both Red X and Frothy Philly, and a team wipe here is going to secure yet another team fight win for Sakura.
Yeah, and there's some great disengages here. Capitalize, getting some poke damage in while Dildogs are trying to engage, trying to get some of this position, right? Instead, Sakura, they sit back, they look for the Freya damage to come in, and then they secure the picks available to them. Having just used the Kitsune rush there, oh, X10 gets another pick here. Okay, X10 on fire pretty early on to start the series.
has great sightlines, so I feel like it's even easier to be able to pick up all of those players coming out of spawn on Dildux. Even Clear is going to have a fantastic vantage point, bullying Baz off of the high ground and still maintaining this forward positioning. Now taking a look at some of the ultimate economy, I feel like just having the sound barrier in tow, as well as this downpour, really enables this Sakura roster to just keep playing forward.
Yeah, you can be so selective, right? Kitsunura comes out here. It's going to be the downpour in turn. We're just trading ultimates. Peace finds a pick onto PDK, and now you're already in a 4 versus 5. 85% here rolls as well. This is kind of Dildux. They have to go for it with their ultimates.
And it's just going to be off the back of the sound barriers. Redix lets it rip, hits 4. Baz is just not barely going to survive long enough to be able to get that downpour as Razor goes in with the Death Blossom. Finding a pick onto X10 is good, but it's just not going to be enough as the rest of Sakura is still alive. X10 goes down with that Bola shot available, but with Z coming up with the Kitsune Rush, I feel like this is a good way to be able to close out this map. But as I say that, PDK with, oh my gosh, Johnny, they don't get there.
Oh, they couldn't get the touch. There was some nice picks coming in, but can't quite get there in time. Still, though, fairly competitive. Got a couple of picks there to wrap things up, but pretty dominant showing from Sakura to kick it off here on Ilios.
Yeah, I feel like after Sakura were able to get that flip, they just had the ultimate economy. They also had that positioning, and it made it much easier for X10 to be able to get those initial picks that made it tough for Dildux to ever come in as a full team.
Yeah, wow, X10 already 11-1 here on the Freya. You know, if you've been into the Overwatch fantasy, Rose, you know we've been struggling getting some stats out of these Freya players. So I think the fact that X10 is already 11-1 on the Freya, that's like mightily impressive, because usually Freya, not the kind of hero that generates a lot of damage done. Instead, it's way more about the burst damage and finding some kind of isolated pick. So yeah, X10 off to a really hot start here on the first round, and now for a bit of a flank here onto Well. So you can rotate and find some nice bolts.
We're going to see both of these Freyas try to set up on these angles. And as we take a look at these team rosters as well, I mean, Razor comes back out on the Reaper, Peace on the Genji. I feel like both of these teams have to play so differently around both of these individual DPS picks. But it's going to come down to which Freya is going to be able to actually find an elimination first. See the Suzu already come out for Dildux as Clear continues to move his way forward as Peace now being able to find PDK on the Freya. I mean, this is just quick eliminations to follow. Sakura again, very dominant showing here, Johnny, as the first team fight concludes.
Yeah, I mean, it's so brutal because you're playing this Reaper. It doesn't really contribute anything in the neutral, and you kind of have to like shadow step up and, you know, capitalize on some kind of damage, go for some kind of engage, but like, you know, you're playing against a composition of Genji, Freya, Lucio Kiri. Like, all these characters have so much mobility to them that it's really hard to catch them and try to capitalize on this damage. Kind of questioning the Reaper pick here from Dildux. Haven't been able to make it work just yet.
I feel like a lot of that is because we did see that Tracer ban. Razor maybe having to go over to a hero that doesn't necessarily gel with the composition in quite the same way. It's a trade to start off this next team fight, but the longer this extends, the more percentage that Sakura is going to be able to capture. And another nice vantage point as X10 tries to get this Bola shot lined up. Who's going to be in the sightlines first? It's going to be Baz that decides to step up to the plate, but not a good enough time yet to let that Bola shot rip. You're really trying to look for one of those low health targets, but Redx does find Peace first.
Yeah, that's a nice pick there. Now you just got to capitalize on it there. Clear, dropping low as well. So this is going to be Dildux securing their first fight win here on Well. Nice to be able to get that on the back of Redx's pick there. I'm sure with the help of his team as well, but didn't even have to spend an ultimate here. So Dildux face a big disadvantage as Peace is browsing social media. We gotta focus on the bigger parts here. But, you know, Dildux here, the fact you don't have to invest an ultimate to win that fight, that's quite big if you're looking for a bit of a comeback here.
The comeback is real. It's so comebackable, as they might say. But Baz can't extend too far forward, already taking a lot of damage, so has to disengage and go back to the team.
Nice wall.
As the jagged wall is going to come in and make sure that it saves Razor's life. Redx lets the sound barrier rip, and now it's time for the Bola shot from PDK, but it doesn't land with an elimination. Clear, though, unfortunately, doesn't land this downpour either. It's going to be a trade of these tanks as Dildux. Actually, Johnny, they have to expend quite a bit there in order to win the team fight.
Yeah, they have to spend a lot of ultimates. Obviously, don't have a lot of room as Razor comes in with the 2K on the Death Blossom as well. And ultimate, you wouldn't typically get a lot of value out of. The fact you can secure 2 picks here, get a bit of a reset for your team. And now winning a couple of fights here, Rose. You have the Kitsune Rush still. It's still, you can remain hopeful. You can remain hopeful here, Rose.
As a Dildux fan, you absolutely do. I mean, Frothy Philly has been able to do some nasty things on this Kiriko. And with this Kitsune Rush, you can just lay it down main. It's going to be Z that rips it first, and Frothy Philly can't get it out. It's time to use it. It does get laid out over the point, but not before Peace is able to get so many dash resets. Doesn't even need to use the blade either to finish up the rest of these picks. And so Dildux, they're only going to be able to capture about 80% here until Sakura gets it back.
That was brutal. That was just an insane Genji play from Peace right there. Didn't even have to pop the Dragon Blade as well. So you traded Kitsune Rushes and you just won the fight convincingly. Really good for Sakura here, coming up to the last fight territory here on well. You still have that Bola Shot and Dragon Blade. Set up your fight win condition here.
Oh, it's just so much burst damage. You can already see the Bola Shot from X10. And landing it into Baz is going to chunk away so much of that health that it makes it easier for Razor at PDK to get cleaned up as well. Even though it's not the blade that does the job, it's enough for Z to get in there with that swift step and make sure that you hit the target. And that's going to be a 2-0 for Sakura starting out this match on Ilios.
Yeah, really impressive result there from Sakura, doing what they do best, of course. I did think that like they have the potential to be such a great team, and I think they're showing off here as well, that they do have the individual skill here. Sitting back, waiting for X10 to pop off on the Freya, and then capitalizing in turn. Nice little Genji play from Peace there as well. So yeah, Sakura, they're putting things together in a pretty crucial matchup, of course, because you are battling to avoid relegation here in Stage 2. And so now Sakura off to a hot start in this pretty pivotal matchup against Dildux.
I'm kind of wondering, though, how much this Tracer ban does come into play. I mean, Razor, for the majority of their first series in the first weekend, was playing Tracer. So I kind of feel like this was a smart ban coming out from Sakura to actually make sure that Razor has to play something else.
Yeah, I mean, it did play Tracer, like you said, on Ilios last week as well. But we've also seen Razor flex over to the Genji, play some Pharah on King's Row, for example, as well. So when that Razor has, you know, a couple of picks in the hero pool as well, you could have brought out the Genji, for example, like Peace did, but instead opted for the Reaper. Didn't really work out there. You got to play with pace with this Reaper pick to like really make it work. You got to capitalize on some of these rotations, but it felt like it was just Sakura sitting back, disengaging for most of that Ilios, and then after a nice couple of Freya shots, they capitalize on that and follow up on the damage.
Wow. I mean, if you just take a look at the stats, I think it does speak to Sakura just being able to have that very dominant 2-0 in Ilios. A little bit closer, I guess, on well, but I think it still comes down to a lot of where you're actually finding the engagements. Maybe some of the Bola shots definitely helping you soften up some of those targets. And I guess the Reaper Death Blossom did end up kind of being a valuable, showy team fight win, but yeah.
It's rare you get to see the Death Blossom play of the game. So the fact you just got 2K, you know, we cannot take those. Yeah, it's looking a bit tough here for Dildux, you know, after such a result on the first map here. You were kind of hoping maybe that against a team like Sakura, we can at least compete. So, you know, an opportunity to claw themselves back into this series, of course. But for Dildux, realistically, if you want to avoid relegation, this kind of feels like one of those matchups you have to be competitive in and, you know, hope to come away with a win, because Sakura is kind of evenly matched, I would have thought, going into this series, but it's looking like Sakura is the better team of the two after just our first map here. We'll see where we go next. Both teams actually selected King's Row in their previous matches in week 1, of course. So might seem likely that we head back to King's Row and maybe get to see some Pharah gameplay, but we'll have to see what both teams have in store.
I do feel like King's Row would be a great pick, but then I think that's where we see even better litmus tests between these two teams. If they both want to play the King's Row, then who actually does have the better composition? And does any counterplay actually come in? Because I feel like you did have to take a different approach depending on the enemy that you were facing last week on King's Row versus what you might expect from the opposition this time around.
Yeah, but I think neither of these teams are really going to change things up too much. You know, maybe Clear played the D.Va, of course, on King's Row last week, and I talked about going into this series how Clear has a few tanks in their hero pool they can bring out, like the Junker Queen, Hazard, or D.Va. I think we'd kind of expect from Clear. So they are changing up things a little bit from Sakura, but Dildogs, I don't think they want to do that too much. You know, they're not going to come out with any wacky compositions or really surprise us with some unorthodox picks. I think they're going to play pretty default, and so then you're looking at maps like Suravasa, for example. I mean, even, you know, Runa Sapi, if you wanted to play maybe a bit more brawl-oriented. But I don't think you're going to complicate things too much, not go to Circuit Real, watch Point Gibraltar. I think you want to keep things pretty default here as you're looking for the next map.
I was kind of hoping that maybe Dildogs would actually go towards a map that might fare a little bit better for the Sojourn. When they were looking at their last map of the series, they played Suravasa, they had PDK on the Sojourn, and I do feel like that ended up being like a fairly good pick. I don't know. I would kind of think that maybe you attempt the Sojourn over something like the Freya if you feel like you're not finding the same type of value.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen quite a few hit scans as well, saying like, I don't really feel comfortable on the Freya, because you have to be like incredibly precise with the Freya, right? Like, you have a skill shot and you need to land those skill shots. And if you're not landing those skill shots, like what value are you really getting from Freya, right? So when you look at Freya as like a character, like really high skill ceiling, you know, if you're one of the best Freyas in the world, like you're looking at some of the players in Korea, like 8, for example, like the impact you're having is just like insane, right? But Sojourn, you know, been released now for a few years in the game. You know your way around this kind of character. You can get a lot of damage done without necessarily, you know, landing pivotal like railguns all the time, even though that is, you know, the biggest value you can get out of Sojourn. But if you're not comfortable on the Freya, then yeah, maybe you want to lean on something more like a Sojourn. Don't think we're gonna see the Sojourn here on Gibraltar. You know, Freya is so good on this map as well, where there is so much verticality involved. So you see the hero bans come out. So Dildog's going to go for the Ana ban, and Sakura with the Sombra ban here. I mean, Ana is such a fantastic character on Gibraltar here, so if you don't want to deal with that, I completely understand Dildog's getting rid of it.
I didn't realize that you were reacting to the fact that Gibraltar had been picked, and I was bringing up Suravasa, and it was because I had something covering up the actual map selection, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, all the points that I made absolutely don't matter, so sorry about that, Johnny. We're going over to Gibraltar, and I agree with you. I feel like this is kind of one of those OG classic dive maps, having Ana to be able to help bolster up your backline, make sure that those dives are a little bit better. I wonder, though, do we actually see a little bit more Winston here, or do we see these teams opt into Hazard? I feel like both of those tank can be picked here.
Yeah, we saw Bass actually play some Winston on Suravasa last week, so Bass obviously comfortable on this hero, whereas you're looking at, you know, Clear's hero pool, where, you know, like, Clear isn't necessarily like a big Winston player. You're thinking Clear plays more the, you know, kind of typical like ground tanks, if you will. Can obviously play the D.Va, which, you know, could potentially bring it out here on Gibraltar, but I think we'll see less Winston from Sakura Esports. So this is maybe Dildogs recognizing that, hey, we think we have an advantage in the tank matchup going to Gibraltar because we have a Winston player on our team, but we'll kind of see how these compositions shake out.
I mean, Clear can certainly play the D.Va. We saw the D.Va also on that King's Row. I think you mentioned that as well. But alongside of that, we did see sort of like a Juno Lucio backline, still being able to have that speed in order to close the gap. But that speed becomes so much less important on a map like Gibraltar. I think that's why when we take a look at the defense here from Sakura, we do see this Brig, we see this BAP kind of like taking the place of the Ana that you might expect to see as a part of this dive. But now with the Tracer and Freya as the DPS.
Hey there.
Yeah, well, this is a pretty interesting backline as well. We've been seeing a bit of an influx in Baptiste, because it felt like Baptiste was just not relevant at the top level for so long. Like, we rarely got to see any Baptiste play whatsoever. But then in week 1, I think especially in North America, you saw teams like Liquid, SSG brought it out as well in their matchup against Liquid as well. So we've been seeing some more Baptiste play, which has been quite interesting. Obviously, part of the reason Baptiste is being played is when some of these support hero bans come in, it limits the hero pool, of course, and Baptiste fills a gap, especially if you're playing more of these D.Va, you know, brawl compositions with Ramatra and stuff like that, right? But it's been interesting seeing some more Baptiste play here now with Sakura playing a pretty defensive composition with the Brigitte and the D.Va to go with it.
Certainly has a lot of anti-dive potential as well when you take a look at some of the kit from Brigitte, just with the shield bash, the whip shot. As Dildogs come out of the gates with this Hazard dive, you're looking at this Genji and the Freya to really help to start racking up some of this damage. They know the D.Va defense matrix can only soak up so much, but it's going to be Razor that's immediately under threat. Now that the D.Va mech is out of the way, though, clear is going to be a lot easier to get out of the way. And we see Dildux now start to make their way through this car wash.
Yeah, Razor crucially stays alive there. Been able to follow up on the damage, get a couple of picks here. Still, for Dildux, it's going to be so hard to like really break down this big bad composition with the D.Va defense matrix here as well. Kind of need PDK to open things up here as Radix goes down early to X10.
Ooh, the Kitsune rush now comes out from Fathy Philly. It's just to make sure that you can get a little bit closer to this amplification matrix. And Z does not get a chance to take any advantage of that. A nice bola shot coming out from PDK is going to pave the way for yet another elimination as now the score becomes even. It's going to be a 3v3 on this point, but with Peace getting a nice melee onto Redx, it's going to stop this attack push in its tracks. A nice defense here from Sakura as they only have to invest this amplification matrix to hold strong.
Yeah, but this is what I mean, right? You're looking at Sakura's composition and you gotta get rid of them early. Otherwise, the value from these backliners and the D.Va as well is just going to be overwhelming. They stay alive so well that Dildux are just going to decay over time essentially from all the damage coming through. They just can't. They're way more vulnerable without some of those heroes, right? And so Dildux, the dive didn't work out. They couldn't get picks early, and Sakura, they stay alive, utilizing the defensive abilities they have on their side. And Sakura, they just outlast Dildux.
Yeah, you get so much of that Inspire healing coming through from the Brig as well after Dildux closed the gap. But Sakura now have 4 ultimates that they can rotate through for this next engage. Oh my goodness, the Immortality Field comes in so clutch to be able to save X10 for just a brief while as Razor lets the Genji Blade go. And the rest of the team now from Dildux, this is just kind of the overwhelming presence they needed. But the fight's extending. Clear actually does get a D.Va Bomb kill onto Frothy Philly. And now the fight's not looking so hot here for Dildux. Unfortunately for Sakura's defense, though, Dildux do sneak that payload in under their noses. And so even though Sakura kind of win out the war, they lost the battle here, Johnny, for first point.
Yeah, it's actually a big cap because it kind of felt like Sakura, they were going to bring it back once again. Getting those couple of picks, you get a pick from the self-destruct here as well. But Dildux to get the crucial cap, and now 3 minutes on the time bank. They bought themselves some more time here. Really try to break down this pretty sturdy Sakura composition. Oh, here comes the pulse bomb.
Oh. Yeah, the pulse bomb is good to be able to pick up PDK, enough damage onto Razor, and Peace cleans up the rest. And you're right, like this defensive hold is going to be so tough for Dildux to break through. Sakura can just maintain their presence on the high ground. Redx can't even get away. And who do you send up there to actually try to take out this stronghold?
Yeah, I mean, you also need to pressure the cart and like try to force some kind of positioning here because Sakura is so well set up, right? That like, realistically, like pass. Are you gonna leap on the plane and try to contest the high ground? It's just way too difficult, right? So instead, bola shot comes out here, and I mean, Sakura's just already won the fight.
Well, I mean, hey, you talk about leaping on the plane. Razor did actually come out on the Symmetra pick to try to bypass some of this defense. But unfortunately, they walked right into a bola shot from X10, and that did finish up the fight pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's brutal for Dildux because you gotta walk through these narrow chokes and you see Clear playing so far up with the D.Va as well, with the rest of the team. They're comfortably set up on these high grounds. The Symmetra pick, we've been seeing some more Symmetra play. I do kind of see the vision. I see the vision. I see what they're trying to do here. And here comes the Symmetra teleporter, rest of the team coming through.
The Suzu had to be used so early just to make sure that you weren't under threat of getting picked up by something like a bola shot from long range. And they have to invest so much in terms of being able to play this tiny Overwatch. They eventually do win out this team fight, but how much more can they actually get through? A minute and a half left on the clock. Sakura still have ults to use in this next fight.
Yeah, they do. They have the amplification matrix here, of course. And because, a pretty unorthodox hold here from Sakura, the cart is so far back because you haven't had like the typical Tracer matchup to pressure the cart or anything like that. So Dildux here, actually, they have to push this card forward while Sakura are now set up with these ultimates, ready for another sturdy hold.
Ooh, the downpour though, it's actually not going to get anybody of note, and as Baz tries to go in with the downpour, the rest of his team is getting deleted. Sakura with some great picks, still only really using this amplification matrix here, and now as the time starts to dwindle down, this is going to be last fight. Only a sound barrier right now to Dilduck's name.
Yeah, and Razor goes over to the Reaper here again. Perhaps using the Shadow Step for their advantage, but X10 has been so on point on Freya this entire series. Now have a Bola shot ready to go as well. Just gotta pick your spot really here to deal a ton of damage and see if the picks are enough. Comes out there, not quite able to capitalize, but they isolate Baz.
Oh, they do isolate Baz, but look at Red X coming in with the save, the sound barrier to help keep him alive. Razor's also able to get Peace out of the way, so it's just going to be 4 members left. Forces Cinnabar to have to use this Brig rally to give enough sustain to Sakura. Maybe that Peace can come back and contribute into this fight. But as we continue to see this time wick down, overtime has started, and it's going to be this Kitsune Rush from Frothy Philly that hopes to get Dilducks over this line for this second objective. Razor's so close to being able to get this Death Blossom, and as you see that Suzu come out, it's going to give plenty of invulnerability to Dilducks to come through and hopefully use this Death Blossom, but the defense matrix is just too good, Johnny. No way. This D.Va has been so stressful for Dilducks to get past.
It's just too much. They just live too long. They disengage from the Kitsune Rush beautifully, and you know, Dilducks, they do everything they can. They pop the Kitsune Rush, they try to use that momentum in their favor and come up with all the kills necessary, but Clear just stays alive on the D.Va throughout these fights, and then after the Dilducks initially engage, Clear capitalizes on it as well with the missiles, the great primary fire of D.Va as well, and just clears up the battlefield. It's so difficult for Dilducks to, you know, stay alive in these fights and pick out all 5 pieces on Sakura. As we take a look at the stats, I mean, Clear is just dominating. Like 23 and 2.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, like disgusting. Really, very little deaths across the board here. But I think it's also, looking at that damage mitigation, that's what sticks out to me the most as well about this D.Va. It wasn't just soaking up the Death Blossoms. Think about how many just shots from Freya that Clear was absorbing. All of just the general primary fire from the Reaper. I think this has been just a fantastic choice. And as we see Sakura get ready for this attack, let's hear how they're going to approach their attack push.
I feel like our comp should be getting eaten by their comp, but they're not playing Genji or Tracer. I think we should, don't be afraid to swap backline, I think, if they're playing the same comp.
I think if we're not getting value, we can.
I'm gonna TP you guys. I'm gonna TP you guys.
I don't want to.
Oh, okay.
They have Sim Ram May. Oh wait. I think this is the case that Go has.
You want Kiryu back on, or?
Yeah.
Weren't there back?
I think so.
Is that it?
What has?
Where are they? Someone.
It's in May.
Someone's gonna see bro.
I put my value. I get so much value.
Render shield. After shield, I'm swinging. 3, 2, 1. Oh, they TP around. They carry out. Kuno coolers.
I'm not there. I'm gonna play. I'm
getting far. We're getting far.
Push point. Loki nightmare.
Someone point.
I
got you. May one low. May one lower.
I'm dropping cart.
We can take again.
We should take
Joe. We just need Joe. We got our kill.
Oh, yo.
This is chasing me.
Yeah, okay. The Ram's low.
I'm living.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a big car wash throwback here, Rose. PDK on the May, you got the Symmetra set up on Gibraltar. I'm getting car wash vibes. They're really trying to stall the card out as much as possible, and Sakura gotta now be on the turn and find some of these picks, and X10 just does that. Takes out PDK in a 5v4, and now Dilduck's gonna struggle here to stay alive throughout this fight.
You could tell how much patience that Sakura was coming at this objective with, making sure that they weren't going to fall victim to any of those big symmetric turrets set up like in that car wash, or even just the May. There was a lot of survivability there from Dilducks. You can't just kind of rush head first into the situation without addressing, you know, who is going to be where. And so Sakura, this was a very fast point A take for them.
Yeah, they're looking dominant so far in this series. They just do a wonderful job, like playing around Dilduck's positioning, finding picks, isolating specific targets, and following up on X10's, you know, great damage here on the Freya. doing a great job so far. You can see Claire's just in the back line, just like working around all of Dildogs, trying to find some of these picks.
Clear's gonna have the downpour piece coming up soon with this pulse bomb, and Clear already finds PDK out of Ice Block before you can even see the Blizzard get let loose. Frothy Philly with this Kitsune Rush in the spaceship is also nothing that Sakura is concerned about. They still decide to fight in that. They lose their own Kiriko in the process in Z, but it doesn't matter. The fight feels won. The hazard wall to block off any type of contest, and they just can't make it. Sakura win in a very fast fashion, Johnny. Another map under their belt. They're 2-0 now in the series.
Yeah, they're looking dominant. I feel like throughout the series, we're just like re-rating Sakura. Just like, oh, you know, if you're going to be this good against the Dildogs, I know Dildogs, you know, one of the teams kind of like in the bottom of NA fighting for survival when it comes to the promotion relegation, but still, like Sakura, they're looking so impressive with that listening as well. Like, they're so organized with the composition. Clear goes, oh, this is the scenario and where I should go hazard, and they just immediately swap to the heroes required to break down this Symmetra May kind of composition, right, from Dildogs. So really impressive play from Sakura so far in this series, now up 2-0.
I also loved hearing the strategic element as well, and the confidence to be able to say, don't be afraid to change up your backline depending on what you see. And so being able to have that type of strategic counterattack has been so good for them. And I think we're going to see some really great things out of Sakura for the rest of the season. But I'm hopeful that Dildogs can maybe take some of these learning experiences and find a way to bring it back for this third map.
Yeah, look. When I said before the match that it's Dildogs world domination, they're coming for the Overwatch scene, I meant it, okay? This is just a step in the process, okay? Sometimes you're gonna look a bit rougher on the edges. They're scaling. That's right, Rose.
They're scaling.
If you're off to an 0-2 start in Stadium, don't worry. You gotta scale for the late game. So Dildogs, you know, it's not looking too good right now, but don't worry. 2025 is the year for Dildogs.
So comebackable. And so true, bestie. They do have another chance to actually pick a map here, though, and so that's where I kind of wonder, ooh, Watchpoint Gibraltar didn't quite work out. Wanted to be able to approach this with this hazard dive, but versus this diva, didn't really put the pieces together that even Sakura were kind of expecting to see. So now we see Runasapi picked as the third map. What are you sort of expecting, or what do you feel like Dildogs could do here to actually make a dent in this series?
Yeah, I mean, Bass also played some Orisa on King's Row in the last week, so if you wanted to bring out something like an Orisa composition, you could do that here if you want to. You gotta try some stuff to change things up. But at the same token, I feel like they're the kind of team that should realistically stick to their guns in this kind of scenario, because Redx is going to play the Lucio, okay? Like, we're not changing up the Lucio. We're not gonna see any like Juno Brig coming out from this team, right? So Redx is going to stick on the Lucio, and the front field is most likely going to be on the Kyria, right? So you already know what the backline is going to look like for this team. PDK, Freya's just too good in this scenario, and so you're really just looking at Bass as kind of like your tank player to like, what do you want to play? Like, how are we going to affect the way we play this matchup based on our tank choice, of course, like, which is the case so often in Overwatch these days. But it really comes down to Bass. Like, are you going to opt for the hazard, or would you prefer to maybe go with the Orisa here on Runasapi instead?
Well, then I kind of wonder, if you're expecting that as Sakura, do you actually decide to ban something like the Orisa or like the Lucio if you know that some of these picks could potentially come out just for total domination in this series?
Okay, so Sakura is actually going to ban the Orisa, so, you know, maybe they were kind of expecting some Orisa play to be coming out there from Bass instead. It's going to be the Brig ban from Dildogs, and look, it's a solid ban for them as well, because like I said, they're just going to play the Lucio Kyria, right? So if you can ban a support hero like the Brig, for example, that you're not interested in playing anyway, then you're also protect banning for your Lucio Kyria, right? So it's been solid so far from Dildogs. They know what their backline wants to play, and they're kind of banning around it.
And I do feel like Brig still gave them a lot of trouble on Gibraltar. Just being able to have that pick, knowing that all of those packs are also going to help out a lot of the solo operating DPS in their line. Not a bad idea to just say, I really don't want to play against that anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was just too survivable. Like, there was just too much mitigation in effect there for Sakura. Like, those compositions are so tough. It gave me like flashbacks to, I think it was like 2021, 2022. Like, we were in a big like Vapid Brig kind of meta back in the day. I think it was like Florida Mayhem to potentially play that. Let me know what kind of team that was, but I think it was Florida Mayhem. They played a ton of that, and it's so difficult because they deny all the kind of like the space around the Baptiste, right? And then you play like a pretty mitigation heavy tank as well, and it's just like a no-go zone. Like if you contest that kind of space, there's going to be brig bashes and whips, and there's just the BAP is just going to like put down the immortality field, AoE healing. There's just like you gotta find like picks around it to like really break down one of those kind of compositions. And Dilducks, they weren't quite able to figure that out on Gibraltar, so we head over to Runasapi instead, where maybe we can cater more to these kind of like Lucio compositions now that the brig is gone.
I think so as well. I feel like the BAP was also better on a map like Gibraltar. Like, yes, Ana was banned out, but I think a lot of the verticality that a map like Gibraltar provides gives the Baptiste better sight lines, make sure that you can actually apply a lot of that healing, maybe even have a better range in terms of your immortality field. And it did make sure that the Freya was not actually getting these 2 taps that we often see Freya have that impact with. Probably not as good of a map here, but who knows? Maybe they just like saw the vision and they want to execute it again.
They saw the vision. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Sakura comes out here now, because I feel like we've still seen quite a lot of flexibility from this team dating back to week 1. Like Peace was even on the May, at some points on Circuit Real. Like I said, Clear
Sombra.
Able to show that Jungle Queen, Sombra, yeah, you're right, they played Sombra on King's Row, of course. And now, actually, Razor's selecting the Sombra here. But I'm excited to see how this Sakura team kind of like builds their identity, right? Like how they establish what are their go-to heroes and go-to competitions, what kind of gives them the best win condition, right? And now, I mean, Claire selected the Mauga, which scares me. I'm spooked at this point. But I wouldn't be too surprised if Claire also can bring out this Mauga based on, you know, Claire's hero pool.
Well, Johnny, I hate to break it to you. You missed a lot in that first weekend, and unfortunately, a lot of what you missed was Mauga. It is back. I'm sorry to break it to you, but it does seem to fit a lot of the pattern that we've seen for these North American teams to bring out the Mauga, and in EMEA as well. So Sakura come out with this Mauga. I feel like almost expecting that we might see this type of composition from Dilducks, but Dilducks' comp is very all-in, Johnny.
I would say it's unusual. Baz finds a pick early on the Wrecking Ball, but I'd say the Dilducks composition is a little unusual. I'd say don't try this at home. You know, don't play this in comp, because Dilducks, they're cooking and it seems to be working out.
It's working, Johnny. I don't know if you can say don't play this at home if like the proof is in the pudding.
All right, please don't do this in my rank games. No.
Johnny's like, please don't do this in my rank games. I couldn't deal with it.
I mean, I would be the Wrecking Ball player, I guess, so I shouldn't complain too much, but the Moira Kiri backline, like now we're cooking with gas.
Well, the gas is on up to a 10 because we're also going to see this Sombra and this Tracer pick, but out of nowhere, oh my goodness. Wow, just a big headshot there coming through from X10. Razor is gone, but the rest of the team is still thriving as PDK is going to pick up the Cassidy, and the rest of the team is, just gonna try to do their best, I think. Johnny, now I don't know about this Wrecking Ball comp. Maybe we spoke too soon about this one.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't know if any big hero switches will come in here from Dilducks. We kind of see what they're feeling. But yeah, this is the state. This is the state of Dilducks right now. We'll have to see if they can combine, you know, collapse some of these dive heroes, of course. Wrecking Ball is diving in with the pile driver there, and PDK is lurking on this off angle. He's got the post bomb in hand, but it really comes down to these dives now. Can you find some of these picks playing around Sakura?
Oh, everyone's so low though, and unfortunately Frothy Philly just gets finished off before this Katsuna Rush can come out. And so another big pick here from Soccer is going to net them this first objective with these forward spawns activating and starting to come up on so many ultimates. Feels like they're really now getting the ball moving.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried if some Sakura. I'd just be more alert. I'd be like, okay, there's a Tracer, Sombra, and a Wrecking Ball on the field, and now a Moira, apparently, in your backline. So stay alert. But they're doing a good job peeling so far. Have a lot of ultimates in hand. So Xen goes down. Clear is actually going to fall here as well. Seems like 1 health. We're dropping low here. The dive is just menacing here from Dilducks.
No way. I mean, the cardiac overdrive and just the sustained healing coming through from Cinnabar. You have the sound barrier on top just to make sure that Claire can stay alive, but
are you kidding
with the
me?
double support ultimates, this Coalescence went crazy. Dilducks actually win that fight.
The double support of the Coalescence, Kitsune Rush, the EMP comes in as well. Yeah, they spent some ultimates. It looked nice. They got the Sunbear and the Kitsune Rush out here from Sakura, so good to see. There's a minefield as well. Razor is going to catch X10 as well, so I guess this is Dildox being competitive.
Dildox is competitive. They're still winning fights, and they're starting to string these team fight wins together. A nice hack onto Clear. It does force him to have to start to use this cage, and you do get the Tracer caught in with you. It's kind of a small fish, though, out of the big pond. And Frothy Philly's still coming up with some big picks. Frothy Philly, Baz, they're really starting to work together now, and this is another team fight win here for Dildox.
I love it. I mean, this is just amazing. Like, they're just operating. Oh! No way! Oh, please, not like this.
No way. Oh, I mean, Sakura can still come back from that. Razor is sniffed out in the back line, but Sakura are taking so much damage as they make their way in. Clear comes in with the overrun and eventually does finish up Baz, but PDK is still wreaking havoc in the back line. And Clear is just paving the way through. I mean, this is still a fairly close map here in terms of
It is very close. I mean, it's a little silly, but it is very close. Like, I'm surprised that Dildox are coming up and, you know, finding some of these picks, you know, working around Sakura's composition, because it really opens up these fights, and then Dildox are able to capitalize on these like 4v3, 3v3 scenarios and finish Sakura off here. So yeah, I mean, Dildox, they're kind of even there, halfway, you know, time gone here from Runasabi.
Yeah, half of the map left to go, and a Kitsune Rush now to initiate this next fight as you see Dildox start to work up to a couple more ultimates. Z answers the Kitsune Rush in kind, and now what comes next? Red X lets the Coalescence rip again as the Pulse Bomb swing and a miss here from PDK. Centaur feels forced to use the Sound Barrier here just to make sure that everybody on Sakura is topped up, knowing that Dildox really just kind of emptied the tank into this fight. Razor just milliseconds away from being able to commit the EMP, but at least that's an ultimate that they can hold on to for this next fight as Sakura makes their way past that first objective now.
Yeah, I mean, EMP is pivotal here, like you said, going into this fight. Dildox, the fact they're able to use Kitsune Rush Coalescence in that fight, not able to find the value. And now, like, with so much meterage building for Sakura, it starts to get scary for Dildox if you had any hope of coming back on this map. It's a lot of hack damage coming through there from the virus. Cage, EMP to counter. Right, off to a good start here for Dildox.
Counter. Oh, I mean, it was a great counter and a great theory, but unfortunately the execution just not quite there as Clear is able to just stay alive, get these smaller eliminations onto the DPS, and Sakura just continue their war path forward. Johnny, we might be looking at a full completion here if we're not careful on Dildox.
Yeah, I'd kind of agree with you. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Dildox pushing back the bot now, but you're coming up on a Kitsune Rush. Okay, Deadeye comes through. Frothy Philly. Okay, that's another great pick there.
It's a good pick. I feel like X10 kind of a sitting duck, haven't used the high noon, but something that Dildox capitalized on beautifully. Now it's still an even fight, but as I say that, Z is going to be able to find out Razor, and so now just Dildox only really have Baz left alongside PDK, but with these charged railgun shots, we've seen what PDK has been able to do on this hero before, and PDK is able to farm, and somehow Baz is able to get away.
Oh, just a sliver of health left on Baz there, but able to be kept up by Redix coming back on the Moira there as well. But I mean, Sakura are just so kind of like comfortable in this matchup because Dildox, they don't have a lot of survivability on their side. They're so all in with these dives, right? So the fact that Sakura, they're able to trade out picks at this point. Like, they got the lead, they're comfortable. The Razor goes down here now. Okay, 4v4. Overclock comes out.
There was a trade, and with this, Kiriko gone, you don't have that Suzu, so maybe this overclock from PDK can just be that much more deadly. Able to find out X10, but it's gonna be a tough road. Sakura still have these double support ultimates, but if they can continue to keep this chaos up and PDK can just keep pumping out this damage on the Sojourn, this is a fight that Dildox can eventually win.
Yeah, chaos is the right word. You found the perfect word, Rose. It's chaos. That is what Dildox are trying to invoke in this map. against Sakura. And yeah, the Sojourn is, you know, quite good here as well, because you're getting so much charge from Clear's Mauga play, right? That you can build some of these rails and try to pick out Peace or X10. Kitsune Rush is being traded out here. The flank coalescence.
The flank coalescence, it looks like my ranked games, and just like my ranked games, it's not gonna work out here. Sakura, like, they're just playing around these kids beautifully now. Now they kind of get the picture. Dilducks, they were able to really work through this chaos and wreak enough havoc that they were able to win out those individual 1v1s or 2v2s. But now I feel like Sakura, they've gotten smart to it. They still have to deal with this EMP, but they kind of know what's up now, Johnny.
Yeah, they're doing a great job playing together to mitigate some of these off angles and these dives coming through, right? Zed staying alive, picks off RSR here. And Peace finds a pick onto Redix as well. The dive is just not working out for Dildogs at this point. And with a minute left to go here in Runasapi, I mean, Sakura going to approach Dildogs' very own spawn here as they push this bot forward.
At least the Wrecking Ball is able to provide a lot of point presence as the spot starts to get pushed forward. But Sakura, they're playing it safe. They know that they don't want to extend too far out in the open because they could just get caught off guard. Maybe they get picked off if they overextend, and Baz comes out of the gates with the Mauga. So that could be one way that they would have been caught with their pants down. Razor also actually really helping out in a lot of these fights, but Johnny, this is where things are going to start to get really hard. Despite the fact that Dilducks are winning out the team fight here now, they are going to have to do the rest of this map in overtime.
Yeah, talk about an uphill battle. You gotta push the bot all the way over to your enemy side and, you know, win a couple of fights at that. You need some hero plays to come through here. The good thing is that you coming up on some big ultimates. You have the Overclock and the Kitsune Rush at your disposal here. Pulse Bomb in hand for Peace, but Fortifilly, you know, with the Suzu, able to mitigate that with a nice little skill shot here. So Sakura, they can kind of chill this fight. Oh, they want to pump. No, PDK, no! You can't go down with the Overclock.
Oh, that was such a big fight-winning ultimate for Dilducks, but without that damage, you're just lacking so much of that one-shot potential. Doesn't mean that the rest of the team can't pick up here, but X10 being able to get this Mauga out of the way, I feel like Sakura, they are going to just... Oh, can they actually... Oh, wait, no, don't tell me.
Yeah.
Don't tell me.
Well,
Don't tell me.
It was a one-on-one, Rose. It was a Tracer Sombra one-on-one. Like, come on. That was not a C9. That was not a C9. That was just
It's
tough.
not a C9, but like, but how do you not play with the overtime?
They were trying, I think they were trying to translocate like up into the sky to buy themselves some time, and they were just a bit too far away from the bot. I mean, it all just fell apart.
So don't Zoe me. Like, this is a you problem. You're the C9.
You gotta help us out here.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. The eye test.
C9 or no?
I mean, there was a cart. No one was on the cart when people needed to be on the cart. Feels kind of C9 adjacent at the very least. I understand it's a one-on-one, but that doesn't change the fact that you gotta stick to the payload, especially when you're in OT.
Okay, that was a broad definition. Come on now. Like Mag C9 earlier on Servasa. This, not a C9. It was a one-on-one. It was a risky duel. And I don't blame them for not being on the card.
I mean, by definition, if you're supposed to be on the card and you're not on the card, you C9. Like, I don't know.
No,
maybe that's just
look at this.
Maybe that's just me.
For the sake of this.
Oh, they didn't come out of stealth after they translocated up. Yeah. It was,
that was that. Anyway, Dilducks, dive approach there. There was a very, very brief window where I was like, huh.
They're doing it.
But I quickly gave up on that. It really felt like Sakura had the upper hand in all, on all the maps in this entire series.
Hear me out.
I mean, I guess I have to because I get paid to. But yeah.
Please hear me out while appreciating what I have to say. Like they went out with Aura. Like this is Aura. Come on now. Like this is what I've been talking about, Zoe, with Dilducks, okay? The fact they come out and Redix is flanking with Coalescence and they try to go for this dive approach. If you could, it is an approach. Out of all the approaches, this is one of them. This is Dilducks at their finest to me. This is why they're going to win over fans. The fact they're able to play compositions like these.
Well, I mean, like to actually put another feather in the cap, this could have worked. Like, it was working. Like, we have to give them the moments of brilliance with this comp. And think about it. How many times do you feel like you get practice against this comp? Like, Johnny sees it out of the gates, and you could tell, you could actually like visualize the expression he must have had on his face looking at these 5 heroes next to each other. Truly, where do you get the practice against this?
I mean, you don't. Usually, Sakura now one of the teams who got to play against it. Yay! I'm sure it's gonna come in handy down the road. But yeah, it was a risky play. All right, it was a very greedy dive composition. Worked out until it didn't work out, and that's how they went down. Now Sakura get their first dub on the board, so congratulations to them. If we're looking at that Sakura squad, though, we have to talk about Clear. I feel like he was an extreme standout for this team, especially on map 2. I think his diva just really did so much for them in terms of elimination, damage negation. Like, my personal MVP, I don't even know who's going to get the player of the match, but for me, it's Clear.
Yeah. I know, I agree with you, and I'm so happy that Clear gets to see some playtime as well, because like I said, like rode the bench on Nightmare for so long, in the shadows of Kaffa instead, but now Clear able to put on full display here in OWCS as well, like what Clear can do when provided some starting playtime here, okay? So yeah, really happy for Clear, pretty impressive performance there in this series against Dildogs, but overall really happy for Sakura. This was a really encouraging 3-0 win. It is against Dildogs, but still you can really build on this, and now you're looking at some of the other teams in the NA region, and perhaps looking forward to some other more winnable matches.
Indeed. We do have an interview as well. Peace will be joining us for a few questions. So let's bring Peace in. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for taking the time. Long time no see. You get the first dub of Stage 2 on the board. How do you and the team feel right now?
Well, we're feeling great. Obviously, first win. Been playing a lot recently, and I hope it shows today.
Yeah. I definitely think it did. I mean, I think you looked really impressive, and as well, dealing with some of the stuff that Dildogs threw out. There was like a Mei Sim on Gibraltar, which maybe you had an easier time kind of like dealing with. You find some of those picks. But what were you thinking on Druna Sape when you saw what they had in mind with the Wrecking Ball composition?
Well, bro, because we called it to, Clear was like, they're gonna play the unkillable backline, but I didn't know which, like, there's so many. So then they played Kirimura, and it's just like, what can you do? It's the Ducks. It's the Ducks.
It's the Ducks. I feel like we've all been so excited to be able to see them, but also really excited about Sakura. I mean, Peace, I'm kind of wondering if you could speak to like just the team dynamic so far. How have you all been finding working together in Stage 2? And yeah, just like what's the team comms like? How's the synergy? We got a little brief glimpse there on Gibraltar.
I think Clear is someone, like, obviously someone who hasn't been played in a while, and it's a little rough around the edges, but I think I've been finding a lot of love with Clear. It gives a lot of esque of like my other tank friends I've played with in the past. Really aggressive, really not scared to push the enemy into their spawn. Especially with his past experiences, it's really nice to play with Clear. Obviously the core with me and Z. We revived X10 from the dead, pulled Valeria from Radicad. And it's also my call team a little bit, so we got bits and pieces all over, but I think the chemistry is going to show, especially against Geeke next week.
I love that reject.
So excited.
Redemption art from the team. Also, did you just call him your tank friends? Like, do you sort your friends by roles?
Nah. Like, because my previous tank players have like always been super like aggressive and like push them and push people into their spawn, but Clear's someone I like playing with a lot.
Right. No, and it showed. The synergy was on display today. It was a great victory for you and the team. We can't wait to see more of those in the future. Also, before I let you go, a quick congratulations to you because you are our player of the match. Thanks to your performance. Huzzah! Imaginary handshakes. Peace, thank you so much for taking the time, and we hope to see you again soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Peace. Sakura getting that dub over the Dildogs, who are passing the vibes check, but so far no dub on the board. Well, there's still many more weeks of play to come, so there's still hope and at least a lot of fun ahead of us. So let's take a look at the standings as we're wrapping this first series in the NA region. And we're seeing some movement here, of course. Dildogs movement trending downward.
Well.
Oh well.
Let's talk about Sakura instead. 1 and 1, Zoe. Let's talk about the positives instead. They get that win against Steel Dogs, and crucial win because you want to avoid the bottom 2 slots there. And it is a double-header week for Sakura, so they're playing again tomorrow against GK, just like P said, and that is going to be a tougher matchup because GK obviously amazing performance at the Champions Clash in the form of Nightmare back then. But it's going to be a way tougher task. Can see if some of this momentum can maybe propel them to a good result against GK tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at their schedule. Week 3, they got Extinction ahead of them.
Winnable.
So, winnable. Week 5, SSG. Winnable, apparently, given the current...
Apparently.
Winnable.
Yeah, you know what? They could be ending the stage in the middle, the top of the middle of the pack. Who knows? Who knows? Everything is possible. We hope, of course, for every team that they experience an upward trajectory. For now, we're heading into a quick break, and then we're back with our last match of the day. Team Liquid will be going up against Extinction. You don't want to miss it. Or we just stick around. Never mind.
No, you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they probably like you.
man, those skins go so hard. I'm so excited. I'm also excited to be back, although we've been strolling through Sweep City today. Just 3 Overwatch kind of days. Zoe here, joined by Johnny and Rosemary. Let's see if the last match of the day is going to be a quick one as well. We're going to see Team Extinction going up against Team Liquid. So let's chat about both of these respective rosters. Starting with Extinction, I believe, is what we're focusing on first. Yeah, this is obviously a rebrand. We have seen these players in action under a different name previously, but now they're back. I'm personally a big Hitori fan, so it's great to see them back in action.
Yeah, I think she played really well as well last week. We saw in their opener against Steel Ducks, another 3-0 in that series. But it was a really interesting look from Extinction. They like to play a lot of these dive heroes, right? Where Hitori swaps over to the Hazard, or even a lot of Wrecking Ball, to be honest, on Ilios or Surabasa. And then they follow up on a lot of that poke damage and secure kills. A lot of great collapsing onto some of this burst damage put out from WUB. So looking forward to see what the Extinction can do in this one.
Yeah, so WUB heads in chat going wild again. Now Team Liquid, of course, you know, it's just a historic org, so expectations are always high on them, but also they have a lot of great players, of course. They did make just one change heading into Stage 2 by adding Zero, so a little bit more firepower to the roster. How do we feel about their performance so far?
They look amazing. I feel like they played almost flawlessly, bar actually losing out that first map of their series versus Space Station last weekend. Johnny, I think they look really good. I think this is Team Liquid that we should have high hopes for making it to that mid-season showdown.
Yeah, the damage players were amazing. They were so good.
And they just barely missed out on the Champions Clash just a few weeks ago, right? They came third. It was close. They almost had it, but then they didn't. So I'm sure they want to make a statement and punch their tickets to Riyadh. And it starts here in their second match of the stage. So guys, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Johnny, excited to be back with you again to cast another match in North America. This time around, we've got Team Liquid versus Extinction. What do you make of these bans so far as we look at Ilios as our first map of the series?
Yeah, so Team Liquid banning the Ana, first of all. It is an interesting ban, of course, because Ana really good on this map, especially onto Lighthouse as well. You want to play that balcony and can enable a lot of that dive coming through, right? So yeah, quite an interesting Ana ban off the rip here, and we'll see what Team Liquid have in store. Last week, they were playing a lot of this Baptiste, right? Vega was sticking to the Lucio for most of the time, but then also RuPaul swapping over to the Baptiste to play some brawl-friendly kind of composition. So this is a Team Liquid that has really been cooking so far in this stage. I think, speaking contextually here, Rose, they struggled a little bit in Stage 1 to find compositions that worked for them outside of Infected's Wrecking Ball, right?
Right.
But I feel like they're kind of turning a page here in Stage 2, and we've seen Infected flex over to a lot of different tags, whereas the Ramatra, Winston, or the Wrecking Ball, Mauga, for example. So this is a Team Liquid squad that could maybe throw out a few different kinds of compositions.
Right. I think Team Liquid have been highly touted as one of the most flexible teams in North America because of a lot of that flexibility, not just in that tank role, but also what the DPS can bring to the table. And as we see Knife in the starting lineup for one of the first times this entire season, we're going to see this Freya and Sombra combination in the DPS to really bolster up this Wrecking Ball from Infected.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting that Knife gets the nod ahead of Zero, who played so well last week, and you know, obviously was picked up ahead of Stage 2. That was the big signing in North America, but instead opting for Knife here to play the Sombra. It works out initially here as they combine with Infected's Wrecking Ball, but let's see what Knife can do, getting some starting playtime here on Ilios.
I think what's even more interesting is we actually see most of these compositions mirrored. We have the Freya, Sombra, Wrecking Ball as 3 similarities across these 2 teams. The only difference is existing in what support heroes that Extinction and Team Liquid decided to pick. A little bit more of that unkillable backline coming through with the Bat Brick combo on Extinction, but it is Extinction to draw the first pick as a Knife gets found out in the back. So we saw Team Liquid actually take control of this point first, but now that Extinction has started to make their move, they're going to be taking that forward space.
Yeah, they've been really slow and methodical, obviously playing to the strengths of that Bat Brig, but now Team Liquid pushing back. Kitsune Rush available in tree, picks up WUB here as well, Infected deep into the backline. This is now Team Liquid pushing the pace after falling back in that previous engagement.
It's wow. Even the rally actually coming out here from Nenwai, I feel like that is a little bit too late because of just how far forward Team Liquid were pushing. I don't know if I agree with using that support ult there.
That's tough to come back there. It's a big investment, like you said. Like you invest the rally, you would have liked that to maybe peel away from some of this EMP or like a big engage from the Wrecking Ball, right? But instead, you drop it there in a pretty unwinnable scenario. And now this is Liquid really putting the pressure on. Watch out for Knife with this EMP, of course. There we go.
It's gonna hit 3, and it's critically going to hit Wub, who had that bullet shot available. NVM is able to fire off an EMP of their own, but it hits 2, and there's no kills just yet as that follow-up. RuPaul is gonna be the first to fall. Vega is not able to save him in time with that sound barrier, but the rest of the team is still up to be able to dish out that revenge. Amplification Major coming through from Scuffed, but I feel like that was just a Hail Mary. Team Liquid, firm control over the situation, winning out Ruins 100-0.
Yeah, it's a rough round for Extinction. They had that pretty much just one good engagement where they found a pick early, able to build on the survivability of their backline and then push up towards the point. But even then, Team Liquid, they came back with the Kitsune Rush. And I mean, Infected 8-0, already establishing dominance on this Wrecking Ball, and Hitori just haven't been able to keep up.
Yeah, I mean, Infected, I feel like that's kind of just always going to be the case a little bit, though, in terms of having 2 Wrecking Balls. You're constantly fighting for the health packs. If your Sombra is going to be the first one to hack it, you know, how easily is it to be able to take back control of a health pack or even just, like, map territory?
Yeah, it's real tough. And Infected, you know, putting the pressure on so early with this, like, very mobile Lucio Kiriko backline as well to help Infected out, then they can pick and choose a lot of their spots, right? Like, is this a favorable engagement for us? If not, we can fall back a little bit and wait for a better opportunity. Infected being hunted here for a little bit. Not sure they're gonna be able to capitalize, though. So hard to kill the Wrecking Ball these days in Overwatch.
But it does allow enough time for... Oh, no! I was going to say MVM to hack that health pack, but Nemway actually gets a really nice whip shot to Knife off into the well. Okay. I mean,
we take those.
It's a pretty good start, yeah. Okay, I mean, NVM unfortunately is going to get revenge from Vega, so it's still no capture onto this point just yet, as there's still this tussle. Extinction were very close to being able to get that capitalization, but even though we saw the Immortality field, we just see Infected batting them around like pinballs, like outside of that Immortality field's AoE.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very small room, and Infected finds the perfect kind of grapple hook to just go back and forth, deal a ton of damage. Here's the replay, as we see Knife on the Sombra, and Nenwai is going to get this whip. Oh! It was actually the transfer gate. Well, okay. That's... We didn't have to show that production. There was just no need for that. No one needed to see that.
You can't show that in 4K. Oh, now everybody knows, though. I really was like, I'll give the credit to the Brig, but unfortunately I think we have to give credit for the self-sabotage. As Team Liquid now, they've got 25% of this point, a couple of ultimates now to spare as they enter into this next fight. And Hitori is just struggling to stay alive. Scuffed is full pocketing this Wrecking Ball to make sure that Hitori actually has enough sustain to try to get access to this backline of Team Liquid. But being so mobile, they're already very hard to hunt down. With this rally now from Nenwai, it's a really great use of it to just make sure that you've got this Inspire healing against the Wrecking Ball mines of Infected. But now that those have expired, it's RuPaul's time to shine. We have this Kitsune Rush answered by this EMP. And this is just another team fight for Team Liquid. Despite the fact that Extinction were able to sneak out away a little bit of percentage of the point, not too much later, Team Liquid take it right back.
Yeah, and Extinction are finally going to give up on that Batrig support backline. It is just so slow, like without any speed whatsoever. Yes, you're survivable.
Yeah.
You can walk up and get into some of these engagements, but you're not able to like locate spots for the rest of your team to engage, and instead you take these very long drawn-up fights and you don't find the picks required to win some of these fights. We're already getting to the point where, you know, Extinction have to win out, like 80% and ticking for Liquid, and they're already keep finding some of these picks.
Oh man, I mean, just the aerial duel that you saw there to be able to pick up the Freya. What was not able to contribute this bola shot into this last fight, but NVM does enough with this EMP. Not before Team Liquid, though, with these highly mobile and very tanky Wrecking Ball. They actually just come back into the sound barrier. And so Hitori feels forced to have to use the Wrecking Ball mines as Team Liquid approaches 99%. Overtime wicks away, and everybody on Extinction gets bullied off the point. It's a new era. Team Liquid, they start off this series 1-0.
I mean, they're just so dominant. That was an amazing showing from Team Liquid, really. Just playing with their food, picking Extinction apart, these long drawn-out engagements, and they find all the spots they want, the perfect time to engage. Infected is in there on the Wrecking Ball, and the rest of the team follows up. Tree pretty much uncontested that whole map, and just got to do whatever he wanted on the Freya. And that was Team Liquid just at their absolute peak there, picking apart Extinction, who just couldn't find any momentum whatsoever on Ilios.
But I do think it kind of goes back to that Brig Bat backline. You had already touched on this when we were in the middle of the map, how slow and how much time it might take to actually get your team into position to really make the most use out of that Brig Bat backline. I feel like they just switched off of it way too late, identifying a little too far into the map that just wasn't going to work out versus this comp, and Prod, you did it again.
Yeah, we have to show it one more time. Okay, I see how it is. Yeah, I mean, look, you can play the survivable backline and, you know, can dish out some repair packs here and there, but at the end of the day, like, how much value are you getting out of this survivable backline if the rest of the team can't find any kind of momentum on their side, right? Like, Wob was not able to find the picks on the Preya. NVM on the Sombra wasn't able to isolate some of these targets and find the picks required, right? And even then, you find one or two picks, the rest of Team Liquid, they got their own dive going on onto your backline, right? So you're not really able to help out the rest of your team that are actively dying and trying to get some of these picks, right? You're just staying alive for the most of the time, and even then, like, you stay alive for some time, but you're not really providing rest of the team with value. It's a tough showing for Extinction, and yeah, they probably should have given up on that support backline earlier on in the map.
It's so tough because this Brig Bat backline is almost built to be dove. You know, you have so much anti-dive tech when it comes down to both of those heroes. In something like the Immortality Field or even just the Brig Bash or the Whip Shot, there's ways to actually bully away those dive heroes, but you don't have kite ability either when it comes down to that backline.
You
so
can't stay alive forever.
Yeah, like there's only so much time.
There's only so many abilities, and then you run out of them, and then you hope they come back online before the Wrecking Ball gets on top of you.
Yeah, just not enough time, unfortunately, in maps when they can close out so quickly, like on Control. So now we see Extinction go for Runasapi as their second map in this series. Probably not going to play the Brig Bap on this particular map, but there's still a lot more room for Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have favored the Wrecking Ball, so I guess I'm not too surprised the fact that we did see Wrecking Ball in the very first map, especially because, you know, Liquid, they got to pick Ilios there as well. But now heading over to Runasapi, it's going to be interesting to see what we see from Extinction, because they have favored, like, the Hazard if they're not allowed to play the Wrecking Ball. But they also have Twolz waiting in the wings, where, you know, if you remember Twolz from previous OWCS stages, play some more of those Brawl kind of... some of those days, yeah. Play some other tanks that maybe Hitori doesn't excel at. So Extinction, maybe they want to change things up a little bit. They don't want to take that Wrecking Ball place, because you're kind of playing into Team Liquid's game, right? Like, what does Team Liquid do best? They play the Wrecking Ball. So maybe you don't want to play into their best game, right? Maybe you want to find some ulterior kind of map or composition where maybe it's more of a level playing field.
But I think that's still hard to accomplish. It sounds so easy in theory, but the fact that you could ban out the Wrecking Ball, Infected could still play Ramatra. We saw a lot of that particular composition come out in their last series. If the Wrecking Ball is fanned out, then you just play Winston Dive. That's fairly easy to fit into the equation when the Wrecking Ball is not available.
Yeah, a lot of options for Team Liquid here. And look, I'm just really excited to see what they can build on here. Knife as well, getting that map win. Which is good for Knife, because had Knife lost that map, you would have quickly been like, oh, should they have fielded Knife? But Kazor is, you know, the coach for Liquid, identifying like the spots where Knife could come in really handy for this team, and splitting the playtime with Zero. So happy to see Knife get a map win on the board as well, and Liquid showing that they got a lot of plans in mind. They have a lot of different lineups in mind and a lot of different compositions in mind where they can take some of these teams to a lot of different places, right? So let's see what they do here on Runasapi. They actually ban out Tracer this time around. An Extinction ban out to Lucio.
With the Tracer banned out, I feel like it's pretty unlikely to see Zera come into the roster, and as I see the map is ready to go, we do not have a substitution. So it does appear that Knife is going to be staying in this roster. And with the Tracer ban, I feel like it does kind of hinder Extinction. I think they would have liked to be able to have the Tracer as an option from NVM. Or even Zomba, if you thought that maybe Zomba was going to come into the roster.
Yeah, I mean, Zomba looked great last week, I thought. On Ilios as well.
Agreed.
Playing for Extinction, yeah. So definitely a threat there. But yeah. We'll have to see what kind of compositions we see from both these teams. Genji, obviously fantastic on this map. Like, this is, you know, a fantastic Genji map. See it so often. And NVM, I don't think they're too unhappy about playing the Genji. Something they did last week as well. So not unfamiliar territory for NVM. It's going to be the Mauga composition from Hitori. So that about tells you, Rose. We're not interested in playing the dive in this matchup. Instead, we want to play more of the brawl stuff, and we think we have a better chance in these compositions against Liquid.
This was also such a smart choice to commit to so early on in this map, though. Infected is going to be on the Orisa alongside this Sombra once again from Knife. And so with that, I think you just kind of take a look at having Mauga with a little bit more of that forward presence against this Orisa in particular. You still have to worry about the Sombra, though. That's something that unfortunately Extinction has already fallen to, with some really great follow-up of the rest of Team Liquid just to make sure that this was an easy team fight win. Very early on here for Team Liquid as they take an early lead.
Yeah, looking forward to see what Knife can do on this Sombra as well. I feel like we've seen way more Sombra being played in OWCS Korea, actually. And they've really identified some of the spots they like playing the Sombra, maybe to help out and follow up on some of the damage that the Freya is providing and follow up, secure some of those picks, right? So Knife playing the Sombra in this matchup against a Mauga composition, no less. Should be interesting to see what he can provide on this hero.
Well, Knife has already had great access to the backline, being able to deal with Wub early on in that first fight, and now poised to be able to just get himself into a position where he's going to be able to get some big hacks onto this Mauga. Wub, again, is going to be one of the first to fall in this second fight, as the bola shot from Tree is just going to make the rest of this fight even easier. Team Liquid, they're on a roll.
Yeah, Tree was going for the highlight reel. He caught that bola shot against SSG last week, and he would try to go for it again. I don't blame Tree. You know, just on a hot streak here on the Freya, of course. I wanna give it a go. But yeah, I mean, Extinction, they engage with that Mauga, but then end up getting picked to pieces by Liquid here again. So Extinction looking for being a little bit more composed in this next fight and see if they can isolate the target to jump on.
That composure is going to be so hard to pull together, though, when Knife is so close to this EMP. Infected has the Terra Surge as well, so there's a combo afoot. Terra Surge unleashed from Infected is able to find Wabe in the process, and this was just a collapse of the century here.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good, Rose. A lot of ultimates on the board for Liquid still. They have an EMP, Orbital Ray, and coming up on another bola shot as well. You can combine with that EMP. Extinction really with the back against the wall, and we're just like 3 minutes into this Runasapi. It's looking real rough. Scuffed here has to come out clutch with a big orbital raid that the rest of the team can capitalize on.
And if they don't, this is looking like a Guinness Book of World Records speed run on Runasapi. Knife hits so many members of Extinction with that EMP, and with the orbital ray helping to keep them up, this rally to follow. Vega does get stunned, but even though you get stunned and picked off by the bola shot, Extinction has to invest so much more just to keep themselves in this series and stop this full cap coming through on Runasapi.
Oh, it's so expensive. You have to commit 4 big ultimates just to survive in that fight. And oh, Knife being spotted out. Can you survive, buddy? Oh, tries to get away. Okay, we should be good now. We barely survived MVM, and now pack this mega pack and stay alive for this next engagement there. But that would have been a big pick there, so good for Knife to stay alive.
Team Liquid walk away with over 110 meters as a differential. Hittori does trap a couple people on Team Liquid in this cage, but is not able to follow up on any other eliminations. Infected has another Terror Surge to invest into this fight, and Wub is again the first to get picked off. You're so squishy on Freya. It is a much easier target to be able to grab with one of those bigger area of effect skills, and Team Liquid, they just keep stealing the bot back even though the fight's still going.
Oh, what is happening? Yeah, they just stolen the bot. Knife just stole the bot on Sombra, and so even though we have a little bit of an engagement going on, like, it doesn't really matter, and this is so annoying now. You have to deal with Knife on the Sombra. It's just pushing the bot in these kind of scenarios. Yeah, Extinction, it's tough because you take these engagement, but Knife is always in the backline, getting some of these hacks and then trying to pick off some of these targets mid-engagement, right? Extinction really have to be aware of Knife Sombra play and try to shut it down, because they just can't let Knife free farm on the off angle.
We've got the rally here from Vega to start off this next fight. And Vega, unfortunately, actually not able to sustain himself through his own ultimate. But Team Liquid still up and ready to go. Knife letting this EMP rip alongside this bullet shot from Tree. And so despite the fact that they lost Vega so early, the rest of the team is able to help pick up the pieces, put him in the backpack, and keep pushing this bot forward. RuPaul still has this orbital ray too. Johnny, it's a full cap. It's a full cap. I gotta call it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. RuPaul pops the orbital ray. Big blade here from NVM, but so much healing going on that you can't even find a target to begin with. Terra Surge. Oh my god, it's a 3K.
The triple from the Terra Surge. Not every day that you see that as a highlight reel from an Orisa. There's still a good fight though on the point, as Satori still is standing tall. The overrun, you've got the burn, and the respawns are fast for Extinction. But are they fast enough? It feels like they're just slaves to the slaughter as Team Liquid. They just continue to get these picks. Eventually they have to disengage, but not without Extinction taking a lot of casualties in the process.
Yeah, that spawn wave hit perfectly for Extinction, and then we're just barely able to get back in time there. And at that point, like Liquid, they had such a long way to get back to the fight that they were just never able to get their members back in time for Extinction spawn wave. But Liquid still firm control. 140 meters to 1. It's quite a decisive lead here on Unasapi, so Extinction with 4 minutes to go, they gotta start making a dent in this big lead of Team Liquid.
It's gonna be a hard road to climb. Team Liquid have made this differential such that even with the time that's left in the bank, Extinction, they just don't have the capability of losing a team fight from here on out. Hittori is a cage, goes in though, does get a little stunned, but still getting able to walk away, not too worse for wear. NVM can't say the same thing though. As the Genji goes down, Extinction have no choice except to start to fight together with this cardiac overdrive from the Mauga in this small room. Hittori gets a really nice pick on a Vega, as again, really focusing on that backline to make sure that that survivability isn't there. But while Hittori is trying to grab the back, like, yeah, Infected goes away with robbery again.
Infected was straight up like, sorry team, I don't really care if you guys die in this fight, but I'm just gonna take the bot. And now Knife is here dropping the EMP as well. They just gotta pick onto NVM. It's not going to be that impactful because NVM should get back here, but Hittori's going for an engage, has the cage, decides to drop it here as well, so.
Oh, and Wub actually does have a nice sightline there for the bullet shot, but RuPaul, oh my goodness, locking onto those targets so quickly. Those pulsar torpedoes are able to help make this fight in Team Liquid's favor. Sending that orbital ray down too, might have delayed by a couple of minutes, but the inevitable might come through, as that is a full capture for Team Liquid and a 2-0 so far in the series.
Oh, they're looking so good. They're looking so clean. And once again, like Knife with another fantastic performance on the Sombra as well. There's a lot of people out there, Rose, who going into this week, they picked up Zero in their fantasy lineup. Well, I got bad news. Zero's not even playing. $25 for nothing. So, but Knife has been looking amazing so far on the Sombra, and Team Liquid, they look, I mean, they just look immaculate on this Brawl composition, Rose.
Yeah. I mean, the Sombra's just so annoying. Every time the knife is back there, there's a hack. You feel forced to turn around and try to address the Sombra that's going after your supports or even your Freya. And while that's all happening, the Team Liquid are bum rushing you. Like, they know that your attentions are turned behind you 180 degrees.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid are just like playing really well around this, right? Because they recognize that Extinction, they're going to go for this like big Mauga engage at some point. So if they can just like peel back, stay alive, and then break down Extinction once they're committed with the Mauga overrun, for example, like that's what they're just doing beautifully, right? And then Knife can, you know, go to town on the Sombra here as well, and you know, get hacks in the backline, isolate picks, and like set up the team for success. So it's really a beautiful playstyle from Team Liquid. They're seeing what Extinction is trying to go aggressive with this Mauga. Instead, they stay composed, they stay far back, and they work their way around it.
They also know that sometimes they do have to sort of sacrifice Vega in a lot of these team fights. Vega is and has been like public enemy #1. No, but do you know what I mean? Like, you still have to trade the backlines, and they kind of know, like, unfortunately, Vega, you might just have to be bait as we have to clean up the rest of these fights.
Yeah, look, if you don't die a little bit in Overwatch, then maybe you're playing it too safe, Rose. So
yeah,
at some points you gotta brawl it out. At some points you gotta brawl it out and secure those final blows and try to take the duel, right? If you're just playing your life all the time, maybe you could have helped your team a little bit more. So do you want to reframe it as like, oh, Vega is,
I was saying like a positive thing.
Yeah, really taking it to the enemy team to like get down and dirty with the Lucio and try to secure the value for the rest of the team to win off it.
Yeah. No, there was a positive there. That was all positive. Maybe it wasn't coming across that way, but I meant like Vega is still putting in the work even as that backline support, like being that target. I do feel like it has allowed Team Liquid to make these fights easier. But you know what? We'll go to the next point. Next point is New Junk City. We're going to Flashpoint now in the series. Extinction's pick.
Yeah, and another brawl-friendly map here. I don't think any big surprises about what kind of playstyle we see from either of these teams, even though you kind of get dominated under Nasapi. Extinction clearly feel like this is the way to go in this specific matchup here. So heading over to New York City, we'll see what kind of bans come into place here, because like, do you want to ban the Sombra potentially? Or do you maybe want to ban one of these tanks? Regardless of what Extinction are going to try to do here when it comes to their pick ban, I feel like Team Liquid will have a great plan to work around it. I've been really impressed by Team Liquid and their ability to adapt so far this series, this entire stage. This is looking like a way more, you know, competitive team than we saw from Liquid in Stage 1, where they dropped a few series and looked a bit vulnerable at times.
Team Liquid heading into Stage 1 was one of the teams that people expected to see at the Champions Clash. Just knowing how much versatility that they had as a part of their team roster, those deep hero pools, I feel like it was it felt like a given for a lot of people putting in their predictions. But now this is the Team Liquid that I think steps up to the plate, that really could make it to that international stage. And yeah, Johnny, you called it. Team Liquid, they're going to go ahead and ban out the Ramatra as Extinction. First to ban, get the Sombra.
Yeah, the Sombra was just too much. Like, Knife was just having too good of a series, so you don't want to see more of that Sombra now heading over to New Junk City. Ramatra ban comes out as well from Liquid, so you know, we talked about earlier in the series how they actually have played quite a bit of Ramatra. It's been a go-to kind of tank hero for Infected in some of these brawl comps, but it's New Junk City, Rose. All right, we're Mauga. We're gonna see the Mauga, unless don't bait me, Infected.
No,
don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, please. I can't take the bait.
But you know, Johnny, we actually did see a little bit of Reinhardt last weekend.
I did see that.
It was only for like
this morning too.
5 seconds, but
PSA played it this morning on Circuit, and they I mean, that was just a beatdown. But still, okay? Don't toy with my heart. Oh my god, they're gonna roll out on Ron.
No way. Oh my goodness, Team Liquid are doing it. It's gonna be this Reinhardt with a Mei and Symmetra. And Extinction come back out with the Mauga.
This is peak.
Johnny, Reinhardt in 2025?
This is peak, Rose. This is as good as it gets. Let's enjoy it and make the most out of it.
I love it here. We should have you on more often because you just bring the Reinhardt luck.
I can't wait to see what they got in store here. Knife on the Symmetra as well, so the teleporter at hand if you just want to TP in and get crazy with it. Teleporter comes out, bit of a bait for now. Charge coming in, pins the Maga. That's what we love to see, Rose.
This is peak OWCS right here. All the while, this Reinhardt from Affected is causing chaos. You know, I wasn't necessarily able to actually get that pick onto Hittori, but, you know, we're appreciating the Reinhardt play right now. Oh my goodness, the Fire Strike into MVM as well. Okay, Infected is able to get out, I think. Doesn't have the escape mechanism of Vega, but they're sticking on the Reinhardt, Johnny.
Yeah, I think at this point, Infected might question the fact that he even lived in this fight and be like, maybe I should have gone down so I could swap
maybe
hero,
I should
but
die next time.
yeah, but now we're stuck on this Reinhardt. We're coming up on a nerd scatter. I gotta say, Rose, I love the Rein, but tough to get value in this one. You gotta force the point pressure here and let the opponents come to you. Symmetra teleporter can't quite catch anyone. You gotta pick onto Wob here, but it's hard to navigate the extinction composition here.
You know, pause champ, Johnny. Like hold our breath for a second, because maybe this Reinhardt can actually do something here. Knife is so charged. Hittori is dead. Tree is to fall, but with this Symmetra photon barrier and the sound barrier in tow, this was a lot of protection. I mean, Extinction, they actually do fall in this fight. Not before capturing 92%, but Team Liquid, they do save the flashpoint and get themselves on the board.
Yeah, they contest the point beautifully because that is what Reinhardt do best, and at that point, Extinction a little bit split up. You know, you saw NVM go into the backline with the Dragon Blade while the rest of the team instead pushed back. Beautiful charge by Infected, I like to believe as well, getting the pin onto Nenwai, who is forced to swap over to the Lucio. This is NVM now on the Pharah, recognizing we can't go head-to-head with this Brawl comp. We have to poke them down. But just look at Liquid. They're in the backline somewhere. They're all the way over there. They're up to something.
Oh. Well, they're up to no good, I think, is what you call that. Come in with the Earth Shatter and the Blizzard on top. RuPaul sends out the Immortality Field to deal with the Bola shot from Wob, but with this Orbital Ray now being pumped in by Scuffed, I mean, you would assume that this would be enough healing now to bully Team Liquid off the point. Extinction do extend their presence, get the Flashpoint back, and now Team Liquid are going to have to be the ones to step up to the Flashpoint plate in order to make sure that Extinction don't just take this one for free, and Knife gets 3 in the process. Hittori's gonna be the last one alive and is able to secure the flashpoint for her team, but Johnny, I thought maybe this Symmetra was about to 1v4.
Yeah, I got a 3k, and in fact it is finally going to swap over to the Orisa. It was good while it lasted, Rose, but the Reinhardt was not long for this world. They tried to go for a bit of a Reinhardt engage with the Symmetra teleporter, but it was a great point cap coming in from Extinction, so credit to Extinction. They play really well around that Reinhardt and cap the point, which just can't happen if you're playing a Reinhardt composition. You can't give the point up. So well played by Extinction, but now Liquid back on their comfort playing this Orisa.
Did you at least enjoy the Reinhardt while it lasted?
Oh, come on, it was great. It was great, yeah.
It's great. Hopefully we get a chance to see some Reinhardt again, but it's going to be the Orisa for now, as another photon barrier from Knife is going to get thrown into this next fight. Helps to split up the team and make sure that this Pharah just isn't as potent as Tree out of nowhere snipes NVM from the skies mid. Rocket Barrage. Extinction now, if they want to have hope of winning this flashpoint, they have to invest more resources, and Nenwai is actually going to commit the sound barrier alongside Hittori and this cage, but it feels too little too late. A lot of heavy investment coming in from Extinction to not win out the fight at the end of the day.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they find a way to stay alive with some great Symmetra teleporters from Knife as well, great sound barrier from Vega as well, working their way around this Maga composition from Extinction, and then they just collapse onto them, able to deal with them when Extinction are all spread out. And BM is on this Pharah pick, which is, you know, you can justify it maybe because there's no true hitscan player on Liquid when they're playing the Symmetra and Freya composition, but at the same time, you know, you gotta be able to follow up on some of this damage, kind of putting your team in a tricky spot here. So Scuffed has this Kitsune Rush. With 90% of the timer heroes, this has to be a fight win for Extinction.
Well, one way to be able to follow up on that Pharah damage is going to be with this Hazard. Hittori switches to this tank choice to get back to the flashpoint and help to engage. We have the Kitsune Rush that doesn't really find a whole lot of value for Extinction outside of being able to create some space as Team Liquid approaches 99%. while Knife falls, we have a turret that's able to help shore up some of that damage. And Team Liquid, they get their first flashpoint now, and a bit of a stagger there onto Wub. I guess you get the respawns here, but
yeah, gonna get able to get the spawn indeed and get back into the next one here. Taking a look at the stats real quick here. In fact, they're already making up for it on the Orisa here. You know, just holding the fort down onto the point itself here. Again, highlighting Knife as well. Just continues to have a really good series for this team. Now over onto the Tracer in this matchup as well. See if he can compete with some of the performances we've seen from Zero here in the past. Orbital Ray available for RuPaul heading into this point. It's going to be... Oh, Knife already finds a Tracer pick. You don't even need the Orbital Ray at this point.
I agree with you. Hold the Orbital Ray for the next fight. If you're going to be able to win out this flashpoint and capture in the neutral, that's going to feel so nice to be able to approach the next engagement. And alongside that Orbital Ray, you've got the bullet shot and maybe even this pulse bomb.
Yeah, it's huge for the ultimate economy. Like, Knife just conjures up a first pick in that fight, and RuPaul is able to hold on to the Orbital Ray. Like, that is just so much value provided to the rest of his team. So great play from Knife once more, and now Extinction, they're just walking into this fight, but they have no ultimates on the board.
Especially when they are like so close, but feels like so far from being able to commit this sound barrier. RuPaul's gonna be the first one to let that support ultimate go. But NA does get the sound barrier on in time, able to save Scuffed in the process as Scuffed gets very low. But now that the sound barrier overhealth is expired, Scuffed, Wub, they are under so much threat, and Vega is able to have the later beat, giving Team Liquid just the power that they need in order to save this team fight, get the win, and maybe even get this flashpoint leading the series.
Yeah, it's another good sound barrier from Vega. Just the perfect time to like really turn the tide in that fight when a lot of ultimates were coming out from Extinction. So Extinction do get the point flip, but it's going to be Team Liquid closing out another round here on New Junk City. Spawners coming in, then why? That's tough. That's tough, buddy. This is Team Liquid going up to a 2-1 lead here. And, you know, they're at match point, Rose, so... Extinction. A lot of pressure here to come back and win out here on New Junk City to stay alive in the series.
Map point on Flashpoint and match point in the series. It doesn't get any easier than that for Team Liquid. Pulse Bomb gets thrown out here by Knife. Unfortunately, not able to actually get a pick, but it's enough chaos that Tree is able to find a bullet shot, weave it in, and VM feels forced to have to use the blade here. But where are the kills? Tree has still put in so much DPS into this fight. The blade gets negative value here as Knife still goes in. This team fight is not clean.
It's all over the place, really, but Hitori, big presence here on the point with the Mauga, of course, and then RuPaul gets cleaned up by NY. So it's going to be a great first win. First fight win here on this point by Extinction, actually able to stay alive and survive an entire engagement from Team Liquid. And they got some great ultimates here on the board as well. You got a Kitsune Rush online for you here and the Cage as well. Maybe able to catch some of the backline for Team Liquid here. This is Extinction now, giving themselves a condition to stay alive in this series.
Ooh, nice Suzu coming in there from Scuffed to be able to save backline's life as Wob with a great pick onto Tree. Team Liquid, though, I mean, they kind of played ring around the rosy to the point where they were able to get a little bit of flashpoint percentage on the board. Extinction, though, they get a little bit wise to it, lay down this rush, and just try to go to town. Scuffed finding Infected means that this Terror Surge is now offline. RuPaul throws in the Kitsune Rush, but there's really not as much value.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't get up quite there, but yeah, you're right. I mean, it's really impressive play by Extinction. Like, they're playing really proactive, Rose. You know, they lost the point because they hunted outside of this kind of point indoors here, but you know, they get a pick and they secure the fight win, then proactively drop the Kitsune Rush here as well. It's last fight territory here for Liquid on this point themselves, and Vega's going to invest the sound barrier.
Yeah, You see Nenwai answer it in kind, just to continue to utilize that proactive play. But because Satori falls without being able to use the cage, I fear that that proactive play might get punished. Not having a sound barrier for this next fight means that you're just not going to have that same type of sustain to be able to deal with something like the Terra Surge. And with how much point presence is going to be required to use the ultimates that are online for Team Liquid and Extinction, it doesn't get any closer than this.
It does not get closer indeed. See what Wob can do with this Ebola shot. This is really when you need your Freya player to come out clutch and find one of these picks, right? Yes, you have a Dragon Blade and a cage, but really, you pick this Freya to get some of these picks early in these engagements, and this will be a perfect time for it. But Knife again with the pulse bomb.
Oh, Nenwai now, without that Lucio, there's just no escape. Hitori uses his cage and it feels like it's quite late. Wup somehow eliminates himself from this team fight. Extinction are still able to get a couple of picks here and there as Hitori's cage does find infected, but Team Liquid, they still find the picks. And you're right, Nenwai can't even get back to the point. There's 3 seconds left and nobody in sight to get the touch. And Team Liquid, a clean 3-0 to win out our final series of the day.
Wow. Another series just speed run by Team Liquid here, going 3-0 against Extinction, and they played so clean. Like, really, I'm so impressed by Knife as well, coming in here instead of Zero into the starting lineup and just putting on a clinic on all 3 maps. They were dominant pretty much throughout this entire series. So Extinction couldn't quite claw themselves back onto that New Junk City. Team Liquid with another stellar performance here to close things out on New Junk City.
They did indeed, and you know what, I'm just happy we got to see Reinhardt. Did I want to see more maps today overall? Did I want a 3-0 day? No, I didn't.
We're so back.
But infected, but Reinhardt, we're so back. Avril's Moga's meta narrative dies, so that makes me even more happy. He tried so hard to shoehorn that in, reinforce. I don't watch Plat Chat that often, but Avril was dying on the hill. It was 2 hours of Avril trying to spin up a narrative.
trying to spin up on a Mauga meta, because we've been seeing Mauga a lot, especially in EMEA, right? There's been a lot of Mauga in EMEA, and we saw some in Korea as well. I feel like at this point, Mauga has been so nerfed that I can't even complain about Mauga anymore. Like, Mauga is borderline honorable, Zoe.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like there's just a usage case to be made for most of the heroes you can play. Infected made the opposite with the Reinhardt. Clearly did not work out, but it was a good time for all of us involved anyway, and they won the map. So really, I saw the vision. I wanted to see the vision.
I wanted to see the vision.
That's what it was.
that's my new phrase. I wanted to see the vision.
I wanted to see the vision. You know what? I'm just continued to be excited for Team Liquid and what they can do this very season. I don't feel like they've been tested just yet. I think that has yet to come.
But I'm so excited to see the fact that both Knife and Zera can offer such different values to Team Liquid's roster. And maybe we get a world where, like, they get played together or something. But I love it. Johnny, I feel like that just provides so much depth to the DPS lineup that you've got some really great choices no matter what the occasion is.
Yeah, the squad is looking well-rounded. Like, I feel like this team is really coming into form. And, you know, they barely missed out on Champions Clash in Stage 1. But I still feel a few of us were still disappointed because we went into the season with like huge expectations on Liquid. We thought they could potentially be a team that take it to some of the best teams in the world, right? Well, like we maybe thought that they could get the top 4s at the big stage finals like Champions Clash, but they didn't end up qualifying because Nightmare had a huge performance with Zero in the roster, right? So now you poach Zero. You invite Zero into your team instead, and now maybe you're really starting to excel here with Knife finding a spot as well, playing some of the Sunrise series.
Can't beat them kind of situation. But yeah, Team Liquid, if you're looking at their schedule, I feel like they're getting the tough opponents out of the way earlier on in this stage, and then at the very end of it, they will be facing off against Sakura, Dildux and whatnot. So for them to have such a dominant performance very early on can be so crucial for the later parts of the stage. Now, we do have Infected joining us for a quick chat. So first things first, of course, congratulations on the dub. It's great to have you back on cam. Obviously, this is just another day in the office. You guys made quick work of your opponents here. And also, we got to see you playing Reinhardt. Did it work? No. Did we enjoy it? Yes. Did you shoehorn that in just because you can, or like what was the thought process? Walk us through this.
Honestly, I think that comp is pretty good on that map, and we just played poorly. But I definitely thought in my head that people were gonna think that we were trolling because we're up 2-0 and then we go Ryan and then we lose and then we swap. But I think that comp's actually good, and we just didn't execute it properly.
Don't let the idea die. That's my tank player. That's my goal.
We
Don't
won't.
let the Reinhardt idea die. I appreciate it. Look, you big guys been looking amazing so far in stage 2. You're obviously taking down Space Station last week, but now looking real clean with another 3-0. Do you feel like the vibes are a little different from stage 1? How would you compare the Team Liquid in stage 2 to the one in stage 1?
I think the Liquid in stage 1, we really just didn't understand how to play with each other, and I think we were just all on different pages about how we wanted to play the game, and just like even in matches and stuff, I think people would get nervous. I know I would get nervous, honestly. I think just being on like an org like Liquid 2 brings a lot of nerves, to me at least. But stage 2, we're all in a team house, and during like the break that we had during Champions Clash, I think we just worked really hard on like how we wanted to play with each other, how we all think of the game, and just like being on the same page. And like now, like just being in the team house and just playing all with each other, it's honestly like really fun to play with everyone. And I love everyone. I think we've been doing really good too, like in scrims and matches. So.
Oh, y'all have been doing amazing. I mean, I feel like the hard work has really manifested itself in the last couple of matches that you all have had together as a squad. And I'm kind of wondering if you could touch on a little bit, you know, you added Zera to the roster, you have this flexibility now with Knife. Where do you feel like all of the DPS players kind of fill a role to play alongside you on tank?
Yeah, so like Zero joining the team, that guy's like been my best friend since I was 13, and he's insane. He played really well at the Champions Clash, so it's awesome to have him here. I think he's really good on like Genji and Tracer and like Pharah and like characters like that. But I think Knife is also really good on like the Sombra like today and like the Sim, like those more like obscure DPS heroes, I would say. So it's nice that we can have like all three of our DPS players kind of have like a role on the team, and they all like play really, really well.
Yeah, and you guys just look so well-rounded as a unit. We're very excited to see more of you this stage. Now, before I let you go, a quick congratulations is in order because you are getting yourself the Player of the Match honors. Yes. So, yay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Often our players pretend like that actually is like a real award. But yes, we're rooting for you guys. It's so exciting to see you guys back in action and having such a great start to the stage. So pass the congratulations along to the rest of the squad and good luck in next week's game.
Thank you so much.
He does the same thing at the end of like, so when I'm video chatting with my brother, before we say bye, we both make a really dumb face, like just like a and like infected every time at the end of a video conference call. I don't know, like a stream.
He has a great thumbnail reaction. As you know, we're all content creators. You know, it's a great like shocked face for the thumbnail. So infected, you got a career ahead of yourself there.
Yeah, absolute content, just content across the board.
Content.
He's doing it right. Good clippable moments. That's what we're here to look at. Now let's take a look at the standings to see where we stand after the first day of play here in week 2. Team Liquid and Nightmare currently at the very top of it all, both with a 2-0 score.
Yeah, Team Liquid. Now tied for first there as well, +5. You know, we didn't even touch on Tree, really, which to me is just another strength of this team. Last week we talked about Tree being potentially the best Freya player in the West. Just looked amazing on this new hero being introduced into Overwatch. But we didn't even talk about Tree. Like the rest of the team just stood out and were the ones who took over the match, like Infected, Knife, these huge individuals, right? So I think that really speaks to the strength of Team Liquid this stage, the fact that they have so many great individuals on every single role.
Yeah, it's good. It's just good times, good vibes across the board for them, and good performances. Will it continue? We'll find out very soon. Let's take a look at that day 2 schedule to see which teams are going to be up tomorrow. There you have it. This is your schedule for tomorrow. Which one gets you hyped and excited, Necra?
Oh, I mean, I think like the Genji Frosttails match, like no bias, because like, you know, but I also really am just, yeah, like I want to kind of see where the cards fall on that one.
Yeah, that's a rough one, right? If Gen G loses this one, then the doomsayers are going to be on the streets yelling. Also, of course, SSG Dildux. It's crazy that I have to say that, but SSG, like, this needs to be the most dominant performance of a lifetime.
One of the matches of all time. I can't wait for SSG Dildux. It's going to be an
Mitch would say, what a day to have eyes.
What a day to have eyes. That's it right there. I can't wait to watch it. Also, I gotta shout out Quick versus the Ultimates to kick off the entire day because, you know, we got a Swedish matchup. We got Willis against Kevster.
Oh. And that's what is
Willis
really
looked great last week. I can't wait.
All of us. Yeah, those Swedish
we got a
matchups.
Swedish tank player back.
That's right. It's been a hot minute.
It has.
Right,
even since Lulshish, or, you know, it's been a while.
Lulshish. Holy throwback. That wouldn't even come up in my head. But yeah, sure. Yeah, that's the matchup of all times. Is this true? Oh, look
Sorry,
at
I'm
me.
just saying Swedish tank players. My bad. I'm interrupting the flow. You do you, so yeah, I'll keep the Swedish tank players to myself.
It's okay. Don't really have a transition out of Sweden into Australia, but Unter is our featured co-streamer, and we will be rating him, so make sure to stick around and send him our regards. Tomorrow we're going to be rating Bullskunk, so much love and support to all of our co-streamers. Of course, drops are enabled on both of their streams, so it is well worth your time watching. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Of course, Necro and Reinforce, thank you so much for calling the action. We'll see both of you back very soon. For me, it's going to be goodbye for this week. I'll be back again next week.
Me too.
Very
Goodbye.
excited for it. Bye. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good one.
Kill him.
Suso, Cabris, eller just Suso.
White wing, half HP.
I'm pushing main, let's go. I can push point land and you keep going. I don't have Suso for.
Dropping Suran.
Yeah, one is more.
Oh, Lordy.
Lordy. Oh. Can win. Oh, Simon.
What? I can help you one player, just shot. Summer. I'm dead. Wait.
We have. Peace på backland.
I'm looking back up.
One-on-one, turns out to them.
Yeah, we're real. I'm leaving. Where do you put that?
Just 5-man stack, just fucking